potty.
Thanks.
Damn it, I told you to go before we got in the car.
Hey, for me, it means something else.
Look,
Go
kids.
pot.
I will turn this car around right now.
We might as well get started. The kids are just not gonna. They're not gonna cooperate now.
So it would
Please
seem.
don't spank me.
Giggity.
Back, you should have brought the handcuffs.
All right, enough. Here we go.
I have to be back. I have to be gone for 30 minutes.
They'll still be stupid when you get back. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
They get the dog still on the leash on the bumper bar?
The what now? The dog's bill? What?
The dog's still on the leash on the back of the bumper bar.
Oh, poor
Sure about
bastard.
that?
Talking He said he was going to tell me what sad.
It lied.
You should grow feathers and see this too.
Fuck it! What you doing?
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
You were on that soon?
Spooky, ain't it?
I'm dead.
I love the timing.
Get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down.
I think somebody's living on
Yeah. Without nosing. What? Goes off and everything.
All right. Well now.
We're sorry.
Yeah, kinda.
I'm not.
Hey, what the hell's with our beer donors here? We can't see them. Son of a bitch.
They ran away.
This is decidedly uncool.
This is not good.
Beer donors matter. Hold
They're
on.
the most important
It's
people.
probably Team Skeptic that he doesn't fit on the screen.
Well, what the hell is this all about? Hold on. We gotta fix this. Beer donors are important people.
Yes, they are.
Damn it.
And if
You've
we're
got-
not careful, that will signal a screen too large, and we're going to miss part of the video that we're going to see tonight.
There could be some important
no.
science going on in the margins.
I'm so disappointed now.
There we
man.
go. There we go. There is no way I'm going to have Beach, Copernicus, Alan, and Michelle without being listed here. That's just not right. There we go. Much better. I approve.
This is a good thing.
What? Frustrated Atheist. Pig. Where is Pig? Is Pig okay?
He's hiding from his special.
He's
I think he might actually be mad at me.
I think, wait, Frustrated Atheist may be referring to himself.
I ate him.
Why, that was very aggressive of you.
How are we supposed to? Nah, never mind.
You went to the pig roast without me.
I mean, Ellen and
I suppose what he's actually pissed off about is that nobody. I suppose what he's actually pissed off about is that he was in the presence of dead family.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I know that joke did not go. That sounded much more clever in my head.
You need to have the cricket button handy, really.
That we do. See, I thought we wouldn't really be needing that much anymore, but apparently we did. All right. Well, that's not a problem.
You know, I don't see Brooke, so.
Somebody has to hold up the position there.
Well, and you've been doing quite the job of it, Squirrel.
he's just filling up, just trying to fill the hole. That's all. Alrighty.
Oh, that's maybe a better way of putting that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll work on my presentation skills. All right.
Remember that joke we had to
Actually, I think it was
out
more
of
a
one.
question of timing there, Sai.
Okay. Karis, what was that?
I said, remember that joke we had to edit out of one of the ARC videos?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Believe it or not, I've decided that some stuff goes too far, if you can imagine.
I think my favorite title on that one was "The Pimp My Arc." I love that.
You what? Did you? That was well. How could we not call it that? They had like staterooms with carpeting and curtains.
What?
Wow! It was a fairly opulent Bronze Age craft.
Absolutely,
Yeah, sounds like it.
absolutely. But
Plus, they had the foundry and then the giant flushing toilet tube, and
Indeed.
it's really amazing stuff.
absolutely. Look at Morton. Don't ask me to imagine that. No, we won't. And Lisa.
It would be funny if this stuff were stuff that we were making up, but no, that's actually what was in their depiction.
Yeah, and it's being presented. Yeah.
When you guys are talking about that, should we just take a page from South Park's book and just start flashing on the bottom? This is not a joke. This is what they actually believe.
This is really what creationists believe. Yes. Alrighty. Well, let's see. There's really nothing to take care with. No announcements, so there's no housekeeping of any sort to do tonight.
I think
out of this that easily.
I think you're just trying to avoid a certain image.
I've nothing to announce. What can I possibly announce?
How was the show last night?
God damn it! All right, fine.
Yeah, you better tell us about Lewis Blackman.
All right. Here's housekeeping. Okay, here's housekeeping, everybody.
Now we have official housekeeping to do.
Yes, indeed. All right. I would like to.
Somebody whistle for me. I can't whistle.
I would like to thank everyone for making the move from last night to tonight.
It's not Friday?
No. It's Friday 2, the series.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. Anyway, it was
over here.
as usual. It was Lewis Black did a great show, which he usually does, and I'm sure nobody can possibly in any way imagine why I would like Lewis Black as a comedian. Shut the fuck up! Anyway.
Black, it's confusing.
Oh no, it's that Lewis is a very calm, very erudite fellow who has absolutely no problem letting you know exactly what the fuck he thinks about you.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And is ruthlessly honest.
Indeed. And
In that case, my kind of guy.
and both of his parents.
Catch him for free every once in a while on the Trevor Noah's whatever the hell that's called.
Yeah, and
Show.
And at the end, at every one of his shows, he does a period that he does on YouTube where he reads, people giving stuff to rant on and questions and things like that, and that he does after at the end of every one of his live shows. So if you ever watch one of those, when you hear all the cheering, they tell us to do that. We do it anyway, but they kind of tell us to do that. All right.
All right.
So that's enough of that. It was a kick-ass show. Thank you all for making the move over to tonight from last night. And we'll see you next Friday, regular time. Night, everybody.
Take care, folks.
All that time by simply stipulating that we saw a bunch of stupid tonight.
It's not going to be that easy, is it?
No, we're not getting it. No. The natives are already starting to get restless, and they will have our asses.
Yeah, Lucifer Almighty is in the feed. We have to bow to that.
Hey, you know who I saw earlier? We haven't seen in a while. Snide Comment Lawyer has made a return, apparently. Hoping to see more of him.
For what now?
We had for
Comment lawyer.
the Snide Comment Lawyer used to regularly warn us whenever we crossed the boundary into being snide unauthorizedly or in violation of snide law. Fortunately, I saw him a little earlier on, and we should be good for tonight. I see Tornado has something to add. Tornado, what have you to add?
Can we get with the program, please?
All right, funny sign. Nice.
Damn, I guess we should.
Yes,
That's
indeed.
Because he wants to talk. That's because he wants to speak the prayer to the wheel of torture.
Indeed. The things we have for tonight, we've got some fun from Russian Vids, from Ham, from Dr. Jason Lyle, and from Jaren.
Jism.
Did
So
God bless you.
power.
All right, so that being the case, we have pulled up the Wheel of Misfortune here, and perhaps we should, if
Yes.
Go ahead, Tornado.
Wheel of Misfortune. Turn, turn, turn. Show us the stupid that we should burn.
Hey.
Go.
Spin it.
Oh no! Oh, we lose!
Long overdue, but finally at last I shall have my revenge.
I blame you for this.
No,
This is
Sai,
all your
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah.
Sai, we talked about rebalancing the wheel. I told you to reverse the polarity. Just look at what you caused by not doing that.
I reversed it, and then you reversed it again. We've confused the polarity.
No, I think you just confused. I think you just confused the wheel.
Nope.
To be honest with
Nope,
you.
nope, nope,
It's
nope,
not-
nope,
it's
nope,
a sensitive
nope,
character.
nope. Doctor Who reference. That was actually the end of the joke.
You could spin it over here, then it'd be upside down.
Lisa for Truth says it best.
Let's see. That one has scrolled off of my screen. Let me go back.
Fuck.
Single short word.
Oh, and Demonic Davros says it too. Tornado Belt, it's your fault.
All right, good. There has been a necessary function has been performed. The assigning of scapegoats.
Well, to be honest, I did ask for this.
Yeah, well, yes, be careful what you ask for. You may get it.
That's why I blame you.
Well, no, I was exactly careful for what I asked for.
All
Because
right.
now I can tear Jaren's arguments apart.
Now,
A
no,
5-year-old can do that.
Oh, and can we also just say for everyone watching, oh, that's interesting.
That's interesting. Well, yeah, I am now actually opening the. I didn't want to open them ahead of time because I knew what videos were coming and I would have had them all already.
Piss on boots.
Here we go. All right, so
would be a good thing, but
this is the title of this fun one is Are We Spinning? It's called.
Short answer, yes.
And how long is the Are We Spinning?
Wait, I think I've already participated in a debunk of this one.
Get the hell out! Really?
Fun.
as we proceed,
Okay,
All right.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm with Sewer Case over here in the chat.
Yeah.
There are not enough intoxicants available to do a General Bradley.
I don't have any intoxicants. Shush.
All right. Yeah.
How
Really.
long is the
Probably figure out how
video?
to get some.
If I may actually answer RJ's question, this one is 45 minutes and 36 seconds in length.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
Well, get out your tents and sleeping
Sigh.
bags.
Yeah.
Sai,
I have a show to do at noon.
Hey, Sai,
Yes.
does this mean we might actually get 4 minutes worth of actual fucking content this time?
Well, it is possible.
No, don't get your hopes up.
All right,
I'm
let's-
resetting my Jaren meter to
I have
0.
3 feet of hair to wash. Pardon me.
And it's not even in your own.
All right.
hair on your feet. I mean, like under.
Crickets, please.
You know, we do.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. We need the You know what? Let me see if I can get the crickets real quick.
Ancient.
Hey, I'm
This
not
is
sure.
all
So much
going
for
to
the
be
so much for
incredibly
the quick.
Yeah, so much for the quick. No crickets. Lame. They're not. They're crickets. They're not.
The
Wait.
crickets gone on strike.
No. Wait for it. They're crickets. They're not quickets.
Oh, I think
Oh.
out for your cricket statement.
All
I
right.
think we need the crickets for that.
Yeah.
That would-
No, we need the.
Differential here, Gabe.
No, you got it wrong. We need the crickets for that.
Ah.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting crickets.
Hey,
But-
Brian, thank you. Brian, thank you for that super chat. Spin that earth.
I don't want to be the.
But it's
the tornado
flat.
chaser.
Oh, indeed. All right. Well, very good. On that note, I can think of no other valid delay. Here is
You're gonna actually have to start playing the video.
Chisum,
Yeah.
chisum, chisum.
you know now is that Is that really something you want to be chanting at home there, Tornado?
Well, now that you think about it.
All right, here.
You might want to go get your towel if you're going to be doing that.
Yeah, well, you need your towel anyway, especially if you're going on to the Vogons.
Indeed. All right, here we go. Are we spinning? By Jerry. Yeah, I think we can just say yes and we're done. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Okay, we're done.
We're done. Good night, everybody.
Do not trust me. To do your own research, this video is my
Break.
I want to.
Yeah, we almost got a third of a second. didn't
No, that's nothing. Hold on. You got to see his little preview thingy. It's obligatory.
we? Pretty little video.
Get to the fucking point. We don't need a 2-minute intro. Just get to the fucking video.
I actually like his intros.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting.
The production.
What's going on,
value
everyone?
is
It's Jaron from
beautiful.
Jaronism back with another video for you today.
Oh wait, we got hands up. Jared, what do you got?
Yeah, when that whole thing of trust me.
No, he said, I don't ask you to trust me.
Yeah.
Don't take what I say.
Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah, we wouldn't trust you if we wouldn't trust you as far as we could throw you. Because you've been shown to be exactly what you are. A liar.
Jared, what the hell has happened to your voice?
Kara squeezed a little too hard.
Oh my. All right, here we go.
Sorry, I get enthusiastic.
All right.
We always appreciate enthusiasm.
Go get Tornado flustered.
Here we go. Up, Chris. Let's see. Oh, excellent, Chris. Who's in a singing mood?
Like a record right round.
All right. Well, then we shall hold our head up and moving on.
Are we spinning?
Yes.
Should be a short video, as the answer is clearly no.
Yes.
Drink.
All right, hope you guys enjoy.
You can't call drink on that. We know it's no, but all right, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
That's just plain wrong.
All right, good enough. All right, so shall it be. Just plain
Get
wrong.
that increment going there.
All right, Tornado, something to add to the...
I swear we've got drink called Tourette's.
Yeah, we do.
Why, yes.
Drink!
Yes, I do.
Karis, how
Good.
is this different from any other night?
I'm not entirely sure, Mr. No Hand Up. Tornado, you were saying?
Yeah, here's the thing. Who detected the rotation of the Earth at 15 degrees per hour again, Jism?
Wasn't that you?
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that you and your little group called Globebusters? Funny how that works, isn't it?
Tornado.
Calm.
Can we not blow my ears out? You did this to me earlier.
Calm, everybody. All right, moving on. Here we go.
The video. This has been Jaronism. Till next time. No, okay. Maybe we need to go into a bit more detail here.
Who would pull that kind of joke? That's just a bad joke.
But let's make sure that we all agree that no one has ever felt these ridiculous speeds. It is assumed and
oh my, this is a deadly night.
I told you.
All right, Jared, what do you got?
So here's the thing, asshat, as has been explained to you multiple times by multiple people, myself included, to your face. You don't feel a constant velocity. You can detect it, but the human senses only feel acceleration.
Bingo.
Which is why I didn't call drink, because he was correct. Nobody has felt it.
Well, that's why he gets not even. That's why he gets a not even wrong.
Yeah. But no, he is saying, you got to keep in mind, this is Jism. He is saying that because he's alluding to, well, we don't feel it, ergo, we're not spinning.
Yeah, and that's completely wrong. Because if we in fact stop spinning, he would most decidedly feel it.
That is quite true, Mr. No Hand Up. Tornado, what do you got?
Speaking of feeling things, why would you expect?
Wait.
Giggity.
Okay, now go.
Why would you expect to feel a rotational why would you expect to feel a difference of why would you expect to feel a force of 0.3% that of gravity when the Earth itself is only spinning at 15 degrees per hour? When that is the most extreme of all the motions that you are claiming we can't feel. The Earth's orbit around the sun puts us at 0.0000019 RPM, and the motion of the sun orbiting the galactic center of the Milky Way, the supermassive black hole, is 10 to the negative or point. That is 8 point some odd. It doesn't even matter at that point. To the 10 to the negative 15.
Aha.
That's a negative.
0.0000000000008 revolutions per minute.
Let's just
Why
take
the
quick
fuck?
calls on any time Jaren is correct on something.
Why the fuck would you expect to feel anything like that?
All right, and RJ, you seem to have the hand up, so we shall call on you, and you will
Isn't
speak.
it simpler with any Jaren video to start with at least 10 just plain wrongs, because that's kind of his par. He's got a handicap.
It would save time. All right, and on that note, here is more of this.
Presupposed and taught to children as fact. Even though, has anyone ever felt the 1,000 miles per hour that we are said to be traveling at the equator?
0.3% better gravity.
Has anyone ever felt the 66,000 miles per hour we are flying around the sun?
Hey, production value, though.
How about the 480,000 miles per hour that we're traveling with the sun around the Milky Way galaxy? No. What about the 1.3 million miles per hour?
Tornado, I think that was you. What do you got?
Maybe it's because the expectation that you would feel a constant velocity, or B, forces that are so small that
Isn't that asked and answered?
asked and answered. Seriously, this whole thing is asked and answered. Why would you expect to feel them in the first place when they're 0.3, when the most extreme of them is 0.3% that of gravity Earth's gravity to begin with, and B, why do you expect to feel something that's freaking constant and doesn't accelerate?
Okay, Diana.
Yeah, Jaren, look, we know what you're trying to do. You're trying to liken the 1,000 miles of the equator to hanging your window out of a motor vehicle going 1,000 miles an hour down das Autobahn. It doesn't work that way. You're talking
about one's arse, yes?
Yes, and
not one's window.
The whole thing here is that the air is moving along for the most part with the Earth, so it's not flying past your face like it does when you hang your puppy face out the window on Das Autobahn. The whole thing here is angular velocity. Jackass, learn the term.
Which one, angular velocity or jackass?
Both.
All right, let's see what Jared has to add.
Pro tip: when the response is asked and answered, there is no further explanation required.
That works. All right. RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, for Jaren's videos, since we've been seeing quite a few of these, they have a certain, shall we say, repetitive quality, that you could have like a little bar going across the bottom as the banner, which would be repeating the various things, the 60,000 miles, the failure to understand acceleration, and so forth and so on. That could just be running as a scroll bar, and that would save us a lot of trouble, because like 90% of Jaren is the same Jaren.
That is not
it's
like
not
that.
new. He's not some. When have we ever seen a damn Jaren video where we go, holy moly, that's something he hasn't said 85 times?
I wish I could get away with stuff on my show. It'll be a lot easier.
Oh, how about the one where he said that Tycho Brahe was actually murdered by Johannes Kepler?
Why would Kepler do that?
You mean the same one where he couldn't pronounce Tycho Brahe's name?
Yeah.
Johannes Kepler?
And I repeat, Tycho Brahe's name.
Sorry.
The only astronomer I know with a silver nose.
All right. On that note, moving on. Here we go.
Hour that we travel with the Milky Way galaxy around the Great Attractor. No. In fact, they could change it to 91.5 billion miles per hour, and would anyone feel a thing?
Drink. Yes.
There he goes. Tornado, what do you got?
If we suddenly accelerated to 91 billion miles an hour, fuck yeah, we'd feel it, because we'd all be literally pasted. Except We don't get that because the general speed that we're moving is constant.
I'm getting
Asked
aspirin.
and answered.
There you go. I'm sorry, Karis, what?
I said I'm getting aspirin.
Okay.
Sorry.
Tornado, I want to turn down the gain on your mic because it's clipping something fierce.
Maybe
Oh.
flip it up like you did for
It's actually quite painful.
All right.
Is it better at all?
That sounds all right. Talk again.
How's this?
So
That's
far,
fine.
so good.
That's okay.
And now here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
You have to actually pay attention to what he said. If we suddenly were going that velocity, notice he's talking about velocity.
Mhm.
So he's technically correct that no, we would not feel that difference in velocity. We would feel the change going from one to the other, but not the target velocity itself.
Quite true. All righty. Boy, we're making just wonderful progress here. Here we go. More stuff.
You
And as
expected
crazy as
anything
those numbers
better?
even sound, we are told that the closest star to us is some 25 trillion miles
That
away.
is correct.
No. These are just numbers and just math needed to show that we are in an ever-expanding...
just math.
It's just a theory. It's just
All right. Let's see. Tornado, I think you had a hand up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just math. It's just science. It's just as if this shit works, you know? It's just as if we rely on this stuff to keep our bodies working, to keep our computers working, to keep our everything working in a functioning daily life. Maybe you should try to think about some of this stuff, jackass.
Wow. Somebody is in a mood tonight. All right. Thank you, Tornado. Jared, what do you got?
Oh, Pelt, it's even more simple than that. Notice how he attacks math. Math is descriptive and prescriptive of reality. You don't like the math? Well, you don't like the reality. Which, by the way, Jaren, on this doll, show me where big numbers hurt you.
All right.
Use up the crayons too fast with big numbers.
Yes. Or eats them. Squirrel, what have you for us?
Oh, Jared. I've actually, believe it or not, I've actually missed your idiocy, Jared. I can't imagine for the life
Shots fired.
Seek medical attention at once.
Crunch. No, it's actually, it's the sad part of it is it's not about the math, it's not about the science, it's not about what you seem to think what these things are supposed to be. This is you putting your fingers in your ears going, I reject your reality and substitute my own. We call it the Adam Savage defense, and fuck you too. Terry,
All right. Alrighty, and Terry, what do you got?
Actually, I haven't got anything funny to say this time. It's actually factual.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Please.
It's
give us some.
either plain wrong or a drink, because he said the nearest star we've been told is 25 trillion miles away. How close is our sun?
93 million.
All right, that is a completely separate one. All right, and Brian.
I'll get it in that one. That was good.
Super chat from Brian. Thank you. Let's see. No, wait. Was that a separate drink thing, or
I
should?
I don't know. I
It
couldn't
would
work.
qualify as a separate.
Yeah, no, because that one just that glided right by. All right, that's definitely a just plain
I'm
one.
glad to contribute.
You did. Nicely done. Alrighty.
And Brian says, beer is on me tonight. Math equals them drinks. Okay.
Also,
All right.
someone at Sloth Girl Slowly actually brings up another point.
Oh.
Well, that's good.
The
first.
sun is a star. So
That's exactly
That
what
was Terry's.
said.
Yep. Whoa, what do you got?
Yeah. Speaking about the numbers, here's a good thing.
Yes.
Jism's Patreon. He per month he is now down almost $1,000 every month since last time.
Okay.
Since 2 weeks.
What, are we having an effect?
Down.
All right.
He's down.
I'm sad that he's making less income. I'm happy that maybe this misinformation that he's putting out there is having less of an effect. I don't want him to, suffer. That's not what I want.
That's
but
nice.
he's basing this on a lie, and which he knows to be a lie. So I'm not sorry.
I'm glad that this type
Honestly.
of revenue is decreasing.
He really needs to get a real job, okay?
Yeah, something honorable like working in a phone service facility.
Well, I mean, the type of job he has isn't dishonorable, but what he's doing with it is.
William Sine says I wanted to suffer. All right. Let us move on. Here we go. More of
Hey,
this.
what's the
Yeah.
time check on this video? I'd like for us to kind of move along in the video.
It's a 45-minute video.
I understand that.
Where are we at?
Yeah. You
2
want
minutes.
Yeah, we're well, yeah, see if we actually tacked on 30, we'd be at 2 minutes. Okay, here we go.
Limitless universe, flying around at ridiculous speeds, but none of us has ever felt a thing. Now,
Right.
before we get too deep, let me say, as I always do not trust me.
Yep.
Do your own research.
Most definitely.
This video is my opinion. I want to show some reasons why I think there's no way that we are spinning, but people are free to their own beliefs. And they need to make up their own minds. You are free to believe.
All right.
Hang on.
Yeah.
He just said, don't trust what I say. My video is merely opinion. Well, then why are you pushing it off as fact? Why then, Jern? Are you saying it's absolute fact? You are
Funny comment from chat.
intellectually dishonest.
Oh, okay.
Is that your opinion?
Yes, Karis, comment?
A funny comment from chat. From Purple Rhymes with Orange, oven mitts don't help much against the face palming when you wear glasses.
That is true.
Yes.
I agree.
I can attest to that. All right. And Squirrel, what do you got?
You see, Jared, here's one. This is a big thing. It's called a fact claim. You continuously do this despite providing the Kent Ham defense of, well, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. No, you're making a fact claim. Shut the fuck up and actually do research. In fact, better yet, learn to research. Okay. There's this whole line about science. Learn what evidence is, get some, then come back and talk to me. Until then, you can say all the things you want. It's really not going to make any difference.
Oh, sorry. Morton really wants his tornado plushie.
Okay, we will work on that.
Tornado plushie.
Ooh, we can make that happen.
I'm pretty sure we can.
Look, if any of you were thinking of how,
I asked you about it earlier, and I forgot to.
all right, we will have to do that. But I'm not entirely sure. Tornado, do you mind if we hollow you out and stuff you with like fiberfill and sell you to the people?
Hey, I could easily commission someone to make a plushie all the way down.
Huh.
Just remember, polyester foam. It will not foam.
We just need a changeling plushie. I'm a changeling.
And a flammable. Just saying.
Alrighty. Jared's got the hand up. What do you got?
I'm surprised that people are actually not paying attention to what he said, because Jaren just did something for the first time that I can ever remember him doing.
What?
Instead of saying that what he is presenting is just his opinion in the description, this is the first time he has actually said that verbally. And keep in mind, this bit here is he is saying that this is what I think. Let me tell you the reasons why. Holy shit, the world is ending. He's actually presenting his position properly.
Oh, that is a plus. Hey, looks like Frustrated Atheist has to head out. Bye. Thanks for joining us.
Bye, Russ. You take care, honey.
Alrighty.
Wait, so do you mean he's actually doing what he's been asked to do and providing evidence for his model?
No.
No.
He's going to go off the rails, but here's the thing. When you actually look at how he is beginning his presentation, he's not saying this is fact, this is what is going on. Instead, he finally said it after years of myself, Red, and others ripping him apart for how he presents everything. It finally got through.
Wow.
Maybe not, but credit where it's due.
Well, he's at least saying, this is my opinion. in the video, instead of having it, when I say truth, I actually mean my opinion in the description. And then he says everything is truth in the video. That is a change in his presentation style here. And yeah, I was surprised the first time I heard it too.
Jared, hold on. You might want to hold on to that little piece of hope.
Oh no.
Hold on to it tight.
Oh no, I hold no reservation for him to actually follow through on it properly. It was just one of those, wait a minute.
Did he actually just say that?
Exactly, that's what it was. And we went back, listened, and it was like, holy shit, he's not saying it's truth. He's finally saying it's his opinion.
That is
He's still presenting it as truth, though.
Oh yeah, he's still a disingenuous fuck, but at least he's making progress in one area.
all right. RJ, yes, what do you got?
Yeah, I just wondered whether our little pug is really entranced with the picture up there with that really bright star up in the left side there, the dog star, or is that getting too serious of me?
Oh,
Crickets.
oh my. All right, moving on. Here we Squirrel's got something. Squirrel, what do you got?
I'm gonna call it right now. This still we see right here is gonna be the most realistic part of this video.
That's probably true. All right. On that note,
Andy is in the house. Yo.
Andy.
hey, all right. Andy, hey, here's my friend. All right. And on that note, moving on.
What you're taught, you're free to believe that you are spinning on a space rock in the vacuum of space around a sun
good.
that is
I
just
will.
one of over 100 sextillion stars. You can believe that if you want.
Right.
Or
Good
you're free to
idea.
open your mind and to question what you're
Drink.
taught.
What?
Drink.
We have drink calls. I see. Tornado Hand, what do you got, Tornado?
So you're sitting there saying you're free to believe based on evidence and oh yeah, what's this thing we have? It's called science, not your stupid thing that you call scientism, which is not even really a word. It's just something you made up so that you can attack science and present it as a religion when it's not, therefore projection. So we're free to accept, based on evidence and facts and calculations and actual science that is being done, that the universe is greater than the sum of its parts, whereas you would have us believe that we're trapped in a little cage where we can't do anything. I'm sorry, but your idea of a universe makes me claustrophobic.
Okay. All righty, Squirrel, what do you got?
Okay, I'm looking at this gigantic number that he's thrown up here, and all the little alarm bells are going off. The Flaterian here is playing with numbers again, and we should really stop him from doing this, because he's looking at 106 billion stars. We have what is it? I forget exactly how many stars the Milky Way galaxy has.
Couple 100 billion.
A couple 100 billion. Okay, and we have
Hundreds of billions or trillions of galaxies. So there's like lots.
This number is completely wrong, and even then, we're not talking about other suns. If he's talking specifically about other suns, that would be 106 trillion stars, identical or near enough to it to our own sun, and that would suggest the chance that that would suggest a high probability that he's some sort of alien monster that's here to keep us from getting out there and being a threat to the rest of the universe. I say we shoot him now.
Well, that's never a bad idea. All right. And let's see. And RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, on this matter of the stars that he's just apparently announced aren't real, you'll notice that he skipped the part of establishing why they aren't actually stars. And by that process, why do we need to assume that any of the planets or the sun exist? Why do we need to assume that all of that stuff is not just literally a little firmament that's only a few feet high? That there's no real sun at all. There's no real moon at all. There's no real planets. They're just little small thingies crawling around on there, only maybe a few miles up. I mean, if once you get into the deranged mode,
It's a really big IMAX theater.
why can't it all be in the just the big dome bit? Why do we even assume? How does he know that anything exists outside of any place he's actually been? So why does he think there is an Australia or a New York City if he hasn't hasn't been there. How can he know that? The man is a pathetic wretch.
Okay. All right. I was worried, RJ. It sounded like you were switching teams for a minute. All right. And Jared, what do you got?
It's actually really simple. You want to know why he holds these positions, RJ? Raisins. Golden, sun-dried raisins.
And so this would be a raisin in the sun, keeping on this solar theme.
Yeah, and let's just thank that he's not going down the trope of a recent flurfer that I've had the unfortunateness of dealing with a couple times, who wants to assert that the sky is nothing more than TV screens.
Wait,
Ooh.
what?
Oh, Ben. Yeah. That's.
We get at some point.
You heard.
All right. And Squirrel, what do you got?
Okay. See, RJ, the reason he doesn't deny that he's not denying all of these things, just in terms of a completely bald basis. He knows that people have been to some of these places, including some people including at least one person he knows. Sooner or later, someone is going to come from places like Australia and tell him that he's full of shit. And he doesn't want to piss these people off, but he wants to try and keep.
I want to see him piss people off so that they will, like little children, will kick his knees on the street.
You see, and the unfortunate thing is he actually hasn't run into somebody who's actually been off the planet yet, and therefore
he stays in the den too long.
He doesn't have somebody to properly interrogate for this purpose.
All right.
Unlike the rest of you who have been in contact with at least one.
All righty. On that note, moving on. Here we go.
The only problem is, if you question it, you face the criticism and the name calling. To fit in with society.
What? We do criticize him. We do criticize him and call him names. He's right. Anyway, Tornado, go ahead.
We wouldn't criticize him and call him names if he actually did it honestly and not disingenuously. If he actually looked into why we say the things we say and actually studied some of this stuff for himself.
Okay.
The projection is real.
Oh no, I would still call him a fucking idiot. When you're wrong, you're wrong.
All right. And
so wrong. Jared is so wrong.
And Squirrel, what do you got?
I want to know where Tornado gets off thinking he has even the slightest concept of what honesty is.
Yeah. That's we might need to clarify that. All right. And here's more stuff.
Society, you better accept what you were taught, or else you'll be labeled and shamed.
Labeled and shamed.
I thought Andrew Says explained it well in his recent video called "The Rise of Flat Earth Creationism." Let's listen.
The label and shame tactic. It's something we've seen frequently in the media. It's what spawned belief in the Jussie Smollett hoax. If you're a flat earther, you won't be called a racist or white supremacist. You'll simply be thought of as a silly moron. The use of
all right.
On that freaking fedora.
Squirrel, what do you got?
Enabling the Jussie Smollett thing. No, it has nothing. A, doesn't have anything to do with B, stupid. It really doesn't. Now, here in this case, I'm sure everybody's aware of the whole Jussie Smollett thing, right? I don't have to explain this to anybody.
Well, you know that's just your opinion, man.
Okay. It's also the opinion of a whole pile of police officers, prosecutors involved.
They're in on the hoax.
All of them in on lockstep. You don't get that, especially in Chicago. You just don't get that. If you think otherwise, you've never been there. Okay. But what he's actually doing is he's comparing apples with amoeba. It's completely off to the left-hand side. Where is that even coming from?
I'm expecting coherence from Jaron.
That's crazy talk.
So how?
Okay. You know what? I'll give it to you. However, regardless of circumstances, this guy isn't even wrong. Neither of these guys, not the guys who's made that video, nor Jaron can even remotely be wrong here.
Increment the not even wrong.
All right, so shall it
now
be.
I will lower my hand and fuck off.
All right.
But I should point out my Jaron meter is only at 0.7. because it's just the repetition. I expect more from you, Jaren. I expect your head rammed farther up your ass. You are not delivering.
Well, you know, and Squirrel asked where he gets this from. I don't know. How far up his colon do you want to go?
I don't think
The answer to that is I don't. I actually half expect to find most of Jared.
Alright, guys, moving on.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. So shall it be?
The shaming tactic, though, is quite clearly to prevent discussion, covering up an inability to intellectually debate, or trying to affect your opponent monetarily. A fast track to victory of sorts. Is this true for those?
Jared, what do you got?
All right, so inability to debate intellectually honestly. Who here saw Jism's attempt against Red?
I did.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Yeah. Which side was completely ill prepared? Oh yeah, Jism. And also attacking people to limit their potential financial gains. Yeah, Daniel Pratt filed a false DMCA claim against a debunker because he got his fees hurt. So who's the one doing what? Yeah, that's what I thought, Fuckstick.
Can we just say projection?
All right, and Tornado, you have the hand up. What do you want to add?
Yes. Can we just add that this is projection by proxy?
Okay, that works. And Squirrel, what do you got?
I have a lowered hand. Tornado's pretty much got me covered.
Okay.
Real slowly. I'm not sure what you were trying for there, but yes, Jism's mom should have swallowed.
All right, and all right, nobody else. Okay, here we go. Stuff, and we're still sorry.
To mock flat earthers, what the flat earth model leads to, and what many say the ridicule is meant to hide, is that...
Really?
Really? It's been 8 seconds!
No. What the fuck? No, put the hand down.
Okay.
Moving on.
Hey, moron!
What?
Fucking moron!
No.
I not you. Jared. I want to see a flat Earth model. There is no flat Earth model until you can come up with one that's
moving on. God damn
that
it.
word model again. Fuck off.
All right.
Okay,
Wow. Okay. Advice to the panel. Let us not agitate Karis tonight. This is not a tolerant night, apparently.
Wait for Jaren to say something new. I know that won't happen, so we can go
Or
through the whole
let's
thing
just
quickly.
wait for Jaren to say something.
That's also
He did say something. He said something that's clearly wrong. As I said, it's been a while since I've been subjected to Jaren, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little over.
Okay, can we have a 5-word minimum then?
all right. Let it go a little bit. All right, here we go.
Jason's voice, not this guy who's... Yeah.
Yeah, stuff. Here it comes.
Firmament, or a dome, would completely ruin hundreds of years' worth of indoctrination and propaganda. NASA and the space program, space in its entirety, would all be a charade.
No.
What do you got? What do you got,
He
Tornado?
said indoctrination and propaganda. I'm so sick of that golden oldie being driven. Seriously, when are you going to stop claiming that something that disagrees with your view is indoctrination? That's just a means of saying that, oh, we don't like it because reasons. Can you please tell me, where did SpaceX and NASA hurt you on this doll?
Let's see. Squirrel, what do you got?
You see, I'm surprised you missed it there, Tornado. Can anybody remember what the hell it was that was going on in 1919 that involved there even being a space program anywhere on the planet?
I think we're talking about the eclipse.
Yeah, we were still talking about an eclipse and a test of general relativity. There is no, under no circumstances, was there a space program a century ago, and you made that claim clear as day. Okay, 100 years of indoctrination by NASA, blah 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 blah. NASA didn't start to exist until 1959. Thank you.
You've forgotten Galileo was with NASA.
Well, you know what? Fuckstick seems to have forgotten something really important. Those who forget history are doomed to get beaten over the head by it. Okay, we didn't
This
even have.
nitwit is an ignorant clod. Let's just go on.
NASA's predecessor NACA wouldn't exist for quite some time before that, or still quite some time after 1919. So guess what, Jared? You're still wrong.
What are the odds?
Learn your history.
All right, and
Completely out to freaking lunch. Okay, I'm going away now.
okay, moving on.
I'll shut up.
Heard that before.
Science school curriculums, all methods of indoctrination to keep this spinning lie alive.
From the air age.
Jesus Christ. All right, Jared, go ahead.
Really simple. It's not a lie. It's demonstrable and quantifiable. Stop rejecting the data, please.
Okay, we got it.
Tornado, what do you got?
Jared said exactly what I did.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Moving on.
And into the age of space. Our space age heritage of knowledge is older than a decade, older than a century, older than a millennium. Our scientific knowledge has evolved through the ages concurrently with the minds of men. Our capacity to learn has expanded in the process.
And so, opening one's mind comes with the labels, and then the shame, and it's all by design. While if you accept the religion of space, well, this gets you opportunities. An easy way.
Your religion of space. Tornado, go ahead.
Religion of space. Except there's a pressure gradient, and the Cavendish mechanism, and the fact that we can actually observe gravity and this pressure gradient occurring in multiple ways at the same time. Like, oh gee, climbing Mount Everest, or oh, I don't know, how about that Florida only way rocket launching? Biatch.
Alrighty. And yes?
We add on the fact that he is projecting his faults onto opponents who will not share them, and their beliefs and his beliefs onto an opponent who will not share them as a result.
Well, his.
Also, how can space be a religion? It's basically an absence of stuff. I don't get how an absence of stuff could be quantified as a religion. It doesn't even make any physical sense.
Even more than that, I mean, for them, through their religion, they allegedly have truth. But then they use religion as an accusation and say that since ours is a religion, apparently, there is no truth to be found. So which is it?
Yeah, so, all right. Sounds like kind of a no-win situation. All right. Let's see. Okay, Squirrel, what do you got?
I got a drink call on Tornado.
Oh, what?
Actually, space isn't just a collection of not stuff. Okay, you're gonna find out that space has a lot of stuff in it, and mostly it's made up of this thing, a funny thing called vacuum energy. So there's actually no lack of stuff involved there. If one actually wants to make with proper definitions, just because we have a lack of significant baryonic matter doesn't mean that there's a complete lack of stuff.
Well, it depends on how we define stuff. If we define stuff as matter, you have to admit space has it's a lot lower density of what we would consider matter. So
I agree. I see lower density is not the same as lack of.
What about the? I stand corrected. You see that, Jaren? That's called being honest.
Well, actually, I don't know, Trey. It seems you are different perspectived. You are not corrected. You are different perspectived.
And don't get me started about space being a religion. Space is a physical phenomenon, and thus does not actually require faith. If you wish to experience it, I know I have a few people that I can get hold of, and maybe we can get you up on a dragon capsule that kick you right out the side. It'll be great.
No, bullshit! Because you're gonna make me pay for that. No, stop it, Jared. What do you got?
Resistance is futile. All hail the vertical assembly building.
The vehicle assembly building. There you go.
Oh, that is
assembly building.
No,
that is.
He makes verticals in his.
Oh, if you want to walk into a building that'll make you feel absolutely insignificant, that's the one. That is definitely the one.
There is not
that That building
with a weather system inside of it, but it is darn cool. I want to see it in life. Really.
Actually, you know what? The sad part of it is, Bo, you could, if you wanted to, lock that building down well enough that you could actually create weather in there.
Okay, RJ.
I'm sorry.
Notice that there's
Superseded.
pattern of Jaren's argument where he is telling us what he doesn't like, but he never explains what he thinks anything is. So he doesn't bring up the lights in the sky to explain what they are. He doesn't talk about the amount of space or anything else and to say what he thinks it is, whether it's Plugny Floob or Znickerflobble. No, he doesn't do that. It's entirely a negative implied argument. He doesn't even come out and say, excuse me, the Earth is 6,000 years old and we live on a turtle and there are aardvarks that spit gold out of their asses, and I know all of this is true. And then give us at least a model.
Yeah,
But
indeed.
he never does that. Jaren has this vague fog bank of attitude, which is another reason why I go with Dewey.
There's a new song on the horizon, I think. Upon the aardvark.
Don't go there, man. Don't go there.
Okay, apparently, I've just seen a reappearance of the clams thing. Remember the clam thing from?
Yeah, I remember the clam thing.
Yeah.
Better than the calendar.
Oh, hey, let us not mention the calendar.
Hey, it already started.
Okay, I missed the clam thing.
Okay, it
I've
was.
been gone for a while. You
I'm sure our audience will graciously remember.
Yeah,
They'll let you in on the joke.
I'm sure they'll fill you in. All right, Terry, what do you got? Enlighten us.
Oh, not this time, sorry. I just want to let you know there's a few naked people in the side chat. I don't know if they should be running around.
I've been trying to catch up on them. That one with the clam is now taken care of, and I'll try to catch them as I. Oh, Brian, running around naked. What the hell?
And Terry, you're not supposed to be watching me run around right now.
All right, and who else? Oh, Ranger Man. Ranger Man thinks he can just run around here completely unclothed. A little decency, please. It's a family show.
Morton Nielsen, I do not want you to think about Eric Hovind and Eric Hovind's clam. I don't.
Planet of the.
But I bet his stuck in my brain. Stop it.
All right, we got ClamNet, Planet of the Clams. Okay, here it goes. More. All right, and on that note, here's more crap, and we're sorry.
Way to fit in and to seem smart. It's gravity, you fool. You ever heard of Newton's laws of motion?
Star clams, a new bivalve.
So, even questioning whether you're spinning right now or whether you're flying about the universe at 1.3 million miles per hour comes with some backlash. However, I'm questioning it, so get over it. Now, we're about to talk a little bit about math, and so I hope people understand that.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a little about math. Yeah.
Tornado, yes?
Yeah, questioning it is okay. It's like, why do you say this? Why do you say that? That is fine. But actively rejecting the data set is when you become an idiot.
Silence of the clams.
Oh no. Alrighty. And here we go. And he's about to start.
Mamma mia.
Clam Trek. Okay. Here we go.
None of us start smelling like one.
Indeed. Here we go. More stuff.
Despite what you might hear elsewhere, math is not reality. Math is a human.
Okay, absolutely. I concur. Tornado, please proceed.
Math is reality so long as you do math properly. You did the same thing with Red's rhetoric, where you quote mined him. We all know what you did there, and it's dishonest in the most extreme of extremes. So why can't you just be honest for a change? Oh wait, because that would remove that sweet money.
Yeah, good luck with that. But yeah, and see, I was gonna, from what you said, Tornado, I was gonna put that as just plain wrong, and then I thought about it a little bit, and it's math is not reality. No, math is representative of. That's so. I had to add I had to make it a not even wrong.
Yeah, not even wrong.
Yeah,
because It's descriptive and also prescriptive of reality. We can make predictions using the shit. Oh, wait, that you don't like it when that happens. I forgot.
No, it's interesting though.
Show me where on this doll math hurt you.
All right, here we go.
Turn it around and bend it over.
Giggity.
Here we go.
Creation, and while it may describe reality, it cannot prove it. Why? Well, because we invented it. If the foundations are wrong or the axioms are off, then
All right. Well, okay, that was a good 7-second run. Tornado, what do you got?
Do you know why we have math in the first place? It started out as a system just to keep track of sales and how much wheat you had in a bushel. Clearly, it has become something more than the sum of its parts or even what its creators dreamed it could ever be. It predicts. You know how we know math does its work? Do you know how we know math is accurate? It's because it can make predictions. And if you've done the math properly, those predictions will always pan out. And they have been doing so for at least the last 5,000 years. Darren, you need to shove it.
There we go.
I think we now know why Jism thinks math isn't reality.
Mm-hmm.
Because what Tornado just said. If you do it correctly, yeah.
Yeah, that may have something to do with it. All right, Diana, what do you got?
Hey, Clamanism over there. You said cannot prove reality. That might have been one of the few things you've ever said that's actually true, because reality is not to be proven. It simply exists.
There's
no proving involved. Okay, so get off that one. Pick another one, Clamhead.
Hey, Charles Starbuck. Math is a useful tool. Jism is a useless tool.
Would it be safe to say that it's better used to explain reality?
Oh yeah. Explain. Describe. How about quantify? That sort of
Well,
thing.
now we don't want to use too many syllables for this guy.
That is true. It does no good.
Upon the wrong syllable.
It does no good to confuse them. Do enough of that on their own. RJ, what do you got?
Oh, well, if mathematics is purely an arbitrary thing and not actually as the description that is absolutely rigorous and can't be changed, then I suppose if I decide that falling objects are governed by a completely different formula, that if we test that out by, say, ejecting Jaren from a window on the 10th floor, and we'll test out whether or not this new model of reality fits, can we predict what the answer might be on that?
Alrighty.
I think it's called splat.
I think it would be kind of a sidewalk stain.
Probably. Well, I don't know if we'd want to damage a perfectly good sidewalk, but all right.
True. Yeah, that would be a terrible thing. Although he might be regarded as a potential lubricant.
All right.
Giggity. Don't look at me when you say that.
Giggity.
All right, here we go. More stuff.
can appear to be reality, but it is nowhere close. Math is math, not science. Math is the culprit here.
Whoa!
Things
great.
that are set.
What?
Fucked out on his math course.
Okay.
Wow.
Tornado,
You
good.
said math is math. It's not science. Hey, fuck sake. What do we use most often in conjunction with science? That's right. It's called
Pencils?
Pencils.
Math is as much a part of science as experiments are. In fact, math is how we check our experiments to see whether or not they work. It's how we calculated the orbit of Jupiter. It's how we found Neptune within 1 degree of where Leverrier predicted it to be back in the 1600s or the 1700s or the 1800s. I'm not sure where. I think it might be the 1800s, but either way, we predicted it and then we found it within 1 degree of where it should be based on the perturbations of Uranus's orbit. So guess what, fool? It works.
Okay. Thank you. And hey, Demonic Devra, super chat. Thank you. If math's not reality, how did he get born on a date worked out before he was born? Big questions these are. Big questions indeed. Alrighty. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this, but here's more crap.
Said to be true because we say so. Because Einstein wrote some equations that say that space-time can be bent doesn't make it true that space-time even exists, let alone that it can be bent.
Okay. All right, let's see. RJ, what do you got?
Oh, never mind the fact that that leads to testable predictions. You remember those testable predictions things that you can actually test them out and they turn out to be true? You'll notice when he said, we're going to discuss mathematics, you notice the one thing that he actually never uses or discusses is mathematics.
Yeah. You'd think that would be handy in a discussion about mathematics, wouldn't you?
Little pug misses the little red star.
Oh, no. All right, Tornado, what do you got?
Oh, yeah. It's not like someone can actually test these predictions that Einstein made. It's not like someone actually did test the predictions that Einstein made back in 1919.
The clam movies are really going on in this.
Yeah. This is... All right, here we go. Let's clam on.
It's math. The human conception that ignores experiment but instead builds its knowledge around agreed upon equations. In a Vsauce video titled How to Count Past Infinity, Vsauce states, and I quote, "This is math, not science. The things we assume to be true in math are called axioms, and an axiom we come up with isn't more likely to be true if it better explains or predicts what we observe.
Okay.
Instead, it's true because we say it is."
Quote mine.
All right.
Quote mine.
Okay. So would you say that was a quote mine?
Yes, I would say very much that was a quote mine. I haven't seen the actual video, but I'm pretty sure that due to everything else we've seen Jeranism do related to quote mining, we can be safe to say that he took this video or this comment in Vsauce's video out of context.
There's a pretty good chance of that, I would say. All right. And
Oh,
Bo.
remember that
yes?
comment that Red included on his video on that issue regarding the distance to the sun?
Mhm.
One video we actually debunked one
Mhm.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Quote mining is a way of lying.
That's true. It is, isn't it? All right. Bo, what do you got for us?
I'm just very interested, Sai, because this video of his was uploaded twice. Sai, do you remember when you pulled this video from YouTube?
When specifically, no, but I have the date of this one. Let me take a look here for you.
Just the download date.
Don't have that. Have the when? Well, I have the. Oh, you know what? I have the upload date, except I didn't write it down here. That's freaking great. Yeah. All right, no. In that case, no. I have no valuable information for you whatsoever. I'm a Jaren.
The reason why is because that Jism pulled a naughty, and he apparently used too much. I don't have the video myself, although I get it because our friend Geostreber downloaded before it was pulled off of YouTube because of a copyright strike. No, that's not necessarily correct. Vertasium, I think it was, did some complaining because he was apparently using way too much of his content without just copy paste. So it was pulled.
Okay.
I was just wondering the edited version.
Well, it was also done in a disingenuous nature, which Vsauce didn't like, or Veritasium didn't like.
It's Jism.
Oh, I know it goes without saying, but
yeah.
Disingenuous is in his business card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no. This video is not about around 28 minutes.
No.
This is longer. Okay, I'm thinking of a different video.
Bo, no. Just stop right there. No. You're caught. You were delaying. You did that whole thing just to delay getting back to...
I was honestly wondering, actually.
And yet we're not watching the video. Okay, success. I grant you success, Bo. Nicely done.
Hey, how about this?
Yes?
Play this dumbass video.
Oh, God, no.
How about that?
No. There's a hand up. It's Squirrel.
I don't have a hand up a
I'm
squirrel.
going to consider that as having been called upon now.
All right. Go ahead.
In fact, some of the most basic axioms, 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, remember this, because there's actually a video that Martyr81 put together quite a while ago now,
Mhm.
where he actually goes through all of the definitional logic and all of the logic in question mathematically, and 1 + 1 is 2 by definition.
Oh, that's the one where he proved it by a set theory.
Yep.
Yeah, the
You said-
cardinality of the two. Yeah.
Alrighty. And
And by the way,
Yes?
for, Misha Griffith over there,
Uh-huh.
clamless in Seattle. No, there's way too many clams in Seattle.
all right. Okay, and on that note, moving on.
End quote.
Hands up, Squirrel.
Ah, it's true because we say it is. Well, good thing we can never fall victim to being fooled through math. Oh, wait. It's actually a perfect way to be
Actually,
fooled.
I want to add one more
He goes
thing
on
to
to-
this.
Okay.
'Cause I hadn't actually heard the lead up to what the way Jism is trying to explain this.
Uh-huh.
This quote is absolutely and utterly nasty. And I know that's what Tornado Pelt was saying here just a moment ago. But I have quite a bit of respect for Mr. Veritasium because he's working strictly in mathematics. The only place you can prove a thing true is in math. As per the Murderer 81 example. It's not because we say it is, it's because we have the logic to make it work. 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The words 1 and 2 are in fact things that we made up. However, the concept of 1 is not a thing that cannot exist without a word.
Quite
Think
true.
about that.
Alrighty. And over to RJ. What do you got?
Well, on this mathematical point, I believe we can fairly say that Jaren absolutely embodies number 2.
All right.
Wow, I have missed this, guys.
Yeah, exiting from 2 different orifices.
Nicely done. All right. Moving on.
To say, and I quote, its consequences just become what we observe. We are not fitting our theories to some physical universe whose behavior and underlying laws would be the same whether we were here or not. We
All
are
right.
creating this universe ourselves.
Okay. And Tornado.
Another quote mine.
You think? All right.
Yeah, he's missing a bunch of it in front and behind.
Yeah.
What?
All right. I'm not giggling that one.
Go there.
All right. And all right, RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, this is now stepping back onto my mathematical turf here. He's clearly talking about the universe of the mathematics that are created, whether it's group theory or transfinite numbers or whatever, which are provable and absolutely true within their domain because they follow from their axioms. He's not talking about Mars being made of peanut brittle, or that the moon is only a few thousand miles away, or that Jaren is even anything other than a disgrace to the vertebrates, all of which we may observe.
Hey!
Yeah.
Oh, am I a disgrace to the vertebrates?
No, just Jaren.
Just Jaren. All right.
Well, there are a few other ones, but Jaren at the least.
Yeah, tonight we're focusing on one, so as not to get overwhelmed. Tornado, anything else?
No.
Okay.
Except that Jaren is a discontinuous little fucktard.
Oh, with Jaren, I'm definitely whelmed.
I see. All right. And here is some more of this.
End quote. Yes, with just math, you can create whatever you want. A physicist has said before that one can create an equation that says an elephant can hang from a cliff holding on to a branch only. And while math may say this is possible, reality knows better. He then states quite plainly...
Okay. Tornado, what do you got?
Jaren, if we ever see something like that, you do realize what a cliff is made out of, right? It's made out of solid rock. And if that tree is firmly rooted in solid rock and not going anywhere, then of course that elephant's going to be able to hang from it. It just depends on how thick the actual branch is. Thick enough, and it will be able to take the strain. Just
Also,
a
to
building.
General Ken Ham, though, it was probably a baby elephant and not a full-grown one.
Of course. But could it walk? All right.
I actually take issue here in that I have yet to see math speak anything of an elephant. An elephant hanging off of a branch.
I was going through this book here, trying to find the symbol representative of the quantity elephant.
You just plug elephant in for X.
All right, very good.
It's filed in a special section. It's under the Dumbo section.
Got it.
Oh,
all right.
I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Dumbo or dumb shit.
All right, Tornado.
That's the Jaren section.
Oh, okay, there we go. I knew I wasn't quite right there. I just couldn't.
Got to figure out what those indexes are, you know.
All right.
Correct term is indices.
Okay, cool. All right. If that's is that everything? Drop the hands, and here we go.
Might there be a Schrodinger's elephant?
Schrodinger's elephant.
It's simultaneously floating and not floating. Yeah.
Well, we could perhaps convince Schrodinger's cat to get in here because Jared and I know him.
Actually, I know Shro too.
Oh yeah,
wait.
you do. Yeah.
Well, wait.
We were just having that conversation yesterday. Come on, Bo.
Oh wait, I'm not looking, so he's both in and not in. So as long as I don't look, he can contribute. All right, cool.
There you go.
All right, and
then Jaren is like that because the moment we do look, he doesn't contribute.
All right, very good.
Yeah, okay.
Tornado, anything else?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, and here we go.
And I quote again, so to what extent we're inventing all this or discovering it is hard to say.
Just say quote mine. Yes, we get it.
Finish his sentence.
We get it. Frickin' quote mine here. And we'll make that. And there we go. Actually, we're missing one from last
have
time.
a listing for frickin' quote mine?
Yeah.
No, actually, because unfortunately all the quote mines in question resulted not even wrong. Every one of them today has.
The clam shows are still going on in the live chat.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's clam a moment ago.
Schrodinger's clam. All right. Did anybody see the
I
meme?
tell you, I wish Jaren would clam up.
Anyone see Steve Bauman a little less than a week ago put up a meme with a black cat in the corner, and on the floor and on all the walls are equations written, and it was titled Schrodinger's cat plotting his revenge.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Funnily enough, I've seen that one a couple times.
Yeah, I did like that one. All right, very good. Let us move on with the nonsense. Here we go.
End quote. Very hard to say. But one thing we can certainly not say is math is reality. Let's remember that as we cover some of this math.
Okay, we got a Morton. Let's see, super chat. Thank you very much. Call clam instead of drink. Nah, I think by our charter we have to call drink in case someone comes in late, does not really know what's going on, and tries to ingest an entire clam with the shell while we're doing it. There's liability. There's liability involved. All right, Squirrel, what do you got?
Okay, all right, I've got it. It's right there. Oh, right. Jared is almost correct. Math is not reality.
Uh-huh.
Correct there. However, math describes reality.
Okay.
And can prescribe the future.
There you go.
Yes, I know Jared said this earlier, but it bears repeating at this point. Nobody has ever claimed that math is reality. Math can represent and describe reality. Completely different things. Might sound like semantics and isn't.
Alrighty.
And the sooner we can get that through Jared's thick skull, the better.
Good luck with that.
Okay.
All right.
A show of hands of who thinks that will ever happen.
Okay, I wouldn't say show of hands. It's just going to confuse how I call people to speak.
Okay, that wasn't meant literally. Yeah, okay.
All right. RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, there's another little thing that our little doofus doesn't seem to understand about the nature of mathematics. Is once you have a mathematical relationship that describes reality, it never stops doing that. So Newton's formulas still work just as well now. And if in fact we had a time machine that could go back to Aristotle, we could have used the Newtonian formulas to accurately describe it should Aristotle drop a brick on his foot. So the idea that mathematics is kind of a thing, well, we're going to use Newton for the moment, but suddenly, oh, gee, now that Einstein's come along, then therefore FMA doesn't exist anymore. No, that's not how things work. But of course, dear Jaren doesn't understand how anything works. How did this man get to the point? Do we even know that he has shoelaces? Has he mastered even that?
Velcro.
We know he plays with laser pointers, but then again, so do cats.
That's true. All right.
Yeah.
Diana, let's see. Diana, or should I say Diana, who has exceeded 300 subs, Diana.
Yay! That too. Thank you for the mention.
Congratulations. Go ahead.
Jen Morgan had a little something interesting to say over there.
Uh-huh.
Or Clam, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy gooey duck.
Oh.
Jen Morgan, the one person who might be able to get my mind off Bionic Dance.
All righty. Well, and since there seems to be no alternative, we might as well continue with this thing. Here we go.
Okay, so are we spinning? First, whenever we're discussing this topic, many people will want to use angular speed. Why? Well, because the angular speed is the same no matter where you might be on Earth.
Here it comes.
While linear speed is simply distance over time. So we can make this simple with this simple circle animation. Consider first this circle is a merry-go-round with a circumference of 100 feet. Now clearly, to anyone who can just think at all, the blue dot...
But he hasn't said anything yet.
He hasn't said anything stupid yet.
That's
That's it. I'm calling it now. He's going.
Oh, all right. If this is it, okay.
He's going for the Hoban.
Go, sweetness.
All right.
No preemptive drink.
And I can't believe he's going to do this.
No preemptive drink calls, or I would have beaten all of you.
Yeah. It's not like we didn't know it was coming, but we got to let him say it first. Here we go.
You can pretend these are horses, since this is a merry-go-round. The blue horse moves faster over a given time. The green horse moves the slowest because of the equation distance over time.
Right.
The blue horse is going around 100 feet in, say, 4 seconds, but the green horse, which has a much smaller circumference, is going only 10 feet in that same 4 seconds. But if we use angular speed, well, then both the green horse and the blue horse have the same angular speed, but very different linear speeds. The blue horse is going 25 feet per second, and the green horse is going 2.5 feet per second, 10 times less. This makes sense. Someone at the center of the merry-go-round will definitely feel a different speed than someone at the edge. However, if we use angular speed, as most globe proponents will want to do...
Here we go. All right.
It's not even wrong. You won't feel a different speed. You will feel a different acceleration.
Quite true indeed. And RJ, what do you got?
Well, just as a technical point on the dynamics of merry-go-rounds, the 4-second merry-go-round is exceedingly fast. A typical standard merry-go-round will take 10 or even 15 seconds to rotate. So he's taking an extreme case. I measure these things in conjunction with amusement parks.
Indeed. Yes. At this speed, one would eject children with frightening regularity.
Yes. Children on merry-go-rounds are being hurled out, their little faces looking out, they're being blasted with masses of air. It's terrifying, and they're yikes, this poor little schnook.
Absolutely.
And of course, we would have to remember that the dots would be reflecting objects on a spherical surface, so that the little green dot would be up near a pole, unless you are imagining that the green dot has burrowed a thing to the core of the Earth and is down in there.
Alrighty, Tornado, what do you got to add?
To add on to Jared's, I almost said Jaren for a second. Sorry, Jared.
Click.
Yeah, they sound so close together. But adding on to what Jared said, if you move out from the center to the edge of this hypothetical merry-go-round, you'll actually feel a different centripetal force. It's the same as what we would expect to have on Earth. In fact, it's the exact same effect as what we have on Earth. Except in this case, the merry-go-round is not traveling at a speed or at an angular speed relative or with respect to the Earth. It's not traveling at the same angular speed, therefore it's not representative of how fast the Earth actually spins as far as angular speed is concerned. Linear speed means nothing when you're being bound to a gravitational object, because no matter how much linear speed you have, if the atmosphere is moving at that same linear speed, then it doesn't matter how fast the linear speed is. The general net effect is zero. It's like standing on a train moving at 1,000 miles an hour and having a tailwind behind you of 1,000 miles an hour as well. What's the net force you feel? 0.
Indeed. And Karis, Yosemite Clam, that's perfect. I saw that first. I said, "Oh, that's great. I gotta call that out." Oh, it's Karis. Cool. Anyway, RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, this is actually a question for any sailors around. I was just watching a show about the origin of aircraft and how they made use of gyro compasses to deal with the artificial horizons, and that had been based upon ships that found a way to not worry about iron hulls that would be interfering with the magnetic field. In a gyro compass, if you are at the equator and you sail all the way up to the pole, does not the gyro compass change its declination on the ship as a result of the movement?
It would have to.
So that would be something that would be consistent with the sphericity of the Earth and impossible to account for by a flat Earth.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, well, we settled that now.
Yep, good. That's one off the list, isn't it? All right.
No, we're getting good stuff done while watching a JISM video.
Oh, that's okay.
That's all kinds of wrong there.
We better move on.
I feel dirty now.
Dirty and cheated. There's supposed to be stupid going on. All right, and
Sorry.
that's all right. It was a good point to make. Here we go. More stuff.
Actually, can I add one more thing real quick?
Sure, Mr. No Hand Up.
RJ, just to complete my answer, or to complete it, give you a little bit more complete answer, that you can actually see that in a standard compass. Have somebody from Australia ship you one to where you are. I guarantee you it will be wrong. It will actually you'll actually be able to see, because what they do is they weight them for the area that they're expecting to be used. They weight the needles. So if you're in a completely different part of the world, it'll look wrong, or it won't operate quite right because the magnetics aren't quite the same.
Okay.
You can test this.
What the hell? What? Somebody's getting happy there. What?
Science. Yes, not that I have a science alert, but I need to find a video from a fellow Dane using a. You can get different types of magnets. You can get square ones, flat ones, spherical ones. He has a giant, and I do mean giant, spherical neodymium magnet, where he marked out the North and South Pole. With that, he used it as a 3-dimensional compass, so to speak, and he proved quite elegantly how North is not just in 2 dimensionals. Whoa, 2 dimensions! I need to find it out. You can see that it's actually pointing slightly downwards.
Would you say that he has a lovely bunch of magnets?
Yeah, well, he's most about the lasers. Oh, sorry, lasers and the natural elements. But yeah.
Okay, then.
I'm going to find it and put it in the internal chat and probably shoot it out to the public chat as well.
Sounds most informative. All right. And Squirrel, what have you got to add?
Actually, this was I have listening at 10:37 for you, RJ. Brian Stevens said a thing. I'll let you read it, but it starts with evolution. It's not that far back.
Hoping that he's in the same time zone. I'm not sure. But yeah.
Yeah, I know where RJ is. We're in the same state.
Oh, fair enough.
Just a little. It's just a little for the back.
That's not necessarily the same thing in terms of trying to find the spot on the.
Actually, that's all what goes into your lesson.
Yes.
Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better. Here, check our internal chat.
All right.
Steven said this.
Anyway, proceed with the show.
All right. On we go.
Come on, you got to read that one out, RJ.
Well, after you made such a big fanfare.
Come on, you can do it.
And I also
I started to read it on the thing, Evolution Clam Dunk, why the reptile mammal transition proves macroevolution, how anti-evolution is to ignore it.
There you
That's
go.
my book. Get it, damn it.
Absolutely.
See, there you go.
That was too fast for the drunk people in the chat.
Well, if they can't keep up, then they better drink some more.
All right, good enough. We will.
Okay. I will put my hand down and shut up now.
Okay, and here we go. More of this.
Then the speed of the horses is all the same. They're all moving the same angular speed. The blue horse on the outer edge and the green horse towards the middle. So it makes sense why they want to use radians and talk about angular velocity, because they would be the same. But we know someone at the outer edge of the merry-go-round would always move faster than someone near the middle. Here we have an article from fizzlink.com that asks, if I'm on a merry-go-round with a friend and the friend is closer to the center than I am, are they going faster than I am? And the answer is no. You're going faster. The merry-go-round is rotating with uniform...
No, the actual answer is it depends. Are you talking about velocity or rotation? Rotation would be the same. Oh, wait, you already talked about that and then hand waved it because math hurt me.
Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah, Jared said something that I was going to say. Yeah, it depends on whether or not it's the same. It's the angular speed you're talking about or the distance over time you're talking about.
Well, in either case, with this question, the answer is no. In either case, to the question that is whoever asked. All right. And here we go.
Circular motion, that means that it rotates at a constant angular speed. They then go through a little bit of the math, which again shows that if you mean linear speed, then someone at the outer edge moves fastest. But since you're both circling with uniform circular motion, you are both moving the same angular speed. But again, the closer you are to the middle, the slower your linear speed is.
Okay.
The next little trick that globe believers use is to say...
Okay, drink just for calling that a trick. Different units of measure for different purposes does not imply a trick. So that is just...
Or manipulating the frame of reference is not a trick.
All right. Ooh, Tornado has something, Dad. Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah. Is it possible to do a pre-bunk and think that he is going to say centripetal force?
Well, you could. Yeah, it's been... Well, we'll see. Here we go.
I think you can use centripetal force on here. And if I'm right, I'm going to take another drink. Even if I'm wrong, I'm still going to take another drink because drink...
Okay. All right, here we go. Stuff.
Well, yes, we are spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, but we're only going around once per day. No one could ever feel that. Well, in a sense, they're most certainly correct. On our merry-go-round here, if the blue dot moved around at, say, 1 rotation per day, you wouldn't even know it was moving. It would be so slow.
Right.
But here's the trick. Remember, this merry-go-round is only 100 feet in circumference. So let's extend that to, say, a mile. So now the merry-go-round goes around 1 mile per day. Now, would the blue horse know that it was moving? Well, just barely.
Oh, okay, Jared, what do you got?
Would the blue horse know it was moving? No, because it's still 1 rotation per day. The radius measure change doesn't flippin' matter. 1 rotation per day is 1 rotation per day, and it is nothing that an organic mechanism will be able to detect with any veracity.
All righty, Tornado.
Yeah, that's why you need freaking tools.
Tools like Jaren?
No, actual tools that are functional.
Definitely the wrong kind of tool for that.
All right.
Jared is a tool in that he's a crazy fucker.
All right. All right.
I hope he doesn't do
It's
any.
Mr.
I don't
Crazy
think he doesn't do any of that.
Let us see.
I think we should try and prevent him breeding.
It's too late out here. All right, Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, in the side chat, Nacho had mentioned that he had a strange sense of deja vu, and yeah, he's Clem swear I am experiencing deja vu. I wonder if he's talking about what I'm thinking. Have we reviewed this film recently? It looks really familiar.
If so, we must have had enough alcohol to just like die. Because
He repeats himself a lot.
That might have been the night I was drinking gin and Dr. Pepper. Then, okay.
I don't remember it.
Not this specific one. I do not think.
Okay, it could be that he repeats himself that blatantly from film to film.
And
Why is only 0.7?
I'm just totally screwed up.
And plus, if it, I mean, I'm not saying that kind of thing could not happen. You know how these shows go.
Oh,
But somebody in the chat would have said, "Hey," you're cheating us, you bastards.
And that's why I said, and that's why I said, I know I have gone over this video before, but it was not on a movie night.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And plus, this is just a cobbling together of a bunch of old arguments anyway, as RJ mentioned way early on.
That's all he does.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's only 0.7 gerunds. This is really drab.
Indeed.
Super chat.
Oh, yes, we do have.
No, Pleiadius, I think Jaren is plagiarizing himself.
I believe he is. And Chris, thank you very much. Would the blue horse care, or is it more concerned with where the next patch of grass is? I think that's probably the case. Most definitely.
That's going to be the case.
All right. And on that note, moving on.
Not quite like grass growing, but if you looked out, you would be...
Question? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Blue horse. What do you see?
What?
Oh, come on! I cannot be the only one that knows that Flickman book.
A whole bunch of stupid in front of me. Move on, please.
Hey, I'm not the only one with kids here. I know that.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have kids, so don't look at me.
Well, I've got kids. I actually, believe it or not, I've got kids, and I do not actually recall the object you're talking about.
You don't know brown bear.
Blue horse. What do I see?
Yes.
No, I don't. Actually, no, I don't. Funnily enough.
Well, hey, Jared, how about this? Do you know the Pixie books?
I wouldn't expect a Euro trash to know an American kids book.
Oh my!
Love you, Bo.
Okay, fight.
All right.
Let's say the topless Hillary picture again.
Look, it's...
No, wait. Okay,
Bo. Okay, you know what? That's enough for me. I'm gonna wander off. I'm gonna shut my mic down and go away for a while because
good idea.
I have to find some way to get that image back out of my brain. Thank you very much.
Take the poster down.
I'm gonna go bye-bye for a little while.
William Signs knows it.
I'm unfamiliar.
I'll see you guys. I'm unfamiliar with it. Doesn't it just a thing. I'm gonna, as far as the other thing, I'm gonna wander off for a while. I'll be
All right, happy wandering.
Maybe in a while. Okay.
Oh my! If I could, really quickly, Notjaw. Yes, I do remember the skit, and you're finally editing it. Great! I can't wait to see it.
Oh yeah, is it too late, or do we still have time? By the way.
What?
Well, the skits. It's not only Sizerek that is embarrassed by not.
Oh well, yes, the hellos. Do we still have time for the hellos?
Hello.
Hello. All right. Hello.
Offline recordings of that word.
All right. Anyway.
Not just that here.
On that note, Terry, what do you got?
Hello.
That's fine.
You asked for that one, didn't you?
I guess so. All right, moving on.
Be able to tell that you were moving, but it would be very, very slow. You'd be moving at about 1/25th of a mile per hour. But to see if we'd notice flying 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, we'd have to take that small speed we were just talking about, that 1 mile per day, and multiply it by 25,000. Think of anything moving at any...
So shall it be. What do you got?
Yeah, or just stay on the equator. Oh, by the way, Jaren, before you get started on this, hey, someone actually worked out, even I worked out the centripetal force induced by Earth's rotation, because it turns out rotating things do have centripetal force, and it only worked out to a 0.3% that of gravity, so, yeah, good luck noticing that.
No one's ever actually spotted Jaren doing that math, have we?
No, because it hurt him.
Yeah, so I think there's a slight defect in his model where he goes from bold proposition to blank blackboard to bold conclusion, and so he skips the stuff in the middle.
Yeah, it seems like a bad case of meth instead of math.
He's not a math addict, is he?
So
you need math to do meth, though.
His parents hired him a meth tutor.
Some of us need meth to do math.
Yeah.
All right.
They gave him an abacus and he ate all the beads.
All right, we should probably move on. And
You want to know what they did with the slide rule.
hey, Beach, thank you. Gotta have beer with your clams. Quite true. All right.
On a hot tin roof.
And here we go.
Noticeable speed, and then think times 25,000. It's ridiculous. Think of seeing a car drive by at 30 miles per hour.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, 25,000 times that is 750,000 miles per hour. Ridiculous. So think of a car going...
Yes, Jism, your failures are ridiculous.
Yeah. And how did... All right. Yeah, no, I'm just going to let it go. Just... How was that multiplication? Was there something he said before? I missed it.
He wants to say that math has nothing to do with reality, and yet he's using math to describe reality.
Yeah, okay. It's just when he said the car speeds and he said, multiplied by a certain amount, I was thinking he was doing something with the Earth rotation, and somehow I didn't see how multiplication fit in. And the part about all this that's worst is I don't care, and we should move on. I made the mistake of actually listening to him. All right, here we go. Stuff.
You idiot. You know better.
I never learn. There
1
we go.
mile per hour. Now times 25,000, that's 25,000 miles per hour. So I hope you can see how insane it is to multiply any speed by 25,000. But that's what we need to do to compare it to the speed that we're moving on the Earth. That
Frank,
merry-go-round...
No, it's not. That is a bold-faced lie.
Okay.
And we present to you Jism.
Hey, by the way, Jism, we don't take 1 mile per day and multiply it by 25,000. We take the radius of... What you need to do is figure out that 1 mile is a circumference. Don't confuse the radius and the circumference.
Alrighty. There's more?
He's sitting there claiming that, oh, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. No, it's simply the way things work.
Yeah, well, we've seen this before. If they can't really demonstrate why something is not true, not possible, they'll just make a bunch of ridiculous, like the elephant hanging off of a cliff. Ooh, looks ridiculous. Yeah, that kind of thing.
In other words, what Kieran is doing is look at how fake this is.
Pretty much the Russian vids defense.
Yep, Russian vids without the Russian vids.
Well, there's that. Okay, Terry, what do you got?
Saying that 25,000 miles per hour for 1 hour traveling at 25 miles an hour, that takes an hour, not a day.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
Oh, wait, right.
Did we bring up the equation for how... Oh, I'm sorry, Terry.
I said, sorry, I keep forgetting that.
Don't worry, we're going to hit play soon. He'll remind you. Don't even worry about it. All right.
And, I'm just wondering, should we be presenting the the equation for how to convert meters into kilometers? I know it's not the problem that Jism has, but still.
Who knows? He might actually get that question wrong if you were to ask him and him actually provide an answer.
Yeah. That is possible.
We have an additional German in the chat.
Oh, how nice.
Hello, Eva. Guten Morgen.
Hey, Gio.
Howdy. All righty. And RJ, what have you to add?
Well, apparently I'm just trying to follow through on the air quotes logic of Jaren regarding speed. So I guess the people who were flying on the old Concorde, which was traveling at 1,500 miles an hour, that they were plastered against their seats, unable to move, feeling the fantastic speed that they were at, as opposed to sitting there eating pate and drinking champagne and not even noticing how fast they're moving.
Oh, they have a response for that, though, RJ. They have a response for that can be difficult to deal with. that I met in in person down at the boardwalk when I went to see the loons is they'll say an airplane is an enclosed environment and then stop talking. And
enclosed environment, like
Zoom
Jared's
truth.
brain.
Yes, but that is what they'll tell you. And they'll get all sciencey and say it's a closed system. So
But
yeah,
it's not.
Well, and so
And no scientist has ever said that, to my knowledge.
well, no, they're talking about airplanes. If you're in an airplane, it's a closed
That's not a closed system either.
No, you are getting energy and matter transfer across the skin of the aircraft. How do you think the fucking air conditioning
Yes.
works?
But okay, this is not the point they're going for. They're merely going for the feel the wind.
Remember what
Yes,
you
exactly.
noticed, very sophisticated physicist down on the boardwalk.
It's the nuh-uh argument. Exactly. I'm glad you picked up on that. But yeah, they immediately assumed that the feeling the motion thing equated to feeling wind. And that's why you don't feel motion, aka feeling wind, which is not what feeling motion is. That's why you don't feel it in a plane. But if the Earth was moving that fast and you were moving in a circle, you'd certainly feel it. Anyway, there's that.
That's what I was kind of alluding to earlier in this film here with the head hanging out the window.
And plus feeling motion's more messy than just feeling the wind.
Indeed. Okay, so
I got that one, Terry. You are dirty.
Nobody will just let me move on and.
No, we won't.
Do bears shit in the forest?
I hope so. Otherwise, they're going to be very constipated.
All right.
Shit.
Let's see. Oh no, ugly German truths. No, this was what I was told on the boardwalk. Actually, that the reason
truth.
that the reason you don't feel emotion in an airplane is because it's a closed system, and by that they don't mean closed system in the respect that Jared was talking about.
In the actual meaning of the term?
Yeah, they mean
on
that.
the boardwalk, very stupid.
Yes, there was. They
My
merely meant to
reality
say.
is not your reality.
Yeah, they merely meant to say the air is moving along with you. Anyway, let's see. Tornado, you have more?
Yes, I have to say. Who was it that said the wind? Who was it that brought up wind?
I was talking about the wind. Or do you mean who told me the wind?
Never mind. I would say I would be safe to say that Jiren is feeling 2 out of. Actually, no, he's feeling 4 out of 3 sheets to the wind.
Remember there was that science documentary on that Gone with the Wind.
Indeed. And check the drink count. Many of us are 3 sheets to the wind.
Way off topic. I like it.
Well, you've seen the topic. Do you really want to stay on it?
And speaking of the drink count and looking at the clock,
Uh-huh.
I do have to get going because I have to be somewhat coherent in about 7 hours.
Okay.
Because I have my first baseball game of the season tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Oh my!
Yay!
You don't want to have balls and bats being thrown around at you.
It's already going to be an interesting game.
All right. Well,
but with that, I'm out, and I will catch you all later.
Excellent. Probably best to be prepared for that sort of thing. Thank you for joining us once again.
Yeah, you may still be here when you come back for the next show.
Have your games ahead.
All righty. And okay, see, I thought something was wrong because for once in human history, all of you were quiet.
That's something spooky.
I was looking around. What's wrong? What's broken? What's not working here? Or did I pull the headphones out? All right.
Yeah.
And here we go. We're making really good progress here.
Because he's
No,
really
we're not.
repetitively dull.
No, we're not. You're right, Bo. Here we go. More stuff.
The 1 rotation per day, which is 1 mile per day, needs to be multiplied by 25,000. The speed would send anyone flying off the Earth without a doubt. Let's get back to our example and how it compares to Earth. But my hope is that you realize why.
Great.
Okay. All right. That's a valid one.
Tornado wants to kill us.
You forget about this little thing called gravity, you fucking retard.
All right.
Okay, I think that Jaren really doesn't have a concept of just how big Earth is.
No.
Yeah,
no.
it's the big numbers. It just scares the living daylights out of them.
Hey, Jared, where on the skull did the numbers touch you?
All right. And here we go. More of this.
I think angular velocity is just not needed here, and why globe believers will jump to use it. They want to use angular speed because they want to say that both the blue dot or the gray dot, the red dot, and even the green dot are all going the same speed. Angular speed lets them do that. Linear speed does not. So linear speed.
Yeah, and barometric pressure is not the same as a car speedometer. What are you telling me? All right, Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah, it's almost as if different measurements are useful for different things. What a fucking concept!
All right. Tornado, can I assume Mom is out to dinner or something? Because she hasn't come in and slapped you for this language?
Yes.
Take that soap, kid.
We've talked to Mom. Mom would not tolerate this shit.
And trust me, guys, I have experienced getting my mouth washed with a bar of soap. It ain't no fun.
All right.
But hey, I'm not a vegan, so it didn't hurt. It didn't, violate me that way.
Clean
But
mouth.
It's very good.
yeah, but it tastes horrible.
Well, if anything
That
is
was the point, Bo.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Although, admittedly, if anything is going to move someone to harsh language, Jeranism seems to have that skill. All right, Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, just a really quick one from the side chatter. Buffalopagus was saying to me, I was trying to get someone to bring up the solar eclipse tracking flights that were done with the Concorde. Anyone know where he's going with that one?
Oh, well, not only just scientific things, but they would actually fly for like New Year's and things, so that they would just be able to track the sun and they could pop the champagne corks as they're flying faster than the Earth goes, so they can do multiple ones. But any aircraft that is fast enough can theoretically do observations of eclipses where you can have the eclipse last longer in the instruments because you're moving as fast as the Earth is, which of course is impossible according to Mr. Super Science, Jerry.
Yeah, okay.
And I do believe that the Concorde would actually be fast enough. I don't know what's the normal flight ceiling for the Concorde is.
70,000
I think it would
feet.
be. Yeah, I think it actually would be capable of sustaining a high enough speed to actually
When it's
be
flying
in
the one direction across the Atlantic, it lands before it took off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what is its cruising speed? Like Mach
1,500 miles an hour. It was just at the upper limit because any higher you melt the aluminum, which is not a good idea.
Right.
Not handy at all.
Not recommended. Not recommended.
Yeah. I'm told we have another naked person in the chat. Can't have that.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
We've got a couple actually, but yeah.
Oh my. Here, we better address this one. Get it? Address.
Fix that.
Doorknob says the speed of all the clams is the same because they all make one clamolution in the same time.
Yes.
There you go. All right, and here we go.
Says that the horse on the outside has the greatest linear speed because obviously it has a greater radius. And angular speed says the speed of all the horses is the same because
Drop
they
the
all make
damn
one
horse
revolution
analogy.
in the same time.
Yeah, really.
Okay, moving on to a globe Earth since we know.
All right. It's
Again,
yeah,
different units of measurement are useful for different things. If you're measuring distance over time, then linear speed would be a good thing to use. It's a good thing to use if you have distance over time. But when you're wanting to figure out how fast something is rotating in terms of how much its angle changes, then angular speed would be useful. Because if you know the circumference of something, and you know how many degrees it travels in 1 hour, then you can calculate the linear speed. Or if you know the linear speed that something is traveling in 1 hour as it rotates, then you can calculate, using its circumference, the angular speed. My gosh, it's almost like math works.
almost. All right, and here we go.
No, linear speed is simply distance over time. We can easily figure out the linear speed for any location on a globe Earth. The circumference of their latitude, which would be d, over time of rotation, 24 hours, which would be t. So, at the equator, we have a circumference of 24,901 miles. We divide that by 24, and we get its linear speed of 1,037 miles per hour. For Los Angeles, we get a circumference at that latitude of 20,670 miles. Divide that by 24, and we get a linear speed of 861
This is what we call filler.
For Anchorage, Alaska, the circumference at that latitude is 12,000 miles. Divide by 24, and we get 500 miles per hour. Move to the tip of Greenland, circumference of 2,771 miles. Divide that by 24, we get 115 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And just outside the North Pole, a circumference of 86.
This is getting to be jump. This is going to be jump worthy.
To Photoshop Jaren in a ballerina dress doing pirouettes at one of the axes.
Pirouettes.
Oh dear.
Oh, Terry, what do you got?
I know he's stating all this, but I know he's going to make a point. But how long will it be before?
No, he's not going to make a point.
He's not going to make that.
We'll call it a pseudo point. He's going to go for a pseudo point at the end, which may or may not be related to all of this. He may just say, "Look, they're all different," and then just start talking about something completely.
Yeah, this is Jared.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I wasn't trying to predict stupid. I was just stating that this is.
No, I understand, and please don't call me stupid.
Oh, sorry.
All right, here we go.
Miles, divide that by 24, and we get about 3.5 miles per hour. And again, with linear speed, this is very easy, right? The equator, 24,901 divided by 24 is 1037. Alaska, 12,000 miles circumference, 24 hours equals 500 miles per hour. Very easy. But now let's look at angular speed. So the equation for angular speed is velocity equals the angular speed times the radius. So 1037 miles per hour equals the angular speed times the radius. 30.
Do you guys remember the Inquisition song? Mel Brooks doing the Inquisition song? You know, from what the hell was the movie?
History of the World Part 2.
History of the World. That was the one. The Inquisition.
It's been a long time. I can't remember the song.
Think about the Inquisition song, but just with the word repetition to describe this. What we're the repetition. Here we go. You know that. All right, Tornado. What do you got?
Yeah, again, it's almost like math works. It's almost as if we can predict stuff.
All right, I'm caught. Purple rhymes with orange, says Systrike. To be fair, this was all your idea in the first place. Quite true.
German Truths is talking about Jaren doing 25,000 RPM in that ballet outfit.
Lovely. There's okay. There's an image I don't need. Here we go. Moving on.
959. So the angular speed equals 0.26 radians per hour. So now let's look at the angular speed of Alaska. Again, V equals WR. So that's 500 miles per hour.
Okay. Diana, what do you got?
Omega, you fucking retard. Haven't you ever heard of Omega? Omega!
Oh, you mean Omega?
Yeah.
Oh my god! No, wait. No, that's different.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The German. I can't even remember his name right now. Yeah, top hats and champagne. That's it.
All right.
YouTuber.
Yeah, you can tell he knows bullshit about any of this when he listens to a lowercase omega when he sees it.
And Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah, it's just like someone calling that little phi symbol or rho, whatever it is, P. I know I've done that all the time. They're so easily confusable. But this one is clearly omega. Seriously,
I think it's all Greek to him.
Yeah, but you notice how these two are different points with different radiuses.
Wait, I didn't
on
hear
the same fucking object. These are two different points with two different radii on the same fucking object, which has a set rotational velocity. So, yeah, of course they'd have the same angular speed. You wit.
Indeed. All right. And here's more crap. And we're still sorry.
Equals W times the radius of 1910. So W equals 0.26 radians per hour. So now you can see that the math is what allows it. The equation for angular speed, no matter where you choose on Earth, is always 0.26 radians per hour. And if you see here, if you go to this site, this little conversion tool, and put in 0.26 radians per hour, what does that equal? Well, it equals 0.999 rotations or revolutions per day. So now you can see how they always want to discuss this topic with angular speed, because linear speed exposes the nonsense. Because angular speed says that all horses...
Ball horses. Okay, ball horses. Yeah.
Please,
right.
Jared, you might be obsessed with ball horses, but what I think you're talking is horses' balls. Horse ball.
Oh,
could you not do
spray
that?
the screen there.
Yeah, could you not do that when I'm drinking?
Can you be any more fucking dishonest? You just literally dismissed that angular speed because it doesn't match your preconceived notions that the Earth is flat. Because hey, let's see, linear speed debunks all the nonsense because I don't like angular speed. Wah! Wah! Hey, Jared, how much saltier can you get?
Apparently, the
Lisa
spirit.
Virtue says, in other words, we made shit up.
Oh, I was just going to say that chat is saying that. It's the spirit of
Yeah,
Sean.
about Jarenism.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, what you have just heard is what made our friend Tornado a star.
Yeah.
All right, and Bo, what do you got?
Yeah, the very instant I heard that bottle going squishy, bubble. Maybe we should do a live reaction video at some point on camera. I really wanted to see the look in your face, trying not to spray beer all over the screen.
That was just unexpected. Yeah,
that would have been awesome.
It's like, hey, it's not like it hasn't happened before. Anyway, all right. Here's some more. Here's some more stuff.
Anywhere on a merry-go-round are all moving the same speed. And get this, that's no matter how big the merry-go-round is. That's crazy talk. Think if a merry-go-round was 1 million miles.
All right, Tornado.
Yeah, and your point, Jared? The fact of the matter is, it works and it describes what we see beautifully. Here's the thing, Chisholm. Actually, no. I'm going to do this properly. Here's the thing, Jeranism. Since I know that's such a sore point for you, I know the pronunciation of your name is a sore point for you, and until you start talking honestly, it's the name I'm going to use, because fuck you, that's why.
Oh my. All right.
Here's the thing, Jeranism. You say it's crazy talk because you don't understand it. Arguments from ignorance do not reality make. Here's the, again, Jeranism, or I should say Jeranism. First, learn what evidence is. Two, get some.
Calm down, Karis. Calm down.
Alrighty, and anyone with
Don't worry. The bad man will not be getting you with his stupid. It will be over soon.
Indeed, and anyone with any amount of sedatives, please start your vehicle and head in the direction of Tornado's house. All right, and here we go.
In circumference. To think that all the horses on the merry-go-round would move at equal speed is kind of loony. Imagine being on an inner horse, then be taken to an outer horse near the edge. Wow. And so, they want us to think that no matter where you are on a merry-go-round, it would always feel the same. That's truly insanity. The
Oh, I see some hands.
Again,
Yeah,
this
I
guy
said
doesn't
drink.
understand. Like, he doesn't know what a big thing he's writing.
No. Wait.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
I think in his case, he ain't riding anything big.
All right, we got some hands up. Tornado.
First of all, I want everyone to hear this.
Uh-oh. Oh my. Okay.
Yes.
Don't lie. This is finally a beer. Admit it.
No, this is still Mountain Dew.
All
Can
right.
you imagine Tornado with drunk?
Oh.
Here's the. Okay.
I'm afraid.
Tornado would be so chill.
Jeranism. First off, you see this thing that's called G? That thing that you do not like. It stands for gravity, you fucking retard. Because gravity counters centrifugal force. And that centrifugal force is only 0.3% that of gravity. if you're moving at 1 revolution per day at 0.000694 RPM, it doesn't matter how big it is. If you have a sufficient mass to counteract that thing with only 0.3%, with the centrifugal force being only 0.3% that of gravity, you're not gonna feel it, asshole.
Oh my.
You're the one who's talking crazy talk simply from an argument from ignorance.
There you go. RJ, what do you got?
And of course, since we happen to have a wonderful merry-go-round, which of course takes about 11 seconds to spin and is quite a fast one, and that is in fact substantially greater than the amount of centrifugal force that you would be getting moving to the equator. And how fast can you run to the equator from the pole? That's going to take you a while. At
Although
any rate,
Jeranism does have one point, which I might like to add.
Okay.
And thanks to Angry Pumpkin for bringing this up. If you manage to go from the pole right to the equator, the speed you would reach would frickin' liquefy you.
All right. And
but anyway, to finish the thing, ticket takers and people who are serviced on the merry-go-rounds do actually walk from one segment of the merry-go-round while it's turning to the outer one, and they somehow aren't thrown off and they're not splattered against the wall or any kinds of things. So I want to posit the possibility that Jaren has never really thought this through.
You may be correct.
Talking out his ass again.
Talking out your ass again.
Yes,
Yeah.
he should go on the stage with a ventriloquist act like that, being able to talk out of his ass with such facility.
Indeed.
Hasn't he
the
been doing that
camera
from
on.
the beginning?
Yeah.
All right. And if there's nothing further, we shall continue. Here we go.
Oh, man.
I know.
Difference in speed would be clearly measurable, and yet it's not. It's all mathematics again. You already heard Vsauce.
What? It's been 8 seconds. What?
It's not. It's supposed to be clearly measurable, and yet it's not.
Okay, moving on.
All right. All right.
Moving on.
All right.
As commanded, there
All right.
shall be
Asked
movement.
and answered.
All right. Kara says, "Command. We shall do precisely that. I will augment the counters, and we
She
shall
who
move
must
on."
be obeyed.
Indeed.
You know,
Here-
really quickly, if I may, we should have a moving on counter.
There we go. Just as an example of how many moving ons we have to engage in order to keep poor Tornado in range.
Yeah, but it should be per drink. It should be per drink call, so we can see how many moving ons you all ignore.
Yeah, then we could have like a mathematical formula using either omega or W.
All right, and here we go. Moving on.
Tell us that math is not science because we invented it. In math, we decide what's true. Numbers are not even things. They aren't concrete. They are not even nouns. They are adjectives that describe things. No different than colors, really. You cannot show me green any more.
Oh, I heard it. I heard a drink call. Tornado. What do you got, my friend?
Not only do they describe things, Jeranism, they predict things. They predict how things will behave. And whether or not those predictions pan out is how we know whether or not math works to fantastic accuracy given what we have. And you know what happens every single fucking time is that math pans out beautifully with the predictions it makes in the real world.
Ooh.
So, Jeranism, you can suck a flat one.
Oh. Hey, let's not forget the benefits we get when the math doesn't work out. When we do the calculations perfectly and the end result that actually occurs doesn't match, then we get to learn something. Because we have to do some serious sciencing to find out why, from which we get some more new math.
Oh, no.
Indeed.
And also,
Yes?
the same root word can be used as adjectives and nouns. I mean, there's the stupid fuck as opposed to his fucking stupid. So,
I think
Quite true.
Jaren's understanding of linguistics and grammar may be as limited as his understanding of
everything.
he is not a cunning linguist.
No, he is not. All right. And let us move on. Here we go.
Then you can show me 5. You can show me a green car, green being the adjective there, and you can show me 5 apples, which is just an adjective and a way of describing a set of apples. But math is just a human invention, and much like the elephant earlier, math can be manipulated in so many ways to show us something is true. because,
Right.
well, we say.
Okay, we have a drink call, but first I'm looking at Chris's comment, clams gone wild. And I'm trying to visualize that as the clams actually perform, actually behaving badly, like on spring break, all the clams
How
going.
can one tell when a clam's behaving badly?
All right, now sorry to delay your tornado. What do you got?
First of all, you forgot something when or not Jeranism, when Karis said that Jeranism is not a cunning linguist.
Okay, what?
You forgot the giggity.
No, I didn't giggity at that. Oh heck,
No.
I thought I did. All right,
So,
Giggity.
cunning linguist.
On the giggity.
there we go. I missed the giggity. Okay, and
Anyway,
yes,
yeah, Karen, you're one to talk about manipulating the math. You are one to talk. Projection much? Then again, this whole thing is nothing but projection and logical fallacies. Everything out of Jiren's mouth is a logical fallacy. Projection, ad hominem, argument from ignorance, and fucking straw men, enough to build a scarecrow factory.
And worse, he's damn boring.
all right. So,
But
so
actually, I'm
yes.
using a monitor, not a projector.
All right, so tornado. What you're saying is, in other words, he made stuff up. All right, moving on.
What I'm saying is there's enough projection to make an IMAX theater weep in envy.
Oh yeah, I was just doing a shout out to Sean there with the he made stuff up. All right, here we go.
It is. Here's a quote by Nikola Tesla talking about the reality of mathematical equations. He said, and I quote,
Wait.
"The scientists from
Hold
Franklin
on.
to Morse were clear thinkers and did not produce erroneous theories. The scientists of today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane. Today's scientists have
must be
substituted
sane, he
mathematics for
says, and
experiments,
he's
and they wander
quoting-
off through
Yeah,
equation after
okay.
equation,
Yeah.
and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality."
Fucking
Yeah,
drink.
yeah, no kidding. This is, and how many people have used that one? All right, tornado, you first, please.
Quote mine. This is a quote mine and an utter straw man.
Yeah, and actually, he is capturing what Tesla actually did say, and even in context, that's what he said. But we have to keep in mind is at that time, he had to do a couple of things, and not just build stuff and not just think shit up. He had to also be pretty good at marketing. And that statement was part of that. That's,
And also, he was kind of cuckoo at the end. So yeah.
Oh yeah, but not here. Not here. He had to.
No.
This is part of a marketing ploy, and the fact that Jeranism is using this as part of his argument shows how off the rocker he is.
Indeed. Alrighty. And RJ, what do you got?
Yes, maybe it's not a good idea to do an authority quote from Nikola Tesla at the point when the fellow is proclaiming broadcast power that's physically impossible, and we know why. And we're seeing this 80 years later, where we know none of this works. So maybe he's not the best authority figure to invoke there, old Jaren.
Oh yeah, and we also
I
tack
use
on
my
our
technology. Hey, RJ, I actually do use his technology to charge up my phone. I know it's not all that efficient. In fact, it's only between 50 and 70% efficient, but I do use it.
Oh, you can use induction. There's a whole bunch of technologies for that. But
yeah.
Tesla was thinking that you could actually broadcast electric energy wirelessly.
Well,
which still can, but it's just very, very inefficient.
Well, it not only is it inefficient. I mean, I think did we do it on a yes we did it on a Sunday Science where I had the two little Tesla coils I built
or a Thursday.
I believe it was, yes, where there was one that I built that was powered, and then there was a clone of it about, I don't know, a little ways away. So the wireless transfer of energy does work, as you mentioned. It is frightfully inefficient. Secondly, it's a giant unmodulated AM transmitter. Yeah, you can transfer power wirelessly, but it's going to cook everything in between and around.
It's like an open air microwave.
There you go.
And in fact, the powerful AM broadcast stations in the US, for example, 10 megahertz or any other radio show broadcasting using AM, when you're about a couple thousand miles away, you still you can receive it, but it's how powerful it's at. We don't get the amps, of course, but it's into picoamps. Well, probably way less, but we're into microvolts at picoamps or less.
Indeed.
I would imagine about the amps. I'm not sure, but that depends on your antenna. But it's useless to transfer energy in a form of power. In a form of energy, yes, but everything is relative. That was my attempt at a rant while being slightly inebriated. Not that good.
That's okay. It was pretty effective. That was all right. RJ, what do you got?
Well, actually, it was appropriate for Jaron to bring this up because when I listened to him, it megahertz.
Oh! Very nice. All right. And here is some more of this.
Nikola Tesla. That was from his Radio Power Will Revolutionize the World, July 1934 article in Modern Mechanics and Inventions.
In that way, anyway?
We can simply look at...
Oh, Tornado, you have something to add here?
Yeah, and another logical fallacy on the counter. Argument from authority.
Oh, okay. I'm good with that. As long as the beer holds
you
out.
notice he hasn't exactly been willing to go with authority on anything else.
We have Furball.
Oh!
We have Furball.
Cool.
Well, get out the nap cleaner if I got Furball.
How did I miss
Yay, we have our only CGI agent in our community available.
If he's brought his pet with him, put some newspaper down. But sorry.
Yeah. And don't walk around barefoot.
Pancake
It
hero.
will
Did you
attack.
bring pancakes with you?
I left the pancakes.
Damn! If you're gonna tease us with pancakes like that, you little tease.
Indeed.
I'm a pancake tease.
And Jaronism.
All right. Anyway,
Canadian.
Well, we're
Wait
good
a
at
minute.
delaying, aren't we?
wait a minute.
Yes.
Furball had the opportunity to see what the hell was going on here, and yet
Anyway.
And
came
in.
stupid enough to come in here.
Well,
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Furball, are you okay?
Well, if you haven't heard, I do have a hole in my hand from this week.
What happened?
Well,
You should stay away from drills.
He doesn't know how to
Yeah.
use a drill.
I'll help with the stalling here for a minute.
Okay.
Working on the cabin, and I got some lead sinker weights this week. They're 3 pounds each, and that is going to be my small weights. But they're solid spheres, and I needed to drill a hole into them to put them onto the wooden dowel for the torsion bar.
Oh, I can see where this is
And
going.
well, you shouldn't hold on to the sinker weight while you're drilling the hole into the ball.
Right.
Because then when it jumps into the ball, it goes straight into your hand.
That's not good.
I told you that, Furball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That's why you always hold your sinker weights with what is basically a remote guiding arm.
Or knees.
Well,
Yeah. Or the other thing you could do, you could go to the Philippines and pull that one off.
so there's no damage. There's no major damage.
Well, the guys on the cross with the holes through their hand. No.
Oh, right.
Different part of the hand. This is right in the meaty part between my thumb and my index finger.
Oh, okay.
Caramba.
And the drill bit that I was using is a Forstner bit, so it is like it cuts a circle, not like a straight all the way through. So
Right.
I have a dime-size hole in my skin that's attached by about a quarter of that hole. It's still
So you're
attached.
still able to make
Show the
rude
picture.
gestures?
Show
All
the
right.
picture. Show the picture.
All right, so there has been an
It's
injury
not that
there.
bad.
All right, so how has
Go
this?
to a piercing place and do something kind of decorative with that.
All right.
Get a gauge in there.
Not sure what gauge that would be.
You know, we're okay. We're too far from the actual statement now. I can't make the joke. I was gonna make I was.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's too late now. It was gonna be a drop in social life because of the. Well, yeah, forget it. No, we're past the point.
It's my left hand. My right hand's fine.
Oh, all right then. Okay. Well, most sorry to hear about the injury, and
Now he's going to be even sorrier because we're going to
But
resume
to
the
be
video.
a dime-sized diameter.
But what people wouldn't do for science, eh?
indeed,
I have bled for science.
gotta appreciate the effort. This is uncommon effort. I am impressed. Alrighty, and on we go. Since nobody seems to be very good at delaying, here we go.
Centrifugal versus centripetal force to see another glaring example, and we can find more of the quote-unquote
Jesus.
tricks of the trade. Centrifugal force is
Wait,
the
let him
moving
say
or
stuff.
tending to move away.
Let him say some stuff. I know your point.
But he never. he doesn't say stuff. He says crap.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay. Terrified bystander says, "Wouldn't a hole in the hand make that easier?" Okay.
Only if he was under a half-inch diameter.
All right, Tornado. What
Well,
did
the thing is, the thickness of your hand would actually make it less satisfying.
Oh wow, did my
because-
voice change?
Yeah, Tornado, your voice sounds really sexy right now. That's wow.
Okay, who?
I mean, think of how much,
Tell me somebody soundbited that.
Anyway.
There's a lot more friction available when you're using your palm versus if you're going through your palm. I
just say.
Oh,
All right.
you want to see the big picture I sent Kyle Curtis so long while back when he asked for dick pics? Don't worry, it's not actually a photograph.
It's Richard
So
Nixon.
in short, it may make it easier, but it will not make it any more satisfying.
In short, what do you know about him that we don't know? All right, Tornado.
Use Jaren lubricant available at your local store.
Tornado, would you like to pick up your paragraph?
Yes, I would like to pick up my paragraph where, centrifugal force is just the rotation of force induced by rotation of an object.
And I'm just going to come interrupt Tornado again.
Centrifugal force, on the other hand, is we have a word for one of our centrifugal forces. It
didn't working.
It's called gravity. And here's the thing: we know it exists. We know what gravity can do. We can prove that gravity exists using the Cavendish mechanism. And for those of you who say, "Oh, but it's never been repeated. It's not science, therefore," except it is repeated every year by physics students all over the world. It's being replicated by BM Furball Pancake Hero as we speak.
Let's not forget Andy. Andy had a couple running in his basement, as I recall, which turned out rather well as well. Alrighty. Okay, back to this nonsense. Here we go. Alright, the X makes it play, you say? Alright.
Yeah, that's the one.
From the center.
I think so.
Versus centripetal
Makes
force,
it
which is the moving or tending to move towards a center. If you forget which is which, like I did for a while, an easy way to remember is to think of the F and the P. When I see the F, I think of flying off or flying away, and when I see the P, I think of pulling towards the center. So maybe that will help you a little as well. Now watch the trick here. The formula for centrifugal force is the centrifugal force equals the mass times the velocity squared over the radius. And the answer is in newtons. And the formula for the centripetal force is force equals mass times the velocity squared over the radius. And the answer is in newtons. Wait, aren't they the same? One for the force flying out and away, and then the other is the force pulling inward?
Great.
Then you...
Alrighty. And I believe Tornado has something to add here. Please proceed.
Yes, I do. I'm looking up the current formulas for centripetal and centrifugal force. Force formula. And here we go. Centripetal force is actually FC. Yeah, you're wrong, Jism. It's actually FC, not F5, I think is the word for it. But either way, you were wrong from the very start. FC equals mass times mass times velocity squared over the radius. And hold on, if the Firefox will let me load it. And is calculated the mass in kilograms multiplied by tangential velocity in meters per second squared divided, whatever. This means if tangential velocity doubles, the force will quadruple. And it's actually tension at that point. It's the tension on the string. T equals mv2, or mass times velocity squared over the radius.
When you're talking
They have similar things, but they're two different fundamental. They're two different forces. They both have this. If they both have the same inherent formula, they can be both worked out.
Okay.
Because every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Indeed. I was just distracted by Mr. Unite for the Children yet again. He says, I should check the outside chat. This clam punnery is making the chat go to shell, and I should stop it. All right. Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, clamanism. What you've got to remember now is you have the same formulae for centrifugal and centripetal force, because if you'll excuse me for a second here, had to clear my lungs.
Not a problem.
They're the same phenomenon, observed from different reference frames. The centripetal force, the one below, is measured in an inertial frame. The centrifugal force is measured in an accelerated frame. The top one, centrifugal force. You're moving along with that rotating object. You're thinking that the frame is inertial, and you see this marble on the say the phonograph turntable you're standing on, and the marble is moving out toward the edge. Okay, that's the centrifugal force. The centripetal force is the force necessary to keep that marble from moving. It's the same damn thing.
And it shocks them that the values. It shocks them that the values have to match.
Yeah. Has anyone been on the carnival ride, the Rotor?
Oh, indeed.
That's a perfect example of centrifugal and centripetal force. Because as the rotor is turning around and around, you feel like you're being thrown out to the wall, when actually it's the wall that's pushing you in toward the center and keeping you from flying out.
Indeed. That, yeah. I believe that little detail, like if you push on a wall, the wall pushes back with that same value, otherwise the wall falls. That baffles him. He just does not understand that at all.
I don't know.
Newton's third law is a bitch.
I don't know if it said he doesn't understand it, or if he does understand it,
stop
but
it there with Jaron.
He's throwing out a spew just to get his 1500 a month or whatever it is.
Well, actually, there's a third option.
Mm-hmm.
He chooses not to understand it.
Okay.
Well, with this particular one, I would think it is possible that he really doesn't understand why they're the same in this case.
Okay.
Just my opinion, which means.
Well, when I was in third grade, I didn't understand the difference, but that got fixed quickly. So, are we saying that Jaron has the physics acumen of a third grader?
Look, we're going to get in trouble if you keep insulting third graders. Well, again, but your point is a good one. In the third grade, swinging a rock around on a string, and I understood this and these two things, except that I thought the centripetal force, I thought it was the string, and that's all I thought about it, and I was done thinking about it. I think that's where he's frozen. That there's no, it's just a string. It stays. That's it. That's all. No, that's not really the case.
Yes, purple rhymes with orange is a very good point. Or he may have gone to school in the Deep South.
Oh, Brian Stevens says it. It's deceptive. Both centrifugal and centripetal need a separate source. They are not the causative of themselves.
Indeed. Alrighty. And, wow, in a little while, we'll be halfway through this.
Wait, ugly German phrasing. Okay, just phrase. I'll say no more.
Okay. Alrighty. RJ has something to add. Okay, RJ, what do you got?
Just looking at Wikipedia stuff on centrifugal force, and a quote came up that I thought was apropos because it's indicating how far the actual science is from poor little Jaron's brain. When analyzed in a rotating reference frame of the planet, centrifugal force causes rotating planets to assume the shape of an oblate spheroid. It's almost like things have consequences that we can physically measure and evaluate experimentally and logically, as opposed to Doofus here, who is still stuck on the Newtons.
Indeed. All right. And Diana, were you done? Anything else?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me lower my hand here.
Oh, that's all. When I say that, just act like you did already lower it and that I was just asking if you wanted to add something. That way it'll be...
Okay, and my apologies, I guess, to Heat Shield. I guess I sneezed or something while the mic was on. I am truly sorry about that. I might not have got to the kill switch fast enough. I've got one here on the right side.
Hell, sneezes can kind of sneak up on you.
Yeah.
But hey, still, while sneezing, you still made more sense than Jism here.
that is also true.
Yeah,
doesn't take much though.
A slug frying on the sidewalk would make more sense than Jeranism.
Odds are. All right.
Right, it's Jism.
RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, more of that damn Wikipedia on the contrary centripetal force, where a body experiencing uniform circular motion requires a centripetal force towards the axis as shown to maintain its circular path. And they were discussing the very points. In the case of an object that is swinging around on the end of a rope in a horizontal plane, the centripetal force on the object is supplied by the tension on the rope. Another example of centripetal force arises in the helix. It is traced out when a charged particle moves in a uniform magnetic field. Other external forces. In this case, the magnetic force is the centripetal force that acts toward the helix axis. It's almost like these physicists have kind of worked stuff out and they have formulas and can detail things, as opposed to Mr. Video here, who just puts up crap he doesn't understand.
Yeah, pretty much.
Indeed.
So something unrelated has just come to my attention. It has to do with Furball having that hole in his hand. It may be more satisfying to do it that way because about half your hand and your fingers would be free to do other things. So moving on.
Okay, well that's something.
We don't even want to go into Schrodinger's hand.
No, we do not.
May or it may not be doing something.
And
thank you, Heat Shield. You're
But
saying
somebody just sent me a visual demonstration of what it would look like, and I just thought, the fingers are free.
Okay. I hope you don't plan on sharing that.
No, it's only illustration.
I see.
Okay. That's the first video to go up on Karis's YouTube channel.
All right.
Is this the Kama Karis?
I'm thinking.
The Kama Sutra.
Oh my. All right. I'm thinking like orbital mechanics would not be the field for Jaren to go into, because if he doesn't get this, then what happens when these two forces are not equal, and like attaining orbit and then reaching, ascending to orbit and then reaching orbit, the two numbers are not equal, and then once they are equal again, then you're in orbit.
I'm sure he could do something with Omega.
All right. Let's see. I was asked to just babble on a bit because somebody was refilling. Let's see, who the heck was it?
Oh, that's good. That's
all right.
awful.
Yeah,
nice to know your people, they can replenish their supply of corrosive fluids.
I figured that was a safe thing to go with, because pretty much whatever I said, it was to support the premise that Jeranism would not understand, which is a point that cannot be refuted. So,
indeed, because he misunderstands everything.
Pretty much. All right. And on that note, let us move on.
You might see that in the general theory of relativity, that it just so happens that gravity and the centrifugal force are equivalent. In order for something to stay still while on a spinning platform like a merry-go-round, they say that all the forces need to add up.
Oh, there it is, Chris. That's who said it. Chris, did I do good enough? I hope I delayed long enough for you.
To a zero vector. Well, to do that, you need the fly-away force to equal the pulling-in force.
Right.
So when you include our weight, which they say is because of gravity, then you can start to see the mathematical tricks involved.
Wait, no. He just described what is. He just described what is, and then called it a trick. What the hell was that? Freaking drink. God damn it.
Does Jaren not know how to balance a checkbook? Because that is
balances.
Well, from what I hear, he doesn't really need to anymore.
Yeah, I think he's in his not even wrong mode here.
Could be. All right. And no hands. Okay, here we go.
Your senses go right out the window. Really, Jaren, doesn't science require our sense of observation and depend on our senses? Nope, not even close. Let's let Neil deGrasse Tyson tell us so we are all clear about science and our senses.
Here it comes.
Yeah. So what you learn when you study science in general, but astrophysics especially, that you no longer invoke your senses to judge what makes sense. Or you no longer invoke your personal philosophies to judge what should be true. The universe is what it is, and it really doesn't care about your senses. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Neil.
Okay, that was a perfect statement. I'm just waiting to hear how he botches this one. Tornado, you had something you wanted to say?
Well, I'm gonna wait till Jaren
Okay.
buries himself.
Okay, all right, let's see what he does.
We are no longer to use our senses to judge what makes sense. The universe is what it is and doesn't care about your senses. And we can start to see why. Because they have built the universe mathematically, and only those skilled in those equations that have been made up are equipped to explain the world.
All right, is that enough going forward?
Ring.
All right, I figured that was enough. All right.
Right there.
Yep.
No, what you're doing is arguing from incredulity and ignorance. Oh, and can we add that that's not what Neil said at all? What you've just done is a classic fucking straw man Jeranism.
Indeed.
And honestly, if you're willing to do this dishonest tactic and actually lie about what Neil said, and that's probably a quote mine in there too. That's what? 3 logical fallacies in one sentence, you fucking asshole.
Oh
Can you say anything that's intellectually
Wow. That was something.
That was not a glitch.
Oh no! That's all right. And yeah, I found no problem with what Neil had to say.
Sorry, Tornado. But damn.
But yeah, what is Jaren arguing that our senses are scientific instruments? Okay, all right. You stand there. I'll go 100 feet away and move this object 1 degree. You tell me the difference. Okay, that's not right. And all right. Oh, let's see. I think Diana had something to add. Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, really quickly, I'll bet you a shiny nickel that Jeranism and Neil are talking in 2 different realms. I'm willing to bet a reasonable amount of nickels that Neil was talking about the classical versus quantum realms, where you're looking at the very small things get really weird really fast. Your senses are basically useless at that point. Yeah, you've got to trust what you measure, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Well, that's the best way to do a quote mine. Make sure it's from a completely different sphere of conversation. Alrighty. And RJ, what have you to add?
Yeah, I'm adding to what Lavender Lady is pointing out. Not merely quantum phenomena, could have also been referring to relativity theory, where nobody was normally... If you theoretically run around your desk really fast right now and go, you won't notice the fact that time slightly slowed down for you, even though it did, because your senses can't quite conceive that, and the amount of changes is too inconsequential to deal with. But you could measure it with an atomic clock if you had a precise enough one, and they can actually do that. So the problem is I despise and go patooey on people who pull quotes out of context, especially people who actually have science cred, and they're trying to do it in service of something so cranial blockage of the rectum wrong as flat Earth.
Alrighty. Very good.
I'm calmer than Tornado, but I'm just as stern.
Understand. Okay. And here is more stuff.
How the universe they built using the math they constructed works.
Yeah, that's just wrong. We'll just, that doesn't even need to be refuted. Yeah, pretty much. And on we go. And I will have a nice beverage.
No deception can possibly work there. Because if you begin to invoke our own senses and to question what they have built, scary things begin to happen as the world they built begins to show signs of being a worldview, a religion.
Go ahead, Tornado. Go ahead, Tornado.
Ow, my ears.
Tornado, why don't you calmly tell us what you have to say?
Right there, he just equivocated science with a religion. I know exactly what angle he's going to go for. He's going to go for scientism, and I am going to stop him right here. That is not what... Science is not what you are making it out to be, Chisholm. Science is not a religion. In fact, it is the antithesis of a religion. Religion requires that you believe something based on faith. And while I admit I have a religion called Christianity, I also admit that I believe what science says because science can back up what it says using evidence. There's a difference between belief based on faith and belief based on evidence. That's why we don't say we believe things. We accept them as truth because they are shown to be true.
Oh, Tornado baby, when you turn 21, I'm taking you out to a drink.
Hey, Karis, you're already 2 years late for that. I'm 23.
Oh, Karis, you have a responsibility now. You fell right into that one.
All right.
Let's go down to Florida.
All right. Anyway, all right. Let us move on before things get weirder.
Masked by mathematical fact.
Oh shit! Things got weirder as soon as I hit play.
We've all been had, ladies and gentlemen.
Duh.
Our senses can just watch the infamous spinning merry-go-round of death or the
Oh, I love that
gravitron
video.
and see that when spinning, you will fly off the merry-go-round, and if there's no padded walls in the gravitron, well, you'd fly off that as well. We can read this article about the spinning merry-go-round.
Pause.
We are in fact okay.
Yeah.
Furball, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, I can't raise my hand up.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Kareth. Go ahead.
So he's using humans as the example here for this merry-go-round that's going kind of swiftly with its very small radius. But I'm wondering if he's ever really thought of ants that might be on that merry-go-round that are not having the same effect on them. I don't know. It seems kind of more similar to us around the Earth, but
Or microbes,
It
or
would almost be microbes.
or
yeah,
microbes.
or not quite electrons.
and then rotate the merry-go-round once per day rather than.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm surprised Tornado
I
wasn't
can't
screaming
really,
false
articulate
equivocation.
that very well.
Well, that was the point that I was going to make. Is that
Oh,
for somebody who tries to do experimentation and claiming that we don't know what we're talking about for experiments, if he really wanted this experiment to be more accurate, he needs to expand that merry-go-round to the size of the Earth and make it rotate once per day. As soon as he's done that, come back and we'll talk.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is,
Good luck.
speaking of talking, you have to talk some more because we all want to see the dog a little more.
Oh, isn't she adorable? She's just so adorable. Her name is Snowball. She is my mid-tour crisis dog. I am officially on the 6-month downhill to leaving Korea.
Alrighty, not long to go now. Alrighty.
Woo.
Now, is any special visa needed to bring the dog back?
Well,
No.
it's a dog. It's a puppy.
All right. Oh, right. Dependent.
a work visa.
All right. Well, be careful because it could be declared a dependent minor, and then they'd put it in a cage somewhere. All right.
All I need to do is that she's like my emotional support dog.
Oh, there you go. All right. And Tornado, you have something to add. Please proceed.
Yes. Can we also add that what Jeranism is doing is indeed false equivocation?
I knew it. Yep.
He is equivocating a merry-go-round going at what appears to be more than 0.000694 RPM. In fact, it looks like it's going a substantial amount of RPM, even 1 revolution per second. 1 revolution per second. If the Earth was spinning at 1 revolution per second, yeah, I could see everything going swing, but not 1 revolution per day. It's the same thing with the water on the spinning ball.
Yeah. Quite true.
And I calculate exactly how much that would involve.
Yeah, it's almost like math freaking works.
It does.
Yes, math. I mean, math.
With omega.
Alrighty. Anything else, Tornado?
No.
Okay, cool. And here we go. More of this.
Round of death, and this guy uses math to show why the man flew off while only going at a linear velocity of 16 miles per hour. He even tells us here.
Oh, we had a drink call?
Drink.
Oh, all right, Tornado, go ahead.
Jaron literally... Oh, sorry.
And
Go, Tornado.
Furball can go ahead. He called it first.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Jaron just literally said this man used math to show how the merry-go-round would throw a person off. Please show me the numbers. Where
luck
did
with
he do
that.
this math?
Well-
He did a physical demonstration that had nothing to do with math.
I just want to watch the video again.
All right.
This is like an episode of Darwin Awards right here.
Pretty much. All right.
Who wants the actual video he used? I just found it.
Ah, cool.
It's a really funny video of teenagers being dumbasses.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Not.
You put that in the side chat, right? The link to it.
Yeah, I put in the internal. I'll put it in the
external.
External when they catch up.
All right.
I gotcha.
And here we go. Oh, RJ, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, on this matter of the calculations and things that were done, even assuming that his math is completely accurate and somebody would be thrown off at 16 miles an hour, he's trying to argue that therefore we would be thrown off from the Earth if it were spinning at that rate. He forgets the gravitational power, to borrow tornado gravity, damn it. The gravitational force of the little merry-go-round acting on the person is negligible because the mass of the merry-go-round is not much more than the mass of the people. That's why that formula operates in a different context than it would on that great, big, really big planet.
Again, ants and microbes.
Exactly. And so I get the impression here that Professor Jaron has a difficulty dealing with scales, reading Greek letters, doing rudimentary calculations, rendering coherent sentences, and being a decent vertebrate.
Reality in general, I think we could sum it up as.
Yeah, we could sum it up all of that. These reality. Poor Jaron. Minds are normally a terrible thing to waste, but we're doing an exception for Jaron.
Well, yeah, because he does not have one.
All right. And Furball, what do you got?
Well, RJ, you just brought up something very important there, that he is leaving out the one element that keeps the person on that merry-go-round that would, and that would be gravity. And I would love if somebody could actually recreate this experiment where a merry-go-round of that size had enough mass to hold you to it while it was going 1,000 miles an hour. And I want to put Jaron on it in that scale and watch his brain scramble.
Of course, the mass of the thing would be enough to just squash him from that point of view, but that'd be fun to watch anyway.
It would be amazing.
Indeed.
Hey,
Put
by
it on
the
video,
way,
make a YouTube out of it.
Someone should. Yes.
Verbal, would that
Yeah.
thing be enough to create a substantially large black hole?
No, I don't think the mass would be sufficient. You'd have to compress.
No, I don't think it would.
You'd have to compress a mass more of like a moon down to that size to be able to do that. Of course, we can use some of that mathematics to work all of that out.
I think
All
he
I
really
want
just doesn't
is
realize
math.
how big the Earth is.
Yeah.
I want a mass that is big enough to hold Jaron on the surface of a merry-go-round that size and watch it go 1,000 miles an hour around as his head just whips around and around and around and around and around as it holds him onto it.
Yeah. Fortunately, it would have no effect on his ability to think because he doesn't do that anyway.
That is true. All right. And I don't know.
Jen Morgan, you said there used to be a carnival ride that would stick you to the wall and the floor. Yeah, that one was the one called the Rotor.
The Rotor, yeah, where the floor dropped out.
I loved that ride, and unfortunately, over the years, the rotational rate was lowered on the Rotor. You used to be able to get yourself parallel to the floor and stuck there and not move. And anymore, it's too slow to do that. You just keep sliding down the wall, and it's damn it.
Veritasium just did a video on this a couple weeks ago about a non-carnival ride of the exact same principle for, I don't remember what the scientific research that was being done in there, but it was fully enclosed. It would spin around and showed them like leaning forward and feeling normal and then trying to throw a ball back and forth. But it was university, actually scientific research in a carnival ride.
All right.
Hmm.
Wish I could have been there.
Oh, Lisa is heading off to sleep. Good night. Thanks for joining us.
Try to avoid thinking about this show.
Really, forget this ever happened. So
Congrats for being the smart one.
You take care.
Really. All right. RJ, anything else?
Yeah, I thought I'd delay
Cool.
a little bit more on the carnival theme here.
Okay.
For those of you who can remember loop roller coasters, many of them were designed. The very first loop roller coaster was built at Coney Island in 1900 and killed people because it used a completely perfect circle as the ring, and the G-forces were going way above 6 when you were going around there, which is not good on your health. And it wasn't until Schwartz call it, the Schwarzkopf. In the 1970s or 80s, worked out this other curve that could reduce the G-forces down to like 3 or 4 momentarily, and that made the modern loop roller coaster possible. Although he had some engineering problems in executing all of that, and some of them eventually had some accidents for completely different reasons and put the poor guy out of business. Which is why the guy that now works for Disneyland, the Aero company that builds roller coasters, is one of the major ones in that area. Do you enjoy that delay?
That was excellent. That was excellent. And
RJ, but my question is, even if that roller coaster killed people, was it fun?
Oh, apparently so. Yeah, if you had if you could take the G-forces, that original circular one was really quite extensive. But the idea of killing the people that you're on your rider, it's bad for business and doesn't have any repeat users.
That is a bit of, but then again, in that time period.
Yeah, well, yeah, in those days they had so much looser standards in the Tesla era.
RJ,
how fun was it?
It was fun watching this video.
To die for. Well, yeah. Good.
The person you were describing that made a loop roller coaster that finally worked.
Yeah, Schwarzkopf.
Is he the guy that built the stuff at Geauga Lake Park in Ohio?
I'm not sure. There's been quite a few. I think a lot of the Schwarzkopf coasters are still around, but the one that had the problem, I think, was up at Edmonton Mall up in Canada, where they'd had some problems, and it was basically involving the way the cars moved on the track. It didn't have anything to do with the G-forces that were being produced by the ride.
There was
that was intentional.
Yeah, I like the talk of the older carnival rides because the thought at the time was let's build it for as much effect as possible, not considering certain elements. There was I don't know, probably about 10 years ago, maybe more anyway, that there was a place in Asbury Park not far from where I'm sitting at the moment called Palace Amusements. And it had all sorts of interesting rides and shit like that. Anyway, one of the things they had was a ride called the Rock and Roller, which, if you know what the Tilt-A-Whirl is, similar concept.
Okay, yes.
Except it was built like a brick shithouse. Heavy, heavy steel. And I'd never seen the lever move more than 50% because at that level, the rider would become unconscious. I was one of these riders. So
there were same problems with some water park. The Schlischerblon or whatever it is down, I think in Texas or somewhere, where they built one of the fastest water slides, and it was a little too fast because it was actually having people shoot off of the thing. So you have to work all of that G-force and physics and stuff, and dealing with hydrodynamics and all that turns out to be very, very sophisticated stuff. And I would recommend Jaron not be the engineer for these places.
Certainly, or we'd end up with another. Have you ever heard of Accident Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that going to be Ken Ham's new one?
No. It's a real place. Hovind, yeah. Its real name was Action Park, but everything they had was everything they had was designed to kill you, except for the little Indy cars. That was the only thing you could safely get on, expecting to get off with all of your limbs intact. Anyway, we're making people wait here. It looks like Bo has something to add. Bo, what do you got?
Yeah, my preferred term for it is Brick Dunny.
Ah, okay.
Brick Dunny, and I'm sorry. I've been watching, teenagers plus minus doing stupid shit on merry-go-rounds for a while now.
Lovely.
I found one that goes really fast, apparently, but no throwing up, I think. Yes.
Let me know on fast merry-go-rounds, because I said our ring carousel that we have here in Spokane, the Luft carousel from 1905, is the fastest I've ever clocked, and it rotates in about 10 seconds.
Well, I'm thinking of kids doing stupid stuff on playgrounds.
Ah, alrighty.
That type.
That's what kids do for a living, you know.
That's their job.
Yeah, they're 4, and if they can survive to adulthood, they don't get the Darwin Award.
Yes, you win. Alive at 25, you win. All right.
Success.
Tornado, you have something to add?
Hey, wasn't Schwarzkopf the guy who did the teardrop roller coaster loop?
Yeah, and that was the shape of it. It was not a pure circle, and he worked out the mathematics of it, and it immediately got copied by everybody. So all the different coasters that used that made use of the physics of it. But
well, at least I have a name behind the loop now. Thank you, Archie.
A Schwarzkopf loop. Yeah.
There you go. Alrighty. Bo, anything else?
No, sorry, no. I'll use my hand for something else then. Yeah.
Giggity.
Okay. And here we go.
Why it's a fake force. The actual acceleration, he tells us, is towards the middle. Again, to stay on, we need balanced forces, which the Earth, of course, has, we're told. He says in his article in regards to fake forces, and this is where the fake force comes in. Fake forces are not interactions between two objects. Instead, they are make-believe forces.
What do you got, Tornado?
It's pseudo force.
Okay.
It's a pseudo force, not a fake force, you ignorant asshole. It's a pseudo force. A pseudo force, like centrifugal force, would be something that people on long-range spaceships use to get to other planets. In other words, to simulate the effects of gravity. You frickin' idiot!
I sense a disturbance in the tornado. He's displeased. All right.
Well,
yes?
a tornado in a junkyard.
Oh, yes, indeed. RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, part of the reason why they're considered forces that are imaginary has to do with our inability of our senses to realize what's actually going on. Because when we're moving in a plane, the natural inertia of your object is to go boop in the straight line, but it's gravity that's pulling you in, and you imagine that to be a force that's not actually what's actually going on. It's actually the force of gravity, because your tendency is to want to, like in that rotor thing where the rotor is keeping you against the wall, your body is trying to move through the wall, but it can't. So you're feeling it as though you're stuck up against the wall in a way that's kind of an illusion of the way we perceive stuff.
But how does one go boop in a straight line, though?
Oh, well, you can go blip in any direction. I've tried all the time.
Straight line.
Look,
I just wanted to see the equation for a bloop in a straight line.
Yeah, well, it uses omega.
And how do magnets work? All right, Furball, what do you got?
Oh, wait. No, that's wrong.
Pure stall tactic, but my puppy just pulled a book off my shelf, and I heard her across the room chewing on something, and she's chewing on the Catcher in the Rye.
Hey, can I see the
puppy? Good taste.
The puppy is already getting randy.
Show us the puppy.
Puppy?
Your puppy is already more intelligent than Jaren.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it doesn't take much, does it?
That's true.
There's the puppy.
Hi, puppy.
All right.
Hey there, Bobby.
Oh, that's nice.
Why does he sound like Karas all of a sudden?
The information of this content. The information content of this puppy is much bigger than Jaren.
Indeed. Puppy face. All right. Suddenly this disastrous evening is okay. Yes, they did actually in the small window.
Hey, by the way, Sai, look at the drink counter. I think we're gonna hit a new record.
I'm actually beginning to worry about that a little bit.
How far through are we?
We're at about 50%.
So Jaren is going to maintain this same level of boredom all the way through the rest of the video?
Yeah.
I predict yes.
I am tempted.
He's still at 0.7. That's really damn low for a Jaren video. I expected more innovative, stupid.
Well, it's all been repetition.
Well, we're only halfway through, so
a lot of repetition.
You might want to.
By the way, you wished is naked.
What the? We are halfway through. Yes. All right.
How was You Wish naked of all people?
Oh yeah, no, You Wish was commenting on the Schlitterbahn incident. It was Kansas City, Missouri.
All right. Yeah. I'm. If the drink count gets too high, we're gonna have to cut this off a bit early. I do not wish to kill any of you.
You realize our demographic of us here and the people in the live feed have a collective knowledge of vast range.
Yeah, I've often given that thought. And
oh, look at Triladial. Outside of a dog, a book is a man's best friend. Inside of a dog, it's too dark to read.
What the?
I like it.
Okay.
All right. Shall we get on with the foolishness here?
Yes.
Here we go.
Oh man.
That we need in order to make objects in an accelerated frame behave as though they were in a non-accelerating frame. Fake forces let us use Newtonian mechanics.
Oh, Ugly German Truth wants us to skip 12 minutes. What do y'all say? All right. We will utilize the hands in ways that they were never intended to be used. Anyone?
How many minutes are remain?
We have got, let's see.
If you skip 12 minutes, there should be about 8 minutes left.
We got about 20 minutes left. No, we got we've got a fair amount to cover. Like I said, we're just halfway. Anyway,
Let's go an even 10.
an even 10. All right, here we go. And I'm going to make a prediction. It's going to be
One of them
stupid.
says just play non-stop.
We did try that. It didn't work. Last week we tried that. Everybody kept calling stop anyway.
Harry Warp says play at 1.5 speed.
All right, let's see.
And we have somebody else naked in the chat.
What the hell?
John.
How does this? Oh, fixed.
And what's this clams thing? I came in halfway through and people are talking about clams.
All right, here's what that is.
For you to guess.
Let's just so it's not a mystery. Let's fill in. It seems like every week a word is chosen and it's used for all sorts of purposes. A couple of weeks ago, clam.
I know that. I've chosen it a couple times.
Oh, okay. It's that. It's clams.
Yeah.
Clams is the word.
On one of
How did clams come back?
Oh, that's what you're wondering.
Out of nowhere.
People got tired of talking about calendars.
Yeah, and I'm kind of happy.
Oh crap! Now I did it again.
Yeah, I'm happy we were off of the calendar topic. All right.
Yeah, apparently Morton winning a colander didn't help.
Oh, colander. Calendar?
We have a
or
naked
calendar?
taco.
All right, here we go. More stuff.
What?
Mechanics in a
Tacos
place
and
where it
clams
doesn't
and
really work.
pie.
He says everyone has experienced
that
these
sounds
fake
weird.
forces. Here you are in a moving car. The car turns to the left, and what happens? You get pushed to the right side of the car. Now, what force was it that pushed you? Or better yet, what object interacted with you? Surprise, there was no object pushing you.
What?
Did you skip 10 minutes? You promised you would.
I made. Apparently, I forgot. Look at the. Okay, I will direct you to the drink count. As an explanation as to why I forgot to do the jump that much.
Why not let him finish this point? And then
All
we'll
right.
jump?
Or even be able to find that skip jump.
Because
Yeah.
I have a feeling he's undermining himself, and he's not even.
All right. Well, let's see what Tornado has to briefly add here, and we'll see. Tornado, what do you got?
Inertia, you fucking moron. Your body wants to keep going in the same direction it's been going. So if the car turns to the left, your body's going to want to keep going straight forward. But surprise, it can't. So it feels like you're being pushed to the right.
Quite true. All right. Let's see what else. What else we have?
That way, you want to say there is a force, even though there isn't one. This is the essence of the fake force. And yet, everything flies towards the outside. If a car was turning in a constant circle, you'd be pushed towards the outside. When the spinning merry-go-round of death is going around, the person flies off to the outside. We see it every day, everywhere. But here's a place where, again, because of Newton's description of what a force actually is, it changes the reality. So now you have to believe that we are being pulled towards the center. They actually teach this to children. Check out this site and let me read you how they explain this one, and we can all laugh at it together.
You caught me in the middle of a refilling of the mug of truth. Sorry for the delay.
Believe that there's a force interacting. We can show that there's a force interacting. When we drop something, we can not only can we show it's accelerating, we can actually prove that it's accelerating by literally dropping something and measuring it. And thus mass times acceleration equals force.
This video would be a whole lot more fun with Orphan Red.
Yes, it would. All right.
Well,
That's a sad thing to have to say.
I know.
Indeed. Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, I thought Clamanism here was going to undermine himself because he's talking about how you're supposed to get pushed into the center and there's nothing to do it. Whereas if I heard this correctly, just a couple of paragraphs earlier, he describing, reading right from that text, what it was that was pushing you toward the center, the door of the car as it was turning is actually pushing you toward the center of the turning radius. So yeah, that's where that force is coming from, fool. And the whole reason that the centrifugal force is a fictitious force is that you are measuring a system within a reference frame that is not inertial, but you think it's inertial, so your basic assumption is wrong.
Wow. The word wrong applied to Jaren. Huh.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
This may be
I am absolutely gobsmacked.
This may be a historic moment. All right, and moving on. Here we go.
Together, and hopefully you can start to see why I say there's no possible.
Oh, did I cut someone off there?
You still haven't fulfilled the 10-minute promise.
That's because Diana wanted to hear what he had to say, and now he's going to.
Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah, there's more going for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah.
I'll stop.
Oh, don't worry. I'd love to skip right to the end. Trust me.
Go ahead and skip if you need to. No, he went as far as.
What interested me is he said something that he said we're going to go over something that we're all going to laugh at together, and that can only mean good things for us.
Yeah, let's do it then. Let's have some fun.
Here we go.
The way that we're spinning. So the site is called the Physics Classroom. This is, I guess, for children. It starts out talking about acceleration, then gives the geometric proof of inward acceleration. But we're going to go down a little bit further here so we can see an experiment or a test.
Ooh.
So let me read you this from direction of the acceleration vector. It says, objects moving in circles at constant speed accelerate towards the center of the circle. The acceleration of an object is often measured using a device known as an accelerometer. A simple accelerometer consists of an object immersed in a fluid such as water. Consider a sealed jar that is filled with water. A cork attached to the lid by a string can serve as an accelerometer. To test the direction of acceleration for an object moving in a circle, the jar can be inverted and attached to the end of a short section of a wooden 2x4. A second accelerometer constructed in the same manner can be attached to the opposite end of the 2x4. If the 2x4 and accelerometers are clamped to a rotating platform and spun in a circle, the direction of the acceleration can be clearly seen by the direction of the lean of the corks. As the cork-water combination spins in a circle, the cork leans towards the center of a circle. The least massive of the two objects always leans in the direction of the acceleration. In the case of the cork and the water, the cork is less massive on a per milliliter basis, and thus it experiences the greater acceleration. Having less inertia, owing to its smaller mass on a per milliliter basis, the cork resists the acceleration the least and thus leans to the inside of the jar towards the center of the circle. This is the observable evidence that an object moving in a circular motion at constant speed experiences an acceleration that is directed towards the center of the circle. This is complete nonsense. The water is being pushed to the outside.
Okay. Yeah. He just started to say something that's true that basically agrees with everything he just said, which he just said was wrong. All right, RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, well, I just loved when he would be breaking into these kind of sniggering laughter as he's describing an experiment anybody can replicate.
Indeed. And now it was him, just that droning voice there was, I could see where that would put people to sleep. But did you all catch the basis of the experiment he's describing and why it does what it does?
Yeah.
Oh,
By the way, if I ever get as boring and droning as that, just shoot me.
You are physically unable to do so, RJ. It's you keep facting at us. Anyway, does anyone not understand why this particular experiment is giving the results that it is giving?
Jaren.
Yes.
It's for kids.
Morgan was asking for an explanation.
I'm sorry. Who was asking?
Jen Morgan.
Oh, all right. You can see in the screen. It's a water-filled cylinder with a cork that has a string anchoring it to the bottom center of the cylinder. And it's a glass cylinder, apparently, so you can see what's happening while it's doing what it's doing. So, of course, what we're expecting to happen happens. The denser the material with more mass per area is affected more, and we'll just say lighter to simplify it. But the area with less density, in that area, which is the cork, would would be affected less, and just think of it as a heavier crap being pushed to the outside and therefore displacing an area where the lighter stuff has no choice but to go. This is
it's filled with water that won't shift. It's locked in the whole thing.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm going to say that admittedly it would have been a lot simpler for the writer of this article or book or whatever to have used a weight on springs.
Well, the reason that they didn't, looking at this, is remember what they're trying to show is the acceleration inward, that does exist. That's what Jaren's arguing against. But to demonstrate that, you need something that will lean in. It's a little, so hence this. I think that
the weight on the springs would move in and outward.
Quite true. Yes.
But of course, if you were to do a linear acceleration with that accelerometer on springs, as you're accelerating forward, the weight would move to the rear. It would move aftward, if you will, and that would. It's basically, if you understand that aft movement represents the forward acceleration linearly, just take it over to the circle and same principle applies.
Exactly. And in this case, it would be the opposite effect because the water having more mass would be accelerated to the rear more.
Yeah.
And the cork would again lean forward as you're accelerating forward. So they use this device because they're talking about the inward acceleration.
And I think I have seen, maybe not here, maybe somewhere else, I think I have seen this film somewhere before because he may clip a film with somebody in a minivan with a balloon.
T Marble? No. Yeah. You're talking about Smart Every Day, Destin.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. I remember the name, Destin. Yeah.
Alrighty. Oh, you know what? We've made Tornado wait an awful long time. Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah, it's almost as if things work the way you would expect them to in real life. It's almost as if science works, bitch.
Indeed. All right. Furball, what do you got?
Well, to start with, I'm dumb.
Not that we've noticed.
And I watched the video like 2 or 3 times, and I honestly don't know what he's trying to argue. Can somebody who's smarter than me explain what physics is, which I generally understand, and what he's trying to argue against? Because I don't get it.
Well, we stopped it just. We'll try that. We stopped it just at the point where he said what they said, and now he's going to give his arguments. So we'll see if we can address that. Alrighty.
We may end up going through this whole thing. Okay.
Well, who knew he was going to get interesting?
Yeah. So
watch your mouth, man.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what he has to say about that. All right, here we go.
Just like in the gravitron, just like in the merry-go-round of death, just like in any merry-go-round, just like in anything spinning.
Yeah.
The water is flying towards the outside, which is pushing the lighter cork towards the middle.
Right.
This here actually says, the cork of the water accelerometer points inward towards the center of the circle when placed upon this rotating platform, thus indicating an inward acceleration for circular motion. Wow. Let's read a little bit further here. It says another simple homemade accelerometer involves a lit candle centered vertically in the middle of an open-air glass. If the glass is held level and at rest, such as there is no acceleration, then the candle flame extends in an upward direction. Okay, correct. However, if you hold the glass candle system with an outstretched arm and spin in a circle at a constant rate, such that the flame experiences an acceleration, then the candle flame will no longer extend vertically upwards. Instead, the flame deflects from its upright position. This signifies that there is an acceleration when the flame moves in a circular at a constant speed. No, again, the flame is being pushed towards you because the heavier air is being pushed out. Complete and total nonsense. Look down here. It says, thus far we have seen a geometric proof and 2 real-world demonstrations of this inward acceleration.
Pretty much.
At this point, it becomes the decision of the student to believe or not to believe. What?
Drink.
So it's up to the...
Okay. What do you got, Tornado?
It becomes the decision of the student to believe or not to believe. No. It becomes the position of the student to whether accept it is true based on the evidence provided or to be a complete and total utter fucking nutter like you.
Okay, true. That's a way of rephrasing it. But remember, he's reading from this page, and the
Well, that's not part of it. That's his own little thing.
Oh, wait, I thought that was on here. I could be wrong.
Hey, don't read it closely. Careful.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. What I'm thinking is, if it does, whatever. if it did say anything even remotely like that, it is still the job of the student to analyze the situation and probably say the things that we said about the water having a greater density than the cork and all that sort of thing. All right. So I'm not. So far, no. I'm not getting what Jaren's point is. That's supposed to disprove whatever.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm thinking
he has a point.
Well,
That makes me feel slightly less dumb.
yeah. Remember, occasionally Jaren does say things. Like it does happen.
You know, if you gave a monkey 10,000 years, eventually he would retype the works of Shakespeare. This is Jaren's moment.
Yeah.
Let's see. 4 specters. I'm reading the actual page that he has up. Yeah. All right. Yeah. He's not getting it. Okay. Moving on.
Student, and then look over here. There's a happy little student, and she says, "I believe in physics."
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Classic, folks. Think about what they're saying here. That when something is on a spinning platform, that it's being accelerated towards the middle, and the evidence they give is this rotating platform, which clearly shows that the water is being pushed to the outside. Think if you had 2 half-full milk gallons, okay, in each hand, and you outstretched your arms and started spinning. The milk would not fly towards you in the middle. It would fly towards the outer edges of the carton. However, according to this, the fact that the air in the bottle would come towards you proves inward acceleration.
Did this idiot go to Rudolf Steiner school or something?
Holy fuck.
All right. Tornado, what do you got? Calmly, what do you got?
You stupid twit. You notice the inside of the cap? You notice the milk jug's cap? Well, just focus on the milk jug's cap. Notice how it starts to angle in towards you.
Right.
Yeah. That kind of knackers your whole position, doesn't it?
Well, in addition to all of Jaren's foolishness, I'm thinking this does demonstrate to students what the lesson is supposed to be. But I think it is kind of tricky. I think maybe a better experiment could have been produced involving springs and something of that sort. So there's that.
I still don't understand what he's arguing.
Well, he is saying that the argument. Okay, I think I can answer your question now. This entire article / experimentation / thing for students, whatever the heck it is supposed to be something demonstrating inward acceleration. And Jaren is saying, no, it's really showing outward acceleration because the water is being accelerated outward, and it's only pushing, because of its greater mass, it's only pushing the floating cork in, which is true. So that's why I say, yeah, Jaren's not getting it, but I think a better experiment could have been, the grade school kids are not going to notice the difference, but a better experiment could have been developed. But I think that's what Jaren's trying to do. He's saying they're claiming that this shows inward acceleration, and yet the water is being accelerated outward. So
he's straw manning.
Not necessarily. What he's saying is what's happening. But the cork is still indicating the extent of inward acceleration. It is still an accurate measurement tool, and Jaren is still a tool in general.
Well, yeah, a tool that doesn't work.
Yes, and serves no purpose.
Useless tool.
Indeed. And Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, Jen Morgan says, do you see my confusion? This would seem to show that on a centrifuge, an astronaut would be pushed toward the center, not field G's to the outside. Jen, you're halfway there. Okay. Were that seat not in the centrifuge capsule, the astronaut would fly off tangentially to the centrifuge's rotation, because remember Newton's laws of motion. You want to go in a straight line if there's no force acting on you. Mm-hmm. So the force that's acting on that astronaut to keep him from flying off in a straight line is that seat, that capsule.
Actually, the wall.
toward the center. Yes, the curved wall is pushing him toward the center, and he feels that pushing toward the center as G's to the outside. That pushing on his back is indistinguishable from his back pushing on the couch, pushing on the wall.
Indeed.
And I hope I made some degree of sense there, because to me it's second nature. I know, and that's where it's. If you know something really well, sometimes it's hard to describe, hard to explain it, and I'm just hoping that I can explain it. I've explained it well enough. I hope. If I haven't, try me again.
All right.
And again, and again, and again, and again.
We'll be here. We'll be
longing for something.
We'll be here all week. Anyway, all right. RJ, you want to add something to this as well?
Yeah, one way you could visualize that centrifuge thing would be to just draw a circle out, and inside of it a smaller circle. So there would be the wall of the centrifuge on the outside, and the circle represents the spinning armature where the astronaut is in his little seat. If the seat suddenly obliterated and he was no longer there but moving, he would not fly out in the line of the armature. He would be flying out at right angles to it towards the wall.
Right. Yeah, he would not fly radially.
Yeah.
He would fly he would fly tangentially.
And all of which can be described with gruesome accuracy by those formulas that our dear old Jaren doesn't seem to understand.
Except.
Yeah. All right. And Furball, what would you like to add?
Oh my.
I'm still confused by what he's trying to argue, because I get the concept of it. So the outer wall of this jar we're currently looking at has a pseudo force pushing inward against the outer force of that liquid trying to go out because of the motion of the wheel. But it also sounds like Jaren is trying to argue that the centripetal force that we claim is this is a complete straw man, if I'm understanding it properly, is he's saying that the centripetal force to us is pulling you in.
He's not accounting for why the accelerometer is doing what it does. He's sounding like he's saying that it won't do that. But of course, he doesn't really get to the experimental stage in stuff, does he? Typically, like the experiment that he was going to do with the buckets and stuff out in the desert, he didn't really get around to that, did he?
Oh yeah, that's
Every one of Jared's experiments ends with one word: interesting.
That's interesting.
Sci Honey, is the door unlocked by any chance?
Door?
Door to the room here, is that unlocked?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I think I'm going to have to step out and come back in. My machine is really slowing down at this point. And I think
Okay. All right. Well,
check the Omega.
Yes, absolutely. So, a couple minutes, I'll be right back with you. And,
I suspect we'll still be here. I wouldn't worry about it.
Now, could you blame it for the stupidity on the screen?
It's
fair.
You go check the Omega 13, and we'll wait here. All right.
I get it.
There you go. All right. Anyway, yeah. No, Jaren's not getting it at all. In this, he doesn't understand the centripetal force in this case is the freaking board. It's the board, and the movement of the cork is merely
bad name.
Yeah, and the floating cork is merely indicating the extent to which it is pulling inward. That is the only way you will get a measurement of the centripetal force. Get rid of the water and have the cork hanging from the top. Then you can have an indicator of the centrifugal force with a G. All right, but I digress. RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, and the important thing to remember about all this is Newton and that crowd, it basically worked all of this stuff out before you actually needed to do any of these experiments. In the same way that Newton was saying, my formula suggests that you can send an object into space. Long before you could actually do that, but yet that's what the numbers suggest. Now, if Jaren wants to show us his fabulous monograph, where he's been able to predict like anything, like even what stars you would see from Melbourne, I'm still thinking we're waiting on that.
Indeed.
I think so.
And look, terrified bystander. This is a rather astute observation. Analyzing Jism's inability to understand basic fundamentals of physics would likely require a degree in deciphering stupid. This is going to take all night. Quite true, and I'm beginning to understand why you're terrified.
Yeah, there could be a whole side discipline of gerontology.
Oh my, let us hope not. Furball, what do you got to add?
Is Terry still alive?
No, I'm still here.
Yes, that would be a yes.
Yay!
Although,
That's all I wanted to know.
Although by the drink count, it is sort of getting questionable, isn't it?
I know, this is starting to getting into convention violating territory.
Yeah, almost. All right. Well, at least, you know what? When he drones on reading stuff, feel free to make, origami or whatever, but it uses up time. Here we go. More stuff.
Acceleration, give me a break.
Uh-oh. There's the Russian Viz defense.
I mean, the experiment they show
Would
is
you
simply
like
laughable
a,
at best. Of
friction
course, if you
brake
spin
or a
this turntable,
dynamic
the
brake?
cork goes towards the middle. It is less dense
How
than the
about the
water
cut the
which is
brake
being
lining?
flung to the outside. All you need to know to see this deception is how a centrifuge works. When you spin a centrifuge, the heaviest items, the items that are more dense, fly out, and the less dense items come in.
All right, we'll just let him go. But basically, he's arguing that things are as science say they are, therefore I win. That's what he's saying.
Wait, what? So, if things are as science says they are, therefore I win,
That's what he's saying.
then things are as science are, therefore I'm an idiot, and therefore space exists, and therefore I should just shut up now. You see, this right here is why he just lost about $500 worth of that sweet Patreon money.
All right. Anyway, all right. Let's let him blather on.
Not because there's an inward force, no. So this is for the Wikipedia.
Okay, if there's a jackass, if there's no inward force, that would mean nothing stopping stuff from flying away, so shut up.
From centrifuge, and it says a centrifuge is a piece of equipment that puts an object in rotation
See,
around
like
a
now,
fixed axis.
he's just going to read stuff
In
and we can just
parentheses,
talk.
Spins it in a circle. Okay, so far we're on the right page. Applying a force perpendicular to the axis of spin outward
getting
that can be very
songs here
strong.
now.
The centrifuge
Clams are
works using the
strained by the
sedimentation
doors,
principle, where the
and,
centrifugal
muscles
acceleration
are
causes
strained by
denser
the doors.
substances and particles to move outward in the radial direction. At the same time, objects that are less dense are displaced and moved towards the center. So again, do you see what they're doing here? They just
Finger.
described that exact action, but said that it's actually causing a force. The cork, which is less dense than the water in the accelerometer, is coming
Do
towards
put
the
a
middle.
cork in it.
No, it's because the heavier items
Well,
are
I
flying
can tell
towards the
you,
outside.
Jaren's
Now, they
cork is
can't
a
tell
hell
you
of a
that.
lot
Why
less
not?
dense than
Because
something.
question, how am I spinning?
Oh, hold on. We got...
No, this is better. Hey, no, this is improving.
Stop it. We got to fix this.
Oh, wait, your audio is also chopped up, though.
Of course.
Wow.
Hold on.
Yeah, side, your mic audio is also...
It's everybody. Yep. Not to worry.
Well, to me, everyone but you sounds fine.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. One more. And there.
Hey, Kara.
All right. Occasionally, the audio engine needs to be tweaked. We should be okay now.
You know, it's probably because of the stupidity. Even Zoom is starting to react badly.
Oh, yeah.
Offended by it.
Yeah, these things happen. Oh, geez, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Geez, too bad it couldn't go all the way and crash the program.
We can still jump forward 5 or 10 minutes. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Actually, let's see. 23. We got about 10 left. We got about 10 minutes left.
Good. Move forward 11.
Can you jump? Yeah, can you jump forward to the next place where he makes a point? So the end.
That'd be.
Hold on, I want to see
It
this.
wouldn't be the end. He still wouldn't have a point by the end.
That's true.
I want to continue watching this.
All
Let's
right.
see if he continues.
All right.
All right. Thank you many much for letting me back in. And I see you haven't moved off that frame.
Oh no! Actually, we've gone back to it. He went and did something. He went and blathered on for everyone about how a centrifuge works. And,
okay, fine.
And then came back to this. But we all had a nice conversation while he was just reading stuff off of that shop manual. All right, here we go. Here's more stuff. It was a nice conversation too. All right, here we go.
On a spinning sphere,
Yeah.
how am I not flying towards the outside? All the heavy items in a centrifuge,
Okay.
in a merry-go-round of death, in a gravitron, all those items are pushing the heavier and most dense items to the outside.
Yeah.
But on the Earth, it's the opposite. all the heavy items are pulled towards the inside and the gases and the atmosphere is being pushed to the outside? It makes no...
Okay, you know what? He just missed... I'm going to augment the thing. He just missed the entire point of that experiment he did where he actually read...
As usual.
Yeah, he actually read... Hey, look who's waiting. Everybody say hi to Nacho.
Hi, Nacho.
Nacho, welcome. He doesn't have a mic yet. He can't say hi back. He can't say hi back yet.
No, he got no microphone.
No, there he is. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
I hope you're using an inverted microphone.
Hello.
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 Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's this?
Hi. My ship decided to just ram itself up its own ass.
What's this copyright indicator from all the hellos? All right. Let's see. Well, seeing it, Nacho, before we continue, do you have any words of wisdom now that you have joined us to make us feel better about this horrendous video we're watching?
Pretty much
Thank you.
all I've got to say is
sorry.
I'm really glad I only just rocked up now. So, because I've heard you just about 10 minutes away from the end, it's a good time to rock up.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
My brain
You did it on purpose, in other words. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
All right. And Terry, what do you got?
Selfie. I was going to ask, not did he bring his own claims? That wasn't my question, though. But he keeps going on about the centrifugal analogy for the Earth to what he's displaying, but that's on a disk, and we're not on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although the rotation still would works either way, but he's not. No, he's not getting it. He's taking a demonstration of the inward force, or how you can measure the inward force, and saying because that experiment exists, and that's not really what happens if you put stuff on a on a turntable and spin it, it flies outward. Therefore, it's all a lie and a trick. So it's just it's freaking Jaren. What do you expect? All right. Anyway, anything else? Okay, moving on. Here we go. We're gonna make it to the end of this yet.
Since the heavier items get pushed to the outside in a centrifuge, which would be me, you, rocks, water, those things would be flying towards the outside, and the lighter things, like the cork, or in this case the atmosphere, would be pulled to the inside. It truly becomes more and more insane.
Okay, most definitely.
Insane the membrane.
He even said that one wrong. Based on the experiment he just saw, he even said that wrong. That's Tornado. What do you got?
Okay, so Jaren, you do realize that the centripetal force on Earth, again, is only 0.3% that of gravity. You know, the thing that pulls everything down at 9.8 meters per second here on Earth. And we've measured this. We've shown that it exists. We actually can prove that gravity is a thing using the Cavendish experiment. So, get wrecked.
Yes, we know gravity's a thing. We're still not quite sure what thing it is, but we know it's a thing. That's quite true. All right, and and now his argument has shifted, just as subtly shifted. He's gone from the objects with more mass and area to objects with less mass, affecting each other in the previous experiment. Now he's shifted it to lighter objects being pulled towards the center and heavier objects flying off into space, which is not. That's
a straw man.
That's not.
That's what his entire video is a straw man.
Or just a gross misunderstanding. I'd say it's more of a chance it's just a gross misunderstanding of what they are showing him on that webpage.
No, that is a flat-out straw man.
Yeah. I'm going to say it's a straw man as well, because by saying it's a gross misunderstanding is giving Jaren credit for not being intelligent enough to see that. Jaren, I'll give him more credit. He's intelligent enough to see that, and he has made this straw man to try and pull in more revenue to say that we're dumb.
Okay. All right. All right. Very good. I will accept that. RJ, what do you got?
Well, the bad analogy here is unable to make the transition from the merry-go-round example, the little spinning 2x4, where you have an object that's in a sealed container and that is not perpendicular as the way it is on a gigantic body like the Earth, where you are standing in a different orientation. So you have to take into account the fact that the atmosphere is free to move, and you are free to move in a way that's different than the CAN experiment. So he has difficulty translating principles into new contexts.
It does seem to be a problem here. All right, Diana, what do you got?
Yeah. RJ reminded me of something that I had missed a little bit. Okay, with that 2x4 and the water-filled jar and the cork, the cork is moving toward the center of the axis of rotation. Okay, now move that to the Earth. If that is going to happen the same way, that cork would be moving toward the center of the Earth,
towards your feet.
and you're not going to see you're not going to see that happening the way it's happening on the 2x4.
No, not without a liquid surrounding it that was being affected more.
Yeah.
But not just that, because technically our atmosphere it is a fluid-like material.
Yes.
The problem is that there is no outer barrier for that fluid-like material to be pushed up against to push the less dense materials down.
Indeed.
Unless we have our personal atmospheric dome.
Yes.
The firmament.
He would maintain that there is one of those, but he's wrong there too.
You think?
He can be
You
correct.
know, the question is, can he keep his firmament?
Indeed. And wait a minute, didn't he? What did he say about the ISS? Didn't he see it and say it's real?
Or not?
He said it was real.
Yeah. And so where did he say it is? If he said it's a thing, where did he say it is?
It's above the big cork.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It's a drone flying in the upper atmosphere. That's all it is.
Oh, all right. That Doppler shift. That Doppler shift. We must have been imagining, Bo.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You have to apply omega to it.
I see.
Even easier than that, if you want to just go off of basic observations of people who don't have equipment, if you look on the ground where you can watch transits, because I've done this, because I've been trying to catch a freaking transit, but it keeps changing orbit on me. Where I'm at, I can see a transit 13 minutes before people in Russia can see it.
Funny how that works.
Let's pretend it's really a drone. That there's a drone up there in the upper atmosphere that spooky government is putting there to make me think it's at the ISS. That same drone is blocking out the sun in Russia 13 minutes before me. So conveniently,
it must be a very big
25,000 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's a huge drone. In fact, it's the what is it? The I can't remember the quote now, but it's the guy, just like the guy who was the director of Space Odyssey. Yeah, he was so
Stanley
perfect.
Kubrick.
Yeah, he was so much of a perfectionist that he insisted on filming on
location,
on site, on location. Yeah.
That's not a drone. It's a space station.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there's disputes whether or not you can use the word drone for anything that is, a quadcopter or whatever. But in the original term, it's an object that is self-controlled. To my knowledge, except for orbit adjustments every now and then, and also, moving it because of objects being in danger of touching the so-called pizza box that is around a safety zone that is around the ISS. It is not being controlled in that manner. It's not being moved anywhere. It just goes around and around.
Pizza.
It's not even flying.
All right.
They're still going on the clams.
Going and going.
Diana, you got anything?
Oh, I am so sorry. Let me lower my.
Not a problem. Just didn't want to miss any valuable information. All righty.
Carl says Stanley Clambrick.
All right.
There's no stopping him now.
No, there is not.
Dolly Clampton. Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Oh, my sweet clam, George Clamison.
Moving on.
Okay, I'll
The
shut up
further
now.
you go. If we go to Cool Cosmos and ask why don't we feel the Earth move, it states that the Earth spins very fast, but we don't feel the motion because it's constant. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Says the spinning and orbital speeds stay the same, so we don't feel any acceleration or deceleration. You can only feel motion if your speed changes. Anyone ever been on the gravitron? Did you feel anything at a constant orbital speed? Of course you did. You were flying.
Somebody called Drink and mentioned the acceleration that
Yeah, that's it. You're accelerated toward the center of the freaking thing. God.
Indeed, you certainly are experiencing acceleration, even if your rotational speed stays the same. Jackass. Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah, and how much faster does a gravitron or spin around compared to the Earth?
Oh, it's up there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what, 15 RPM, something like that. It's something strange, crazy.
And Jaron, using his non-existent flat Earth cosmology mathematics, has been able to predict the exact amount of experience you would have on that. When?
I didn't quite see that. I must have missed it. I could have missed it. All right. Anything else, Tornado?
No, hold on. Let me go get my net thingy.
I didn't
That
really.
sounds suggestive.
Yeah. You know what? All right. Well, let's go for it.
Giggity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. He didn't say he was going to give me.
I said my net thingy, my USB adapter.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for
Okay.
Thank you.
butterfly net to go
There's my
after
internet
Jaron.
connection back again. Okay, now that that's fixed, I'm good.
Okay, yay. And here we go. More stuff.
Attack mode. Attack mode.
To the outside. Let's go to Earth Sky. We asked the same question, and we are reminded of one little thing that we forgot to discuss in our merry-go-round example. It says we don't feel the motion because you and everything else, including the oceans and the atmosphere, are all spinning with the Earth at the same constant speed.
How dare they
Do you
say
see
something
the
true?
nonsense yet?
What?
Now the atmosphere-
Okay, we don't need to answer it, but fucking drink. All right. All right. I think we do. We have it. Okay. I thought we had addressed this about 5 times so far. Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah. Not only is it moving at a constant rate, but it's going at 0.00069 RPM. 0.3% that of gravity. That's the amount of centrifugal force you would actually be feeling. How the fuck do you expect to feel that?
All right.
It sounds like a tornado is trying to exercise physically in order to keep himself sane.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Good luck watching this.
Jaron is a workout.
All right.
We get the point, Tornado claim.
All right. Here we go.
Sphere is spinning with the Earth.
Uh-huh.
At Alaska, it spins at 500 miles per hour. It spins at 1,037 miles per hour at the equator and
No.
860 miles per hour in Los Angeles.
No.
Wow, what an amazing atmosphere indeed.
Oh, say something dumb.
Clouds and winds can
No.
move around with no problem while the entire atmosphere is magically attached to the spinning Earth at speeds faster than the speed of sound.
Absolute airspeed, you fuck nugget.
All right. Tornado, go right ahead. Go play it, please.
Gravity, you fucking retard. Gravity! I remember fucking gravity! Gravity!
More than even more than that. That explains half of his nonsense about the atmosphere being stuck to it. Yeah, but as Furball mentioned before, it's a fluid, which means that yes, clouds and air and wind and all that stuff happens from uneven cooling. He's so close to the answer, but instead of saying the last 4 words, he just says, "Oh, how ridiculous."
It's a bendy fluid. Remember that, yeah.
Of course. Anyway, all right, more crap, and we're closing in on it here. Here we go.
It's
Are we
simply
sorry?
ridiculous. To go
No.
even further
yeah.
with the deception, they now turn to the airplane example. If you were traveling on a plane, you don't feel it. You don't feel you're moving. Yeah, because the plane has a roof. What if we remove the top of the plane? Would you notice then? Of course you would. You would be dead. You
It's what I told you.
Could we have that again, please?
It's what I told you guys. It's what the folks on the boardwalk said. It's a closed system. All right, Diana, you want to take this one first?
Crap.
Yes, if you take top off the fucking plane, now you've got wind blowing at 700 miles an hour into your face. Of course you're going to feel it, you fuck.
Would I have trouble holding onto my coffee cup?
Oh no, I will never drop the coffee.
I do not want to know what Sir uses to hold his coffee cup. I refuse.
Alrighty, and let's see.
Sort of missed that little thing there. It's like you. Well, no, actually, no, he doesn't miss it. He knows what he's doing.
All right, who was next? Furball, I think you were next. Go ahead.
So this is for anybody who has ever went on vacation to Hawaii and spent the extra money to buy a convertible car and drive down the Hana Highway at about 50 miles an hour. What do you think the ants below your foot pedals think is happening? Nothing.
Is this gonna be forever? Oh wait, they don't go to the dentists. Sorry.
All right, RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, this was just a question that I seem to recall this has popped up in earlier Jaren issues. Has he or any flat earther ever accounted for why air pressure drops as you go high up in altitude?
I don't think so.
I think so.
And of course, the reason why you have to have a pressurized airplane at high altitude is because your blood will boil without it. So it's probably a good idea to have that. And maybe we could try doing an experiment with Jaren in an unpressurized plane going to 30,000 feet.
You know, I'd like to agree with you, RJ, except I was watching the puppy the whole time, so I didn't hear a word.
Maybe we should swap out the video for. Maybe we should.
Brian
just
Stevens,
swap
the day
out
the
the
clam
Jason
died, I
video
shot
for
the
the puppy.
mullis, but I did not shoot the calamity.
Somebody say something important, then I was too distracted for the dog.
Oh, all right. Here,
puppy.
here, let's do this here, and we'll have a question for the
It even has its own diaper.
It is cool. Hold on. I think this
What
is the
breed
one.
is it? A Siberian Husky?
All right, who would rather watch this than Jarenism?
What sort of question is that?
Yeah.
It's a Shiba Inu. It's a Japanese breed.
All right, that is just coolness beyond measure. All right.
Yeah, that snowball has the sharpest teeth I have ever seen.
God, yeah, she loves toes.
I hope you have thick skin on your toes by now.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that brief respite. That was
Puppy versus
Yeah.
foot.
Now we're ready for another 40 minutes of.
all right. Yeah.
Who am I kidding?
RJ, do you have something to add? Please say it's about the puppy.
I was just that you distracted me with the puppy.
You couldn't just talk about the puppy. We got to get back to this crap. Thank you very much.
Talk about my little cat Dusty. She used to do the same thing with we would play a killer cat, and so I would put my hand over her, and she'd go into attack mode, and she would leap up, grab my wrist with her paws, and then start gnawing on my hand. Nothing terribly painful, but it was an interesting little attack mode that she loved to go into.
Ah, okay. All righty. Well, thank you for that brief respite. That's actually very helpful. I feel I'm going to be able to tolerate
Anything except to listen to Jared.
Oh yeah, but the doggy, we're gonna have an easier time dealing with this crap. All right, here we go. More stuff.
On to say, bottom line is that we don't feel the Earth rotate because Earth spins steadily and moves at a constant rate in orbit around the sun, carrying you as a passenger
Yeah.
with it.
We're giving you all the
where's
answers.
top of our plane.
We
To
idiot.
believe that the atmosphere just spins freely, always knowing what speed to spin, is simply insanity.
All right, that's where he's going. He's gonna say the atmosphere knows that, so that definitely gets one. Even though he was so close to having the answer himself. All he had to do was apply two things. One, the atmosphere is fluid. Two, uneven heating and cooling of the atmosphere. There, you've got cloud movement, wind, and the atmosphere moving with you. All in one nice bunch.
And can even predict what direction the molecules will be moving.
Indeed.
Yeah,
And
it's
go ahead.
almost as if weather's a thing. It's almost as if we have people who study the weather. It's almost as if we have this thing called science.
No, Darren's right. It's a sentient atmosphere. All right, here we go. More of this.
And again, even if we did have a roof, all the things that are the heaviest would be pushed to the outside of that roof, not to the inside, not towards the spinning ball Earth.
Gravity.
If you look here, this is a video of me traveling with
Yeah,
cruise
fucking
control for 1 mile at 50 miles per hour. So let's pretend that we are on a merry-go-round at a spot where we spin at a linear speed of 50 miles per hour.
Okay.
That's pretty fast. But now imagine that we take a plane or travel to the equator. Are you ready to see what 1,000 miles per hour looks
All
like?
right,
Here we go. Imagine that we are at the outside edge of a merry-go-round traveling 25,000 miles in a day, which equals 1,000 miles per hour.
The stupid.
Well, here
you
is that
won't
ridiculous
see
speed.
anything because
I
you're
mean, we'd be
moving
flung
at the
off
same
in 2
speed
seconds,
as
and
the
imagine if I
land.
had a trough of water with me. It would be completely gone. Now you have to imagine that the atmosphere is moving along with it at this.
All right, we have some rather insistent drink calls. Go ahead, Tornado.
That's 1,000 miles an hour with respect to the ground, you fucking moron.
All right.
People at the equator are moving 0 miles per hour relative to the ground.
Indeed. All right.
Yeah, if you could hang a very large poster board in outer space and have it at 0 velocity, absolute somehow, and you're standing on the Earth and you're rotating. Yeah, if it were close enough, you would see that piece of paper or whatever it is go zipping right by.
And we would not feel any different.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Looks like Bo has something to add. Bo, what have you got? Please tell me it's a puppy.
No, I don't have a puppy. I used to have one as a kid. It was the cutest little Labrador German Shepherd mix.
Oh, I had one of those.
Pig ears, you can imagine. You know, stiff from the base of the head to about halfway, and then floppy ears to the rest. It was so cute.
Had one.
But no, that was that was not it. No, I fear that I have to switch from my pop to back to the wine again.
All right.
You mean soda?
What the hell is pop? I'm lost. I got nothing.
Come on, I'm speaking actual English here.
Honey, I don't let that stuff
Coca-Cola.
All right.
You're doing a good job at delaying, though.
And no, by the way, Doorknob Head, no. Unfortunately, it was euthanized at, 1.5 years of age, I think it was, because of a massive, not tick attack. It was horrendously attacked by a massive amount of ticks and other parasites.
Oh my.
So yeah, that was the worst day of my life. I was barely a teenager, I think.
Sorry to hear that.
That was just the worst. And I never recovered from that, really. So I literally go ballistic when I see people mistreating their dogs, especially.
Understandable.
Well, although it has only happened once. It has only happened once where I actually, done something physically about it, but it was really bad at that point too. But, yeah, that's another thing. And also, I got a little present from the police for doing what I did. Not a good thing. But yeah.
All right.
We're back to the puppy.
Yes, we are.
As a respite from that sad story of a puppy, I figured I'd show a little bit more puppy while I talk about my comment. I don't remember what movie it was. It was airplane rescue type movie, one of those trying to go up on the plane, and Steven Seagal died within like the first 5 minutes, which was amazing. But there was like some kind of specialized plane that docked below a passenger jet. So passenger jet is doing 600 miles an hour, and American specialty plane is doing 600 miles an hour.
Wait a minute.
47.
Wasn't it
Air Force One? Was that Air Force One?
Not the movie, but the plane. I think it was the
one with Harrison Ford, or a different one?
Yeah, I think so.
It might have been. I just remember that I think it was Steven Seagal died within the first 3 minutes, which was amazing. But my point is that you've got Air Force One that's doing 600, 700, 800 miles an hour constant, and then another jet coming below it that's doing the exact same speed so they can dock together. And you know what? To the people that were on the inside, it was as if both planes weren't moving.
Right.
Indeed.
Relative motion. I don't think Jaron has a good grip on
relativity motion. No, you can't. We use that one, can we?
Well, that was the whole thing going on.
Relative motion. You just can't change that one.
All right.
Project Gemini. You had 2 spacecraft, each moving at 17,400 miles an hour. But the relative speed between them was, maybe 1.5 feet per second or something like that as they were coming in the dock. Yeah. Same thing.
You're talking space and you're talking space, and space is fiction. It's not real.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
I forgot. That's right.
No.
That's
The
right.
Executive Decision was the movie, not Air Force One.
Okay, and let's see. So, Bo, did you have anything additional? If not,
No, that was it.
all right. Let's see. Tornado, what do you got?
Well, I've done some docking maneuvers in Kerbal, and relative motion is important. If you're not moving relative to the ground, then you're not going to feel much of anything. If you are moving relative to the ground, like what Jaren is describing, then of course you're going to feel something. Up until your acceleration levels out and your speed is constant.
Alrighty. And RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, on that bit about how odd things are in space, and here would be another example. Of course, they deny that there's any space, but could any flat earther accommodate why this is so? Is that when two objects are moving in orbit and one of them speeds up, it now moves into a higher orbit, but the amount of distance it's covering is now slightly different. So it actually seems to back up relative to the other object. So docking in space is really tricky because you have to speed up to slow down and slow down to speed up because of the different orbital distances that even tiny velocities make. And it would seem odd to accommodate how that would ever work in the non-existent flat Earth cosmology.
Yeah, Gene Kranz wrote about that in his book, Failure is Not an Option, where they were having a heck of a time in Gemini 4 and Gemini 5 trying to get that whole relative motion thing down until I think it was John Hodge finally said, look, I've been telling you all along. You're getting it backwards. Yeah, you've got to speed up to slow down, etc.
You can even do the math yourself. You can work out an orbit, and remember, because of Newton, your orbit's determined by your velocity.
Yes.
And so that any change in your velocity alters your orbit, and because the orbit is a matter of gravitation, you drop or rise depending upon the speed you're moving at. There's no way around it. There's absolutely fixed.
A equals B squared over R.
When you're trying to navigate into that, you can do the calculation yourself. Work out an orbit around the Earth and a slightly bigger orbit around the Earth and figure out what the velocity of those are. And you can work that out just on paper, exactly what's going on in there and how annoying it is trying to deal with stuff like that.
And yet the dockings to the ISS look so easy when you're watching them live on the videos, don't they?
Oh, my word, there is so much going on.
Yeah, what is it
In
they
some
say?
respects, they're in
Everything
an
is easy
easier
for those who are good at it. Right?
In a way, it's easier if they come at it from the side rather than front or rear.
Right, because let me see now. If you're coming at it from the side, you get the same plane and you're moving at the same speed.
Yeah, you're moving in the same orbit, but altering your direction the other as a vector. So I think that's the reason why they put the damn docking portals where they are, so you can come in from the side, not the front or the back.
Almost like they've thought of all this stuff.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Those formulas actually work, and gravity, effing gravity.
Hey, I'm sure those dumb scientists that just got lucky. I mean, come on.
Of course.
At all, they're
Come
all
on, seriously.
wrong,
I mean,
just pictures up on the firmament and CGI.
Hey, a couple of times they did get lucky. Remember the spinning capsule because the RCS was stuck open or something. Anyway, all right, here we go.
My word, Gemini 8. Yes.
Yeah. And it kept getting worse. And it kept getting worse while they were trying to figure out what the hell was going on.
Yeah, and they finally just had to shut down.
Everything's spinning. I can't see anything. What's going on? Oh my god! It's pretty much all it was.
Yeah, it's like watching a Jeranism video. All right, speaking of which, let's watch a Jeranism video. I can't believe those words left
He's
my
not a
mouth.
witch, he's a troll.
Here we go, more stuff.
Speed?
Damn it.
How? This is ridiculous, and clearly we would feel this edge linear velocity.
Look at how fake this
making
is.
the Earth a giant
It is
sphere,
ridiculous.
saying it exists in a vacuum with an attached atmosphere that spins in concert with the ground below it, perfectly at the same speed as the ground, is patently absurd. That we wouldn't feel this speed or be able to detect it with our precise measuring devices is simply insanity. Again, all of this is just my opinion, and as I've said, you are free to believe the math that says it's possible, just as you can believe that the elephant can hang from the tree branch off the cliff. Be my guest. Believe you are spinning as we speak, floating along in outer space at such a perfect consistency that can't be felt, and it no longer even matters what speeds or equations they invent. We'd never feel it. They could tell you that you're flying through space at 80...
Oh, I believe I heard a drink call. Tornado! Tornado, please proceed.
Yeah, except we've been able to calculate every single thing about our planet, yet you're just denying it because we...
Indeed. All right. This is getting expensive with the beers and all. Furball, what do you got?
He said that we're conveniently traveling at a consistent speed, which makes us not feel the change in motion. Can he point to where we believe the rockets on the Earth are to make us go faster or slower? Oh, there are no rockets to make us go faster or slower? That's why we're at a consistent fucking speed.
Yeah. That's...
Another thing. I wonder if he ever, Jason here, ever brings up the argument of scientists claiming, because it's true, that the Earth is actually slowing down. And that would be, the, oh no, big numbers, only in reverse.
Yeah, and the moon moving away from us very slowly.
Yeah, about, what is it, an inch?
Conservation of
or
angular
two
momentum.
per year or something?
Indeed.
Yeah, in millions and millions of years, the moon will no longer do perfect eclipses of the sun because it will have moved too far away. But by that time, your insurance will have lapsed, so you really don't have to worry about it.
Probably. All right. And RJ, since you have the hand up, what have you to add?
Yes, let's see about whether I suddenly lost my train of thought of why I raised my hand up on that one. Yeah, I think I did.
Make something up, RJ.
No,
Yeah,
I'm afraid I
does.
can't distort information that way, Dave.
Oh, certainly not distort, but just speak. Some information always leaks out when you speak.
The problem about it had to do with the famous old H.G. Wells story about the man who could work miracles, who needed more time, so he just stopped the Earth's rotation, and of course everybody instantly flies off into space because of that, because they are continuing to move at whatever velocity they were as the Earth has stopped. And that's exactly the kind of circumstance when he's talking about this idiot picture of the landscape zipping by at 1,000 miles an hour. No, the velocity at the equator is zero relative to the Earth.
All righty. And moving on.
9 trillion miles per hour. You can't tell. You're traveling in a plane and simply can't tell. Let's discuss for a second the atmosphere spinning with the Earth.
Oh, look, gradient.
Here with this column of air above
Let's
you,
do it.
that as you travel, the air moves exactly with you. Where would this end? If space is above you and the atmosphere thins with altitude, where does it stop spinning with you? If you sent a balloon up,
Who said
eventually
it
wouldn't
does?
the Earth spin out from below you?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we know this doesn't happen.
False assumption.
All right. You know what?
This is not lockstep rotation, you...
We will have one drink, and I don't think we have a category for I don't get it. No, we don't have a. No, we'll just let it go. Everybody have it.
Get no.
Hang
Yeah.
on. Yeah, head shaking. I don't get it.
Yeah. All right. Tornado, you want to add something?
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
do. I'm looking up weather cell right now. You know those cells that we have, like Hadley cells, polar cells, the prevailing winds thing?
Okay.
Yeah, those things move the atmosphere around. I mean, it's not in perfect lockstep rotation. The atmosphere does move faster in some places than in others. It's why weather moves from west to east faster than the Earth rotates. Because of this thing we call the jet stream, produced by unequal heating and cooling of the Earth's surface. There's this thing called wind. The atmosphere is generally a homogeneous mix of gases that doesn't care where it is. And you know what happens when a particle bumps into another particle? It transfers some of its energy to another particle, or that other particle, and then another particle, and then another particle. So eventually the entire atmosphere is moving with the Earth due to fucking drag.
Okay. And I think Nacho was next. Nacho, what you got?
Now, obviously, I'm not the smartest person around, but I see these little dotted lines he's got that obviously indicate the movement of the atmosphere along with the Earth, and the arrow at the bottom showing the direction the Earth is spinning. So, and I'm, sort of just pitching out in the dark here, but wouldn't those dotted lines have a sort of a curvature to the right to indicate?
Yes, they would. Yes, they
drag
would.
that the atmosphere would follow.
Yeah,
it just
the
doesn't
atmosphere.
very accurate.
The atmosphere is not rigid. So if you
yeah.
want to talk about the shells of the different colors there, if a particular shell moves rigidly, the shell above it might experience
Because
a
of
little bit
the
of a lag
friction,
as you're
isn't
drawing it. Yes.
Like thing, you know, it's gonna,
Yeah. So as you go higher and higher, you will eventually theoretically come to a zero velocity.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Now
the answer to the question he was after.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that what he has up there does not at all represent what you're going to see in reality.
All right. Have I had too many beers, or is that arrow pointing the wrong way? By the way.
Well, in classical movie making theory, then yes, an arrow going from right to left is always indicative of going home when the opposite is going forward or going out somewhere. But that's probably not what you meant.
No. I meant with the from our perspective, with the from looking at a map, would the Earth be turning in that direction, or is 66 drinks too much?
I reckon it's going the other way.
Yeah, I was thinking it could be the 66 drinks, or it could be the Earth has changed its rotation.
Well, that's where you're wrong. That's where you went wrong. We're watching a JSON video. And
Oh! I'm sorry. My apologies. All right, it's the drink count.
Where my orientation is here, where I'm looking south, the Earth's going that way. So yeah, that'd be right.
Yeah, so all right.
Terry is not yet. It's true. Yeah.
Right. But I'm just thinking for us over here. I mean, I usually
hemisphere you're in.
I usually see this.
The ground for Terry and Notcha, perhaps more so for Notcha than Terry because he's a Kiwi.
Would be at the top.
It should have been more rust colored, shouldn't it? The ground.
Yeah, but shouldn't it also be at the top of the screen?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And upside down. Yeah. Sure.
Because this is obviously pitched there for the Americans and stuff. So
America.
Indeed. All right. So we're making space great again. Wonderful. Furball, what do you got?
Well, if we want to instill the flat Earth model, that means at the top of those dotted lines, there needs to be a dome. And that's where the dome is that holds everything in. Now, if you want to argue that the dome is there, okay, we can accept that. And gravity is not a thing, and buoyancy and how it works. Everything would separate out exactly how he describes it here. But the problem is that black part at the top, right below where the dome is, would be solid hydrogen and helium. And we could go up there and harvest it, because that is the lightest elements known to man, and that's where it would be. So being that everyone is saying that we are going to have a helium crisis because we cannot create it other than extract it from the rocks in the ground, if we've got that giant pocket of helium at the top of the dome, why don't we go get it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a surprising amount of things that we use, especially for in hospitals, that just simply at the moment anyway needs helium to actually operate correctly.
And we're gonna
it's really important, and it's so sad that we cannot synthesize helium, pure helium. That is, we can synthesize helium, just not pure helium.
Nuclear bomb.
Yeah, and all right.
Are you gonna get with the net to catch it?
Yeah, you use a special radio. You do it at night. That way you don't notice it.
And I don't really think that Annette would appreciate you using her for that.
Oh
Annette
my!
Funicello, yeah. Well,
all right, RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, I was also again trying to stretch my memory back to recall the wonderful monographs that flat earthers have done to explain various phenomena. Has Jaron or any other flat earther explained why there's wind?
That's what I was thinking. It might be a little dangerous for them to do because they say there's wind, therefore the atmosphere is not moving with the Earth, but they don't go into the why there's wind. Because if they did, that would kind of not make it really evidentiary.
So we can add the why is there wind to the list of inability to work out a physical representation for what the shape of the flat Earth is, and the inability to work out a working ephemeris that can account for the motion of any celestial object with reliability, and the inability to explain why the stellar figures that are in the southern hemisphere look so different from the northern hemisphere, and the inability to work out timings for any of the celestial objects, just in that little list of like not explaining anything.
Well, back to the wind. I mean, you have an explanation because Bo was talking about breaking wind earlier. Bo, where do you get your wind to break it?
Yeah, there we go. It must be the same phenomenon. Especially, do you do that when you're on a merry-go-round?
Well, hey, wind, or breaking wind. I mean, that in that instant, it's in a gaseous state. All I need to do is cool it down and compress it to the point where it becomes liquid, and then cool it down some more, and it will become a solid substance. Then I can break it.
Okay. And this is probably one of the most effective delays I have heard recently. Tornado, what do you got?
Well, I actually looked up this thing about Hadley cells. There's 3 cells. The Hadley cell, I think that's the equator. The Farrell cell at the area where I am, the middle latitudes, and then the polar cell at the poles. Various weather currents happen around the area because of these 3 cells, and thanks to the jet stream. Yeah, and it also turns out the Coriolis effect plays a huge deal in it too because of our hurricanes. Yeah, turns out there's this thing called wind and weather, which moves the atmosphere, which you would understand if you actually did your research like you tell us to do.
Did you say the polar cells are at the poles? No, go figure.
That's where they keep them. All right. And RJ?
Yes. On that very far, I've suddenly recalled that there are currents other than just in the atmosphere. We, of course, have all those in the sea as well, circumpolar current and all the rest. So I take it that being able to accommodate why the current system in the oceans exists in a flat Earth context is also another piece of information that they have not yet worked out.
I believe you are correct.
So have we worked out any set of data that they've actually been able to account for?
Not to my knowledge. And
okay, so it's a long list of crap. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I don't believe that. And then on their side of things they can actually accommodate, it's like big goose egg. I'm beginning to think this flat Earth concept is not very persuasive.
I'm starting to get that feeling as well. All right. Yeah. Well, you know what? He may wrap it all up. He's got a few minutes left. He may wrap it all up.
To resolve all the sciencey stuff in just the last minute.
It may make sense to you in just a minute or two. So let's see what goes on here. Here we go.
I'm going to fasten my seatbelt.
All right.
If a helicopter were to hover above the ground,
shit.
Is it gravity that carries the helicopter along with it at 1,000 miles per hour as it hovers? Well, inertia, they might proclaim. Yes, because this way it's very easy to say, of course we don't know we're spinning, because we always have been and always will be. We and the atmosphere and the helicopter all have inertia. It's absolute crazy talk. It's a religion. It's simply a belief.
All righty. I'm getting Tornado, you're going to kill me. You understand that. All right, go ahead.
Yes. But seriously, again, the crazy talk thing, you just stuck your fingers in your ears and go, la, 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 la. And you view anything that disagrees with your flat Earth idea as a religion. Again, the projection is strong with this one. The fact is the atmosphere has its own wet patterns of motion, which we know as weather. I live in Florida. I have to deal with it on a yearly basis. It's called fucking hurricane season. Quit talking out your ass.
But that's all he does. He doesn't know how to talk otherwise.
Pretty much. All right. Last thing we'd want is a silent Jaren, huh? All right, moving on.
Then again,
the other answer that they have is the almighty gravity. This is the answer to all the globe issues. Good old gravity, the weakest force holding everything on Earth to the ball as it spins and flies through space. Holding the atmosphere, holding the oceans, the hills, the lakes, the rocks, the hovering helicopter, the airplane being...
Don't say, yet birds can fly. I'll drive to wherever the hell you are and slap you.
...carried backward as it flies west. All of it controlled by action at a distance.
Yet birds
but
can
Jaren,
fly.
the math works.
Damn
we
it.
have Newton's mathematical equations for gravity. He wrote tons of books and gave us the formulas. Really? Well, I wonder what Newton had to say about his gravity equation and how it relates to reality. Here's Newton.
Why does he keep talking about newts? For fuck's sake.
All
His
right.
name is Newton.
All right, here we go.
In his own words in a letter to Bentley, telling us what he felt about gravity, or this action at a distance. He said, quote, "It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of something else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to the other, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical
So,
matters
Diana, how you
the
doing?
faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity
Diana?
must be caused by an
Oh,
agent
just asking how
acting
you're doing.
constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left that to the consideration of my readers."
Oh, nothing.
Trying to
Didn't
avert our
Nothing.
minds from this waffle.
Yeah, I was just asking how you're doing. How's things?
A little bit dead. Go for me. Go for you. What am I talking about? I have no idea.
Perfect. All right.
Island.
Oh, look at that. Tornado still got the hand up. Tornado, do you have something additional
Yeah,
to
this
add?
is a quote mine.
You think?
And a long one at that.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is. But,
This
yeah.
is such a big quote mine that the Army's engineer corps would not be able to get through it without someone dying.
Can we
That
move
says
on now?
something since it's the Army and not the Marine Corps. So, yeah.
Alrighty.
Sorry, that's a jab at the wrong time, but yeah.
Didn't want to have his name attached to the ridiculous notion that were his mathematical equations, but today he is praised and celebrated for inventing the math that allows these
You should be
nonsensical
ashamed
beliefs.
of yourself, you
And here's
twit,
another
for doing
article
no
from a
capacity.
physics.
All right. Does anybody want to respond to that, or should I just?
Drink.
Okay.
Should we just read out Jen Morgan's comment aloud?
Uh,
That would cover it.
Where the hell is it?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Minute 25, yeah.
So Newton admitted.
So
his-
Newton admitted his shortcomings, unlike any flat earther ever.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Oh, looks like Tornado. What do you got?
Yeah, and later we found out what is the cause of gravity, the curvature of space-time, due to general relativity, which was proven as much as it can be in 1919 during a total solar eclipse 100 years ago.
Okay. RJ, what do you got?
Yeah, on this same mode, this is about the issue of what was the force carrier for gravity. And even in an Einsteinian frame, they think about whether or not there are gravitons as a medium of exchange on that. But it doesn't change the fact that the formulas work. It doesn't change the fact that you could predict planets' existence. You could literally figure out how to send your golf ball to the moon purely by those gravitational forces. So to pretend that none of that happens, which he has to do, and by never studying any of it, which he obviously never does, never accounting for planetary motions, never accounting for physical motions, never working out a model of what the flat Earth is, never working out how physics and kinetics work within a flat Earth context, providing absolutely zero other than stupid drawings and simple harumphs and, well, this is silly, is such a disservice to the centuries of accumulating knowledge of mankind that children should kick him in the shins if they see him on the street.
Absolutely. All right. Furball, what have you to add?
Well, when the Chinese first developed gunpowder centuries ago, they did not have the understanding of what was physically happening within the chemicals and elements and powders they were dealing with. They didn't know why it went boom, but you know what? It still fucking went boom.
They were happy enough with that.
Later we found out why.
Oh yeah.
Oh no!
That would deny the
that just that takes away everything the Chinese did. The Chinese didn't know anything. It's all fake. Now that we know why.
Indeed.
Yeah, I would have liked to have been around to see the first Chinese guy, set off gunpowder. And okay, what did I do? How did I do that?
Oh, you mean 8 fingers? Yes, I would have liked to have seen that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came from the Taoists who were fascinated with basically we would call it alchemy. And almost all of the chemical science stuff that was developed in the Chinese context were done by a bunch of wacky little mystics. And I imagine a few of them may have ended up with just 4 fingers.
You mean just like somebody we know that got injured doing an experiment?
Well, actually, he wasn't even doing an experiment at that time.
I was just preparing an experiment, and I didn't lose a finger. I lost some.
Yeah,
skin.
that's in the 21st century, man. But now he can masturbate better.
All right, Tornado, you got something to add?
Yes, I actually do. I
Okay.
believe, first off, this is going to be a joke.
Uh-oh.
I believe the person who invented gunpowder did so by accident, and his name was Chef Something Wong.
Okay, you know, you guys are.
That's a funny middle name right there.
We do need the crickets back. You guys are right. Okay.
Or a rim shot, either way.
Oh yeah.
Secondly,
Yes.
on the invention of gunpowder, originally the people who invented gunpowder used honey instead of charcoal because honey was this thing that could have substances mixed in it. And the Chinese were originally trying to make an elixir of life.
Oh wow!
As most chemists tended to be doing, they were looking for crap to work out the philosopher's stone and all that sort of thing, because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And it was only really in the 17th and 18th centuries that it began to dawn on them that something else was going on, and they began to gradually peel away all of the alchemical claptrap and just look at it as pure chemistry. Meanwhile, nitwit Jaren ignores all of that science too.
So the elixir of life turned into the compound of death.
Yeah, ironic, isn't it?
No, the elixir of the elixir of life is beer. I hope that's not lethal. Come on.
And
That
although
just
although
scares
they
me.
use a certain amount of
disagree.
it for rocketry in combat purposes, the ones that really figured out how to make cannons and stuff were the Turks, and then that idea spread everywhere else, and life has been really calm ever since.
Oh yeah. All right, Tornado. Anything else?
No, not really.
Okay. All right. And here we go. I just can't wait to see what comes next.
Website that asks again
got
why
like
we
20
can't feel the
minutes
spin
left.
of the Earth, and here's their answer. So why can't we all feel it? The answer lies in the nature of Earth's movement. Think of being on an aeroplane with it smoothly traveling at a constant speed and constant altitude. You've unbuckled your seatbelt to go on a walk down the aisle, but you can't feel the movement of the plane. The reason is simple. You,
He's
the
talking about
plane, and
marriage
everything
now?
inside it is all traveling at the same speed. In order to perceive the movement on the plane, you have to glance at the clouds outside. Again, remember what we talked about earlier? This plane has a roof, and that's why it's able to be moved with
You'll
everything
notice how
inside
many
it at the
times he
same.
repeats the correct science and then never gets around to actually offering his real alternative.
Yes, and he even stated that
wonder why.
it is asserted that the atmosphere moves along with us. He didn't go into either supporting.
Why it's an observation.
Yeah, and yet there's the repetition of this. If we weren't at 67, which is pretty near death, I mean, how many of you are almost dead?
I'm not.
All right.
It's not
I'm
just
accurately
at
measuring
62nd. It's not just at 67.
All right,
I
and
mean, we're up to what?
All right, I'm just making sure none of you are actually dead. If anyone is actually dead, put your hand up so I can call on you. All
I'm
right.
on me fourth. I'm on me fourth. Buffy.
Oh, okay. Oh, Terry, what do you got to add?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I had my hand up for something.
You did.
Oh, he's dead, obviously.
Something about the plane. The plane, yeah.
Is it Paul?
Fucking hell. Jesus, mate.
Was
If you're talking, yeah, okay.
is it clams on the plane? What?
I wasn't.
Snakes
trying to-
Very slow thriller.
I'll get it out eventually.
Give it another try.
If you want me to keep stalling, I'll lose it again.
No, go ahead. By all means.
I'm trying to. Yeah, okay. Now, the plane that he's talking about is flying level and straight. Now, don't we manipulate the plane's trajectory to
Elevators?
do those things they do in the plane where they get the pretend gravity, what they call it, floating in space thing?
Oh, the a parabolic
Oh, the
curve.
vomit
Something
comet.
like that.
Oh, you're
Yes.
speaking of the
Vomit comet.
Indeed.
I give my left lung to ride on the vomit comet.
Yeah,
That's
it
a little
costs a
too high of
couple
a price to pay,
$1,000, so I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, it's kind of expensive.
I can jump off a building and get a similar experience.
So him saying that the plane moving along, you don't feel anything. Well, yeah, you can do that, and then you feel.
Yeah, true. Darren Marsh, Mile High Club. All right, Tornado, you got anything else?
Well, aside from the fact that the airplane isn't a closed system, it's not even an isolated system. It's an open system because we transfer stuff to the outside. How do you think air conditioning works?
Yeah, but for the most part, the air around you is held in place pretty much. That's what they're not getting. That's what he's using as an argument, and not getting that the air moving with you is essentially the same as being in a container where the air has to move with you. So anyway, all right.
But that wouldn't fit his lie. Why would he talk about that?
I'm baffled. All right, moving on. Here we go, and we're wrapping it up, folks. We're nearing the end. I'm lying at the moment. Here we go.
Speed, but we'll get to that in a second. It says it's the same with the Earth's rotation, except for the fact that the Earth has no lid. It has no ceiling to the plane.
Idiot.
Our planet completes a full turn around its axis every 23 hours, 56 minutes, spinning incessantly at an almost
4
entirely
seconds.
constant rate. Notice again, it's not constant, and that's why they have to say spinning at an almost entirely constant, even though they tell us that the reason we can't feel the spin of the Earth is because it's moving at a constant speed. Here, not entirely constant.
Yeah.
One way to feel motion is...
The degree of variation off of a constant is frighteningly small. Tornado, what do you got, my friend?
Yeah, when we say almost constant, we mean constant to the point of many, many decimal points.
Indeed.
Like, we're talking billionths of we're talking billionths of a mile, trillionths even of change.
Of a millimeter per year.
Yeah.
Or something.
There we go. Anyway, all right. And here's more crap. Wait, where'd my cursor go? Ah, there it is. Moving on.
To feel wind on your face, but remember that the Earth's atmosphere is traveling with us at the same speed. Do you see the deception yet? You see how easy it is to just say...
Yeah, we've been seeing the deception for the last 4.5 hours, you bastard.
Oh, well, everything's moving at the same speed. Therefore, it's the same as us traveling inside of a plane, when it's completely and totally different. A little bit further down, it says, so why does Earth spin so constantly? Because there's nothing stopping it. And now you understand why there has to be a vacuum of space, why it has to be a vacuum.
Right. This is... Go ahead, Tornado. Say what we're all thinking.
That's stupid.
Thank you.
Also, straw man.
This is, yeah. Okay.
Seriously, Jism. Honestly, you realize that the only things in space are the places where gravity has managed to accumulate enough matter that there is these things called planetoids and asteroids and fucking planets and stars. Space is pretty much empty.
Yeah, Tornado, you're going to confuse him with that one word you used. Honestly. he's going to hear that word and go, what? All right, here we go.
Could you stick to one language, please?
Moving on.
Because the Earth has to spin through it and has nothing stop it. Again, the easy answer is we don't spin.
Okay.
Do people understand that yet? It gets rid of all the other assumptions.
Yeah, the easy answer is not always the correct one.
Again, when our solar system formed out of a collapsing dust cloud...
Tornado, you got the hand up. Did you have something?
Right at the
Yeah, actually the Earth is being slowed by something. It's called the moon.
That is true.
Yeah, it turns out the moon giving Earth tides is also acting as a brake. A very, very, very slow brake. And as the moon takes rotational energy away from the Earth gives that same energy to the moon, pushing it into a higher orbit. Why is it even necessary to explain this?
Because Jism.
Yeah, it's kind of unavoidable. All right, here we go.
Spun out into a flattened accretion disk with a bulge in the middle. All the planets inherited that rotation. Again, we've always been spinning. We've always been flying. That's why we can't feel it.
Terrified
what
bystander.
an easy way out.
What's he got? What's he got?
On the head.
I'll stop. What's he got?
Just terrified bystander hit it on the head.
Oh, what's
I don't know about you guys, but my world is spinning. By the way, The drink counter is at 69.
Giggity.
Wink, wink.
I finally hit the giggity on time. All right, here we go.
And yet again, they return to the airplane example, even though this has nothing to do with how we live on Earth. We are told men can take a space shuttle or rocket out to space.
Why? Now, admittedly, he's probably right. What the hell is wrong with us always returning to the correct example?
No. He knows what it means. He just, deliberately, lies about what it says or doesn't show it because he knows it'll, just wreck his delusional ramblings of lying, etc., etc.
Gotcha.
Therefore, flat Earth.
Gotcha.
No, he's got to fill up the length of the video that he wants to put out. So he has to just keep looking at his clock and going, "Yeah, I've got to say a bit more here."
Back to page 3 of the script. Back to page 3 of the script.
At least his video isn't slammed with commercials ads. Sorry, like World History Official.
This is the Mobius strip.
Although some of the excess of ads
Waffle?
in people's videos that you see, because I said in comments, what the hell's with all the ads? And apparently YouTube is up to something, because in monetized videos, I've seen a jump in the number. You just say okay one at the beginning if it's going to be something good. For a 10-minute video, you play one at the beginning. Anything more than that's impolite. And apparently, if you don't specifically select that they not do so, it'll suggest, use suggested positions. You didn't think it's going to suggest 12 in a 20-minute video. Anyway, apparently YouTube found a new way to get some loot. All right, and this is the best I can do with delaying, guys. I really. I can't.
Moving on.
We can do better.
All right, moving on.
Space.
Okay.
Can we shoot a rocket to space from inside a passenger jet? Of course not. It's
What?
contained.
Yes, we
it has
could,
walls
but it wouldn't
and
go
a
back.
floor and a
Go
ceiling.
very well for the
But on
jet.
Spaceship Earth,
Then I'd never get my peanuts.
where are the walls? Where's the ceiling? And the other problem that arises, and you can see it discussed at length here at
that's a
Stack
good
Exchange,
flashback to that
because
one
it
of those.
disrupts everything.
What is that comedy movie?
Hush up! I
Why?
couldn't hear the voice. I couldn't hear journalism.
That's a good thing, though.
Video asshole.
All right, I see your point. All right, let's let Jaronism do his foolishness. Here we go.
That we are told is why is it easier to walk from the front of a plane to the back and more difficult to walk from the back to the front. Anyone who has ever been on a train will tell you that. But look at all the fighting and name-calling and equations these guys fall over. Why? Because if it were true that we traveling on Earth is the same as a plane, then there should be no difference in the direction you walk on the plane or train. But there is. And so like
there isn't. Unless additional factors are added, like the levelness of if you're going uphill, downhill, what orientation, if it's an airplane, what orientation your plane is it nose up, is it nose down? So no, this is just more flat Earth bullshit. So, sorry, this is what happens when I go to see Lewis Black. This is bullshit. All right, here we go.
plane, it should be easier for us to walk wet.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said bless you.
No.
Than east. When an Olympic athlete runs a 100-meter dash or participates in a long jump competition, they should all request to face west. You'd get a faster speed and a longer jump, but you don't. Why? Well, because the Earth does not spin, and it does not move. Period. Now, you can use some made-up math if you want. You can believe the equations of men and simply trust and believe in them. That's always safe. In my opinion, the answer to the question...
All right. Okay. All right.
Call that one.
All right, yeah. Tornado, go ahead.
Jaredism, you are full of complete and utter bullshit.
You think?
You've managed 70 drinks in one video. That is a new fucking record for one single video. And you know why you got all those drinks? Because you are a fucking liar. You are a con man, and we all know it.
Indeed. All right, that's not even wrong. Okay, yes, yeah, that is. All right, we'll augment that as well. All right,
The answer to are we spinning is yes, because of the 15-degree-per-hour drift. Bob Nodal showed it. It's a wonder why you don't show that result. Oh, right, because it would destroy your whole notion, and you don't want to lose your only source of income. You are a money-grubbing con man.
Indeed.
I may be mistaken, but I think I suspect that Tornado is a little bit peeved.
Could very well be. That is a distinct possibility. Oh, geez, I lost the comment. There was a good one. Oh, geez, where the hell is it? It was. I remember the comment. I'm just trying to find. Oh, here we go. It's from Darren, of course. Average speed over 1,000 miles per hour. Fastest 100-meter ever.
You just have to jump. Maybe.
All right, and here we go. We're coming in for the ending here. Moving on.
We spin is actually quite easy. The answer is no. That's my opinion. You are free to yours. Links to all the articles discussed are in the description, and I invite you to do your own research. Because if you do,
I don't know if this is a drink called.
Links to all the X discussed.
He said yes.
Discussed.
I was
Not
thinking.
discussed.
I was thinking of whether or not that was drink worthy. He said all the articles discussed. What he meant to say, what he should have said, is all the articles misinterpreted, because that's exactly what he did for every article.
Disgustingly misinterpreted. Yeah.
Indeed.
you'll never again believe what you were taught. Please donate to this channel if you can. I need and appreciate all the support to keep this channel going.
Please give me money so I can continue to support my delusion.
All right. Well, you know what? He's making a living. Let's not begrudge him that. If he, you know what? I would be fine with it if he would just admit he's an entertainer. Let it go. I'm fine with that.
Bad entertainer.
Well, yeah, and you know what?
Got a point there.
What's weird is we've got.
If he was a good entertainer, he would not repeat his repeated repeats.
Repeatedly.
Constantly.
And redundantly.
Repeatedly, yeah. In one single video.
Runners around to face west was pretty funny, in my opinion.
30 or 40 repeats we could let him have, but this is too much.
I would tend to agree.
And I'm not trying to say that he is better at videos than Pete and Peter.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, no. But
C.P. Sleeper actually says it best. All the articles are strawman and reviewed by someone with a fractional IQ.
All right. And, that's right. You mentioned Peter and Pete. Or Pete, those guys.
Pete and Peter.
Yeah, Pete and Peter. I bought all the stuff. I bought all the stuff to do the electrolysis thing. You know, they were saying.
Oh yeah. That you can't use fresh water. Without salt.
Yeah. So.
But you can.
Yes. Yep. So I got all the stuff. I got the 2 bottles, and I went with platinum wire. Because I don't know why I thought we needed, but I really wanted to keep impurities from leaching into the water, just so there'd be no bitching. And plus, I found a place that sold platinum wire, which I wasn't expecting. Anyway, all right.
Wait, no.
Have you done any calculations as to how long you have to run your Tesla coil to actually do something?
I don't think I'm going to need the Tesla coil. Remember, the power supply that feeds the Tesla coil, which is going to be defunct while we're doing this, because that's what we're stealing its power supply, is 30,000 volts, which should be enough.
Oh yeah, maybe a little bit on the weekend, but it'll work.
And if not, I mean, remember the current is not that high in such a thing, especially in like distilled water. The current is not going to be high, so if necessary, I can make a capacitor voltage doubler, and get higher.
That won't. I don't think that would make a difference. You would increase the current, but you would do it pulsed, not constant. It would be pulsed then.
Well,
so the difference will be slight. You'll have slightly less combined power going into the water then.
Well, yes, but the current as low as I am pretty sure. We'll see when we build it. But I believe the current is sufficiently low that what's really going to matter in breaking the bonds is the voltage level. I think. But anyway, we'll see from doing. That's how we learn shit.
Anyway,
they will come.
All right.
Guys, by the way, Jeranism is the person who decided to show up to a non sequitur debate.
Mm-hmm.
Promising that he'd give positive evidence for his model.
Yeah.
And when pressed on it, he ended up saying, "I don't have a working model."
Yeah, I got nothing. That's something
What a
that
shock.
that makes
Sure must have surprised everybody.
kind of makes life worth living, doesn't it? When you hear Jaron say, I got nothing. He used different words, but that's what he meant. All right. Bo, you got the hand up. What do you got?
Yeah, Sai, you could try and work out how to assemble a couple of hormone-infested Wimhurst generators. I think you could at least get them up to about 30,000 volts too. If you
Yeah, but those are
parallel
only.
do some serial connections using those. Maybe
Yeah, but remember, those the collection for those in a large capacitor. Those are great for high voltage one shots, not sustained.
Mhm.
That would be high voltage and high current, and that won't do us a shitload of good in this kind of case. It would be better. Honestly, I could order up another transformer and double it to 60,000. If you really don't like the voltage doubler idea, I was thinking that the current would be low enough that it wouldn't matter. And we're probably putting our audience to fucking sleep with this discussion, aren't we?
Come on, I mean, making a Wimhurst generator DIY style would be a great. I can't remember the name of your series. DIY Science for Kids thing.
Yeah. Yes, that would. Except that I don't know how comfy I am with a kid having a capacitor charged with.
Hey, they will find out what not to do with a Wimhurst generator, and what to do that's really cool.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I have to send you a link to a very cool video. That's something you will really appreciate, though, Si, for the nerdy stuff.
All right, dig nerdy stuff.
I'll have to find it. Yeah.
All righty. Anyway, that's it. You've all survived this crap. There's 70. God, I hope you guys were keeping up, because I'm almost unable to manage this mouse at the moment. So anyway, at this
You'll
point,
be surprised. I kept up.
Well, that's.
I'm glad I didn't buy beer this week.
Yes, smart. All righty.
It'll hurt you later.
I drink Mountain Dew.
Lovely. All right. Anyway, all right. We have reached that portion of the show. I hate that word portion, by the way. We've reached that part. I just do. Not entirely sure. No, I don't like the word portion. Like a lot of people don't like moist. Segment's fine.
Segment.
I'll go with segment. We've reached that. Oh wait. I see Diana has said, Diana, what have you got?
Oh, I was just putting my hand up for the festivities.
Oh, okay. Then let the festivities commence. We have reached the segment, thank you, of the show where we do, it is plug and pug time. So, any one of our esteemed panel who would like to talk about, just say who you are, what you do, either on or off the internet, doesn't matter. Just tell us about yourself a bit, and we'd be most happy. Just put your hand up, and I'll go down the list. And first on the list is our friend, the Lavender Lady. Please tell us how cool you are and what you do.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and I do interview shows on Sundays and occasionally a few other things. This Sunday, as a matter of fact, in just a few hours, because we're running 24 hours later on this show. Let's see. It's almost 5 a.m. here, so in about 7 hours.
Oh my!
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Tell me about it. I will have on Coffee with Lavender, the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Mrs. Snarky.
Why, thank you. Oh, darn it.
And we will be discussing stuff and things.
Ooh.
And it's always wonderful to have Snarky on, and I'm looking forward to all of you wonderful people coming by and paying a visit and seeing what Snarky has to say. And I also want to thank you. Sai mentioned earlier that I broke the 300 subscriber level, and everyone
on the way up.
Me, I am eternally grateful, and everyone who watches one of my shows, it's like, wow, I am amazed that you actually find me interesting. But thank you extremely many much. And yeah, we're trying to expand what we're up to into the near future, but we'll see what happens there. And got a couple ideas for guests on Coffee with Lavender. But yeah, stop by at noon Eastern Sunday, which is today, and we'll have a real good time. Yes, sir. We'll have a really good time. So let me entertain you. Thank you extremely very much.
Alrighty, that's
a Queen song reference. Nice.
and Doorknob.
Gypsy.
Robbie Williams.
Gypsy, yes.
And Doorknob Head consistently poking the bear. Says 300 moist subscriber portions. So,
yes, Doorknob Head sweetness.
Alrighty.
Moist clam scriber portions.
And once and once again, Diana, congratulations on the 300. I know that's going to be just a momentary pause on your way up in the sub count. So
it'll be fun on its way up. It was an interesting trek from 200.
Sai, external chat.
The room's open. Should be able to get in. Oh, Pink. Wait, problem solved. One of us has to be awake enough to push the admit button. All right. Next on. Welcome back. Let's see.
Hey.
All righty.
Hey.
Next on the list, we have our friend Tornado. Tornado, tell us how cool you are and what you do, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tornado Pelt. I am known as the changeling with an attitude who is not afraid to use it, as you have seen numerous times tonight. Because I hate this honest little bullsack like Jeranism. Anyway, enough about that. I play Elite Dangerous. I play all sorts of other games. And interesting things have been going on recently in the game called Starmade. I am currently working on the project known as the Space Battleship Yamato. If anyone who doesn't know that, I am deeply ashamed of you.
Okay.
Well, shame on me.
I know the name of the band.
I missed that voice.
All right.
Me or Claris?
I think you know the answer to that one.
BN, can we see the puppers?
All right.
What a question! Of course, we have to.
All right.
Where's the puppers? Oh wait, no, that's not the puppers. There we go.
Hold on. Let me pin that so everybody can see. There we go. Pinned. Wait, everybody else can hold on. Let me screen share. There we. Oh, look at that! Look at that face.
And by doing this, everybody forgets about Buster, and Buster gets jealous, but we don't care because Snowball is way more cute.
So we can do plug-in pod while watching an actual pupper.
See who's not invited. See who's not invited next week. All right. And going down the list, I am finding it difficult to not watch the cool
Buster,
puppy.
Stop showing your teeth. That's not nice.
Oh, apparently. Apparently, I'm guessing. I'm guessing you've never met a pug. They don't dislike anything. All right.
Oh, I got offended. No.
Not at all. All right, let us get back to this.
No, Snowball.
There we go. Okay. Next on the list, we have RJ. RJ, please tell us how cool you are and what you do.
Oh gosh, well, I'm RJ Doubted. I'm attempting to flatten creationism one source at a time. You may have noticed I also share a certain antipathy for people who believe claptrap. And I put my website in there, tortuganwordpress.com. I've got 2 books out now at the moment. I'm doing Evolution Hour, thanks to you. And inflicting my gawky little self on the universe. I'm doing important research, I think, in pinning things down for creationism and what's been covered and what hasn't, and what lines of attack need to be used. Like I did really well in my debate with Kent Hovind. And everybody else should use Source Methods approach. You can find out how I do it at TIP. And everyone should have Evolution Slam Dunk And if you like damn Jules Verne, get Paralogs of Phileas Fogg novel too. A, good books. B, I get the royalties. Everybody wins.
Win-win.
Yeah.
Sounded good.
There are some people here in this very room who have my books, so you can say what you think about them.
Indeed. There will be no spoilers, but I will just say, Evolution Slam Dunk. Buy it! It's like having an arsenal. It's like having your own arsenal of information. Alrighty.
Yeah, it's only got like 2,300 sources and vaporizes the major anti-evolutionists and gives you ammunition that they can't possibly argue with you on because you know all their arguments and the counterexamples, and so you can just squash them like bugs.
But they will still try.
It's amazing how you can find out how you can throw them out of the room by knowing about the reptile mammal transition, because you know exactly how they can't answer the questions that you ask because you know the data field and they don't.
It's almost like you're speaking from experience, RJ, as if you've dealt with some of these people personally.
Well, if you see my debate with Kent Hovind, that's source methods. And you can all see how badly he did in that debate compared to even Aaron Ra. I mean, Ra couldn't dissuade Kent from using his usual end game, which is to come to Jesus and all that. But I threw him completely off his game. He didn't even use his damn PowerPoint with me.
Kent Hovind rage quitting.
Yeah, well, remember I called him a bottom feeder. He didn't like that at all.
Yes. No.
He started calling me the altar boy of atheism.
Yes, indeed.
So he doesn't like the truth. That's just, well.
And ironically, he hadn't brought up atheism at all, so he was just getting feisty there.
Indeed. All right. Well, thank you, RJ. And let us move down the list. We have Nacha. Nacha, tell us how cool you are and what you do, please.
G'day, yes. I actually have a few different things I want to quickly shout out. First, obviously, is myself, Notjar Witness the Nut Show. I do Notjar Witnessy things. I currently have a really different video that I'm editing at the moment, which is going to be sort of a skit comedy about witnesses going door knocking. So it's going to be something very different, but I find it hilarious. I hope everyone else checks that out. It should be out within about a week or so. I'm working really hard on it. The other two quick things I wanted to shout out. I've got the Leah podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did you say, Dinah?
Lots of cameo appearances.
Yes, in my skit one there are lots of cameos, so that's something definitely to look forward to. And in theory, the Sci panel here on Movie Night should also have their own cameo, so make sure to watch out for that. Yes, I've also got the Leah podcast, which I do, which is the League of Extraordinary Atheists for Humanism. I sort of produce the show, and Christy Santiago and the Grey Skeptic Mac host the show. It's a great little podcast for atheists and humanism, basically. It's a nice combination looking at all different events. But today, given we all sort of got distracted very nicely by the puppos, I also wanted to point out that I actually run on Twitter, reluctantly now run on Twitter, the Floof Earth religion, which is a rip-off, obviously, to the Flat Earth religion. But it's all about the floof, the lovely animals that we, get to enjoy our experience of life with.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever we're having a bad day, we upload or post just nice animal stuff. And that's a place I'd definitely recommend everyone to go and check out. Follow on Twitter, because that way, we get into all sorts of crazy stuff here. If you ever want to just have a break from it and feel good and just watch some animals, Floof Earth Religion. It's at Floof Earth on Twitter. Thanking you.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much.
And his doorknob head says League of Extraordinary Moist Clam Portions.
There are a few moments where you'll find that, either in yourself or the host.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
All right. Well, we have to look forward to that then. Very good. And you know what? Since Furball was out and back in, first let's do a mic check. Furball, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yep, hear you fine. All right. Having established that, we will say, Furball, please tell us how cool you are and what you do, please. Two pleases in that. I don't know why.
I'm awesomely cool and do amazing things, or not. And I'm not going to touch my computer because, for the last half hour, it's been dropping out for no particular reason. So I don't want to jinx it and make it drop me again. But I am BM Furball, formerly the Pancake Hero. I took that off my YouTube because it was too long and people were bitching that it was too hard to type out. But either way, I do YouTube videos. I've started more takedown videos because everyone's more entertained by them, but I try and gear more towards entertaining anti-flat Earth videos. I am also, as we've discussed before, building a Cavendish experiment in my spare bedroom here in Korea. It is getting very, 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 very close to going operational. I've got one more thing I've got to do tomorrow and order a laser, and then I should be able to start actually taking measurements. I do updates over on my channel, so please come over and check me out there. I'm hoping in about a month or so to actually do a full-blown run of pulling data and seeing if we can observe mass falling sideways.
Oh my!
And not put another hole in my hand in the process.
Yes, please avoid that.
That would be a good idea. That would be
You're gonna-
very good.
You're gonna need. Yes, you will be needing those hands. Please avoid doing that. Alrighty.
And to add, Jen Morgan earlier on had a shop tip for me that I wish I would have known, is that if you're going to drill through your hand, you need to drill through your hand before you drill through the material. That way you don't have any outside bodies entered into your hand.
is
Which
good
would have been
advice.
great to know, because the doctors here in Korea had to dig pieces of lead out of my hand.
Yeah. You know, I'm suspecting that is somebody who advised that. Where you got that advice? I suspect there's some machinist knowledge going on there, because there was also talk about the grinders and what to avoid with those. So I think that's a good source for such information. Anyway, alrighty. Is that anything additional for Ball?
No, that is it. And let me see
alright.
if I can turn the puppy back on before I get kicked out again.
little puppy.
Yeah, one more puppy. One more puppy. Here we go. Hold on. Let me pin it.
By the way, I have a slight question for Furball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure that
There's the puppy.
that what you your little so-called accident isn't because of a slide related injury? That you're just too embarrassed to show other people?
I have no idea what that means.
Like my
I'm just
company commander did when he was going through a refresher course on how to not handle a a Neuhausen P210.
No, I have lost chunks of skin inside of firearms before. I will admit that. No, this is just my dumbass in a drill.
You're drilling your dumbass. That's lovely.
Bo, did I hear that correctly? Am I supposed to be saying the middle two letters in that as a hard T? Is it Walter? Is that how I'm supposed to be saying that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the the gun that the pistol that
P38
James Bond uses.
No,
Walter.
not that one specifically, but a P38, a close cousin thereof. Okay.
P38, no, a Neuhausen P210. It's a pistol. With a
Right,
eight-round magazine,
right.
And it's a terrible gun. It's a beautiful thing. It shoots perfectly, but it's just a terrible gun to handle in a stressful situation.
Right,
So, no.
but you mentioned Walter and Walter
By mistake, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was asking, because you gave it a hard T in the middle, and for the longest time, I had been pronouncing it with the TH sound. So that was all. All right, cool.
That is pronounced Walter. Yeah, just like water. No,
Like
Walter.
what?
Yeah.
Or so you're saying it's really a Walter. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I shouldn't have used that reference.
All right. Anybody else want to expound upon their relative coolness and anything? RJ, you got the hand up. Something additional?
Oh, I must have not taken it down. I've already plugged.
There's Terry. Terry, tell us how cool you are, what you do.
Well, I must be getting somewhere, because I found out that I had 50 subs and I don't even know why yet. People have subbed to my channel for some reason. I'm definitely going to have to put something on there.
All right, hitting 50. That's
Terry,
a milestone.
We are expecting you to put out soon.
What?
All right.
I'm too old for that.
All right.
No.
Well, I guess that's
It just
about.
takes longer to learn.
I guess that's about everybody. See
You're
no further
never
hands up.
too old.
Okay. Well, anybody wondering what the hell happened to Pig tonight? I didn't know.
I was wondering. I just hadn't said anything.
Yeah, that's we're missing.
I was wondering why it was so quiet and the hands were always up and down and everything was going nice and smooth.
Yeah, but he's such a helpful guy. He's such a helpful guy, though.
Just something wasn't right. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Just something different.
Yeah.
Did Jaren put him in a box and close the lid?
I don't know. All right. On that note, as we have covered the coolness of all of you fine folk who wish to, of course, I guess it is
Wait.
What?
One question. Wait. Hey, Sai.
Yeah.
How cool are you, and what do you do?
Yeah, coolness varies up and down, and I do this and videos and stuff and the occasional thing. There we go. And
what about the Sunday Science on a not Sunday?
Yeah, we do that.
Will that ever start again?
Yes, that will. That was what I was the thing I was babbling on about earlier with the electrolysis. That'll be the first episode of that. And it'll be a combination because it'll kind of be a refutation of. Remember, a long time ago we watched that Peter and Pete video, Pete and Peter, whatever the hell it is, about how you could. This will be a refutation.
The least easy one to say is the correct one.
Yeah,
Peter and Pete.
Yeah, that. It'll be a refutation of that, but without being a wise ass debunking video. It's just going to be about here's the experiment, here's how you build it, here's how you do it, and how to
Without
avoid
referencing it at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Them, sorry.
So, alrighty. Oh, look at Michelle. Michelle says thank you. You are quite welcome. Alrighty. On that note, yes?
Night,
Just quickly thinking before you move on, I think it'd be worth just telling all your audience, in case they've missed it, that they should go and check out your video of the Ark tour. With
yeah.
Helping, because that was fantastic.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we did a multi-part series on our walkthrough of the Ark, where you will hear many familiar voices, and and you will find out that they made stuff up, and it's actually
You should never put a caption up around us.
Yeah, there are more episodes coming, but we're already up to 10. They're all broken up in so it doesn't like flood your brain with stupid from the stuff you see in this arc. They're broken up into like 10 to 15 minute segments, and there's 10 episodes so far. And take a peek. You might like them. And if anything else, you'll know why not to go to that particular part of Kentucky.
Hey, Sly, have you thought of putting all those together into a playlist?
Well, it is. As they go, I add them to a playlist, and it starts in reverse order with the oldest first, so people can do that.
Okay.
And and eventually, if any, it won't be a big deal at the end. The plan is when we're done with the series, we're gonna put them all together and kind of remaster the thing so all the audio is equalized across all the videos and make just one big long video in case anybody wants it. But that is forthcoming. All right, there's that. That's one of the things we do.
Hey, how about I have a suggestion?
Okay.
How about using, I don't know how exactly because I don't really produce any videos, but open the videos up for volunteers that wants to create subs in other than American languages. So it'll be available for more people.
That's a good idea.
You can do that with using YouTube. It's not that hard, I believe.
Oh, so you're all right. So you're saying I could handle it. That's what you're saying. It's not hard, so I could handle it. That's what you're telling me, Bo?
No, I said you could. Shut up. Enable. Damn it. No, there's a tick box that you can tick off, of course. That enables people to do it. To produce subtitles for a video in their respective languages.
That sounds like something that would be a good idea. All right, and Ugly German Truths. Yes, they are still ongoing. Next, I would expect the next one out should be Monday, and that'll be that. And unfortunately, it'll still be on the Ark. But other than that, though, it'll be good. All right. On that note, let's see. Tornado, check your watch. What time is it?
It is 5:12.
God damn it! You're supposed to say time to bring on the pug.
It's howdy doody time.
All right, time to bring on the pug. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
What?
We're not old enough, Diana, and it's only for American people.
There are
I don't
other.
think many people get that reference.
Bo, there's other people. What do you mean? What? All right. On that note, we're bringing on the pug. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Couldn't do it without you, and y'all rock.
Hey.
All right.
All of you kids.
Rock, but you still can't hide. Oh wait, that's Robin. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Don't touch my possum.
70 bloody drinks.
That's
possum a euphemism here.
I'm.
I don't want to know.
Is the small vertebrate that will be appearing shortly. If you are able to see it, that means you're not too drunk.
Yeah, the most ugly rat-looking rodent ever, but yeah, doesn't mean it's a stupid. Well, okay, it's a stupid animal, but still, it has a right to live. So. Oh yeah, it's a marsupial.
I don't know how you people make it from the beginning to the end of this. I'm happy jumping in the middle.
You are wise. You are wise for jumping in the middle. Possum.
Pugs and rock and roll from Mr. T.
There it is.
Karis, are you still there? Karis?
Sex pugs, rock and roll. I like it. Yeah, it's just that.
Something.
Hi, Karis.
Hey, Karis.
Should I? Oh, I should bring mine out, shouldn't I?
I brought the handcuff.
Phrasing.
I'll get my. Where did I put those? Oh, I put away my. Yeah. In my bedroom somewhere. No kidding.
Because that's where handcuffs are supposed to be.
Well, you know, when you're not actually using them for work. Damn it. Where did I put them? Damn it. Yeah. But hey, I'm not up for active duty just yet, so it's okay that I can't find them. Not that kind of duty. Yeah, that's
You can't be by yourself is dangerous because you've got to keep your phone really close by and have someone you really trust on speed dial.
Well, unless you have a phone that can be activated by voice and you can call literally anyone.
All right, doorknob head. What the hell? Doorknob head. Tug a pug. Make a pug happy today. Oh my. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. All right.